To members' questions, I want to advise. Yes, in a moment. I want to advise members that I will not be in the House next week, as I will be undertaking engagements in Canada and the United States. Point of order, Mr. Muir.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. When answering a question last week in question time in relation to the management of poultry litter, I referred to Northern Ireland Water. What I meant to refer to was Northern Ireland Environment Agency, and just wanted to correct the record. Thank you.
Very happy to facilitate you in that, Minister, and I appreciate you doing that. We now move to member statements. Colin Sheeran.
Thank you, Speaker. Seacht na Gaeilge. It's very important for us all, as it gives us an opportunity to show the respect that we have for our native language. The British government strove strenuously to destroy our language, but they did not succeed. We are very proud that our language has gone from strength to strength because of the work and progress that has been made by language activists on behalf of the language. In my own area, in South Derry, Irish language classes are available for learners of every level. I'm immensely enjoying attending Lorna Sperini Irish language classes in Ballynaskeen. I thank Conor, my teacher Claire, and the whole team. The thinking long ago in Ireland was that our ancestors were poor and ignorant because they spoke Irish. However, children are still speaking Irish. We have a lot to celebrate in Seacht na Gaeilge. A land without a language is a land without a soul. Thank you.
Well, David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to address comments made by the First Minister in this chamber yesterday around the investment from the Prime Minister's statement that would see 1.6 billion spent on defence for Ukraine, with 5,000 missiles to be manufactured in my constituency, with the recruitment of 200 additional staff and the securing of many other jobs. And the First Minister to this said that she was incredulous that the government would spend this money here in Northern Ireland because she thought that it should be better spent on other things. I think, Mr. Speaker, that there is a lack of understanding from the First Minister that we have had many, many years peace in this country and across Europe because of the defence in which this country, along with the United States and other NATO allies, have provided in the wake of the Cold War. At the time of Brexit, there was a lot of talk about how the EU, in and of itself, in being formed after the World Wars, had provided that peace across Europe. What we actually know is that peace was maintained largely by Europe and in cooperation with the United States through NATO, which kept the Russian aggressor at bay. This deal is about providing defence to a country that lay outside NATO, that did not have those defences, and has had to face a Russian aggressor in an illegal war. And the Ukrainian people have had to fight that with the support largely from this country, from Europe and the United States and other NATO allies. Real freedom fighters, real soldiers who stood face to face with the enemy. Last week in this chamber, we had talk of one of the heroes of those on the benches opposite, a man who left a bomb outside a bar on the Shankill Road. And yet there is criticism whenever the UK government wants to provide munitions to those who are fighting a real aggressor in Eastern Europe. I want to say that the people of East Belfast are proud of the role that companies in our constituency have played and will continue to play. We're proud of the N Law, which became so symbolic of Ukrainian defence in the early parts of this war. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll say one thing for Sinn Féin: they're consistent. They have this paper which is defending Irish neutrality, and it is really a critique of successive Irish governments wishing to invest more in their defence. And I would encourage the Republic of Ireland to look again at that. because they've freeloaded on the back of NATO and others for some time. But this is what is incredulous. Sinn Féin, despite carrying out terrorist campaigns which bombed the heart out of our economy for 30 years, asking the Irish state to continue to not invest in its own defence and to freeload on the backs of others. What it reinforces is that the only place that the Sinn Féin support US foreign policy has been here in Northern Ireland. This paper speaks against it, and yet they will go out, despite not going to the White House in Washington, and they will do fundraising and tell Americans that they are on their side.
McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we move closer to the new financial year, there is more growing concern from GP practices and dental practices about the hike in national insurance contributions. Every one of us in the chamber today has heard from constituents within our own areas about access and availability of GP services. This is a frustration for many of our constituents, but it's a frustration that is actually shared by GPs themselves. Their services are under more pressure now than they ever have been. They and their staff not only share this frustration, but they see it every day. They are worried about outreach and reaching out to the patients who so desperately need primary care every single day. I visited my local GP practice to see firsthand this pressure every single morning. Arriving just before 8 when the phone lines open, they have a system in Grove Surgery where you can pre-book, but also where you can phone up in the morning. And I saw firsthand how the GPs, receptionists are straight on the phone every single day, yet the queues are still there and they simply can't make their way through all of it. But despite this, we have them staying on after hours every single day to make sure that they can meet and see as many patients as they possibly can. It isn't unique to my constituency. As I said, it's across all our constituencies. The PAC is currently undergoing an inquiry into GP access, in which the Royal College of GPs has said that the national insurance hike could be catastrophic, and we could see even more contract handbacks amongst GPs right across Northern Ireland. If it's difficult in urban areas with GP practices, it will be even more so in those rural areas. Last week, the BMA England announced a package in negotiations with the government of 889 million extra a year. That's 7.2 increase in contract value. But yet, if we see the negotiations here in Northern Ireland with the BMA and the Department of Health, the word that has been described by our Minister is toxic. This debate is not toxic. We need to go back to the drawing board to ensure that our GPs and their staff are valued both by the Department, by SPPG and by all stakeholders across Northern Ireland. Coming up into this financial year, we don't want to see more contracts being handed back. We want to see leadership. We want to see our GP services that are secure, and most importantly, we want to see positive outcomes for our constituents. Thank you.
Melissa McHugh.
An Corla, but why lumps
I would
hemochromatosis?
like to talk about genetic hemochromatosis,
And these more always
a condition which the general population is more aware of
television.
because of a recent television campaign.
Question
Moreover, there was an event in the Lawn Gallery highlighting the issue as well.
Jantar and hemochromatosis, genetic around
Genetic hemochromatosis is classified as a rare disease. However, since 1 in 10 of the population suffers from that condition, it is clear that it is not quite so rare. Since genetic hemochromatosis is particularly prevalent in the Celtic races, the Irish, the Scots, and the Welsh, it is often referred to as the Celtic disease. Genetic hemochromatosis occurs when one inherits a particular gene from both parents. As a result, the body retains too much iron, which in turn affects vital organs such as the heart, the liver, and the pancreas. If widespread screening to identify the carriers of this disease existed in the north, a more robust approach could be developed to deal with the many health issues related to the disease. Alas, Widespread screening is for another day. However, I am glad to say that this condition is easily treated, which is good news for those who are affected by it. I suffer from this disease. Venesections or blood donations are carried out at necessary intervals, usually 3 or 4 times a year, to ensure that iron levels are maintained at a safe level. Blood donations collected by the NI blood transfusion service can be reused. Unfortunately, however, that cannot be done for those who attend venesections in hospitals, as hospitals have neither storage nor the facility for the distribution of blood donated. The northwest of Ireland, Tyrone, Donegal and Derry is deemed the epicentre of genetic hemochromatosis. As a result, many people have bloods taken from them in hospitals that have no facility to retain the bloods donated. At present, those bloods are destroyed after venesection. That's the issue that I bring before the House. To maintain a healthy supply of blood products.
Thank you, sir. So I call Tom Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, today I want this House to remember the brutal murder of Thomas Laughlin, a part-time Lance Corporal in the UDR, fatally injured on the 2nd of March 1984 by an IRA booby trap bomb planted under his vehicle. Mr. Laughlin, a water service employee from the Spamount area of Castlederg, had just got into his vehicle outside his home in Drumnabay Park and moved a short distance when the bomb exploded, fatally wounding him. His wife had been waving from the doorway of their home that morning with the 3-month-old baby in her arms when the explosion happened, blowing him out of the vehicle and causing damage to the surrounding homes in the park. Neighbours took the child while she ran to comfort her husband as he lay dying on the road awaiting the ambulance to arrive. Many people in the area also leaving for work that morning spoke of the sheer horrific and horror scenes that they faced that morning, with young children getting ready for school having to be shielded from the devastation outside their homes. A young mother now left without a husband, a 3-month-old baby robbed of a father she would never know, a family torn apart and a community left devastated by bloodthirsty murderers who had no thought or care for the anarchy and the sorrow they left behind. And we ask today in this House, why was Thomas Laughlin murdered? Simply because he was a Protestant. There is no other explanation for it. And yet this is what we are told there was no alternative to. Some 4 months later, after this brutal murder in July 1984, Private Norman McKinley, who had been best man at Thomas Laughlin's wedding, and Private Heather Kerrigan, bridesmaid and sister of the bride, were also murdered by an IRA attack on the Castlederg border while on patrol in the area. In that wedding photo hanging in the home, 3 of the 4 have been brutally murdered in such a short space of time, with only the bride being the only one left in the photo. While no one has been brought to justice for these callous, cold-blooded murders, a 1993 self-confessed IRA informer, Declan Bino Casey from Strabane, was mentioned in connection with Mr. Laughlin's murder, as well as being linked in newspaper reports to other murders in the Castlederg area, yet he has never been brought to book for what has been carried out. On the 4th of August 2022, First Minister Michelle O'Neill said there was no alternative to the IRA's armed campaign, which is a gross insult to the many innocent victims of IRA terrorism. To date, she has refused to withdraw that comment. Therefore, this morning we can only assume she is in full support of the murder of these people in Castlederg and throughout the rest of Northern Ireland by the IRA. I challenge the First Minister this morning that rather than continue to commemorate and glorify IRA murderers and adding insult to those that are already grieving, to come to this House, do the honourable thing by retracting her callous statement and apologising.
Time's up, please. Call Colin Gillian.
Thank you, Speaker. We have much to celebrate today, the continued growth and development of the Irish language, and this is showcased during Seachtain na Gaeilge. The Irish language is thriving in local communities across the north. We see that not only in the immense demand for Irish medium education, but also in communities where people are embracing the language and learning it. However, we still have a long way to go. We have to assure that the Irish language organisations receive proper and fair funding to continue developing the language. I want to take a moment to thank those organisations for their invaluable work, but also to extend our full support and our full solidarity to those who took strike action last week. The inadequate funding for Irish language organisations remains a barrier to growing the language, and those issues must be addressed. The Irish language strategy must be implemented without delay. I have raised the need for that consistently with the Communities Minister. The implementation of the Irish language strategy will ensure that the language is protected, nurtured, and we will be able to meet the growing demand of Irish speakers, a demand that is constantly growing. It is a vital step forward and one that will have a lasting positive impact on the future of the Irish language in our communities. Thank you.
Guy Middleton.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the last Westminster mandate, the DUP successfully fought for £20 million of town funding for Londonderry, £20 million of town funding for Coleraine. It was deeply disappointing that that funding was paused by the Labour government, but today we received confirmation that that £40 million investment across Londonderry and Strabane over the next 10 years has once again been released. This is very welcome news for my constituency. This investment, on top of the City Deal money, the Inclusive Future Fund, and indeed the executive money towards regional and addressing regional imbalance, represents over £300 million of investment into my constituency. It is crucial that the UK Government continue to demonstrate practical steps and commitment to growing the North West and in growing all parts of the United Kingdom. It is important that the mechanism used to deliver this £40 million of funding across our constituencies in the North West, that it is done in a way that reaches those hardest to reach, but also the fact that whilst this may be a small amount of money announced today in the grand scheme of things, it has the potential to be a catalyst for further growth, for further job opportunities and further investments into my constituency. So I think that this is a welcome, good news statement today, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to seeing what this investment can do for my constituency. Thank you.
Gary Call.
Thank you, Speaker. Last Wednesday, Irish language workers went on strike. I was proud to stand with them. They were strike because of the cuts that are coming down the line. The Irish language community is doing great work to progress the language every day. In my own area of West Belfast, Irish language groups are doing sterling work. My own children use many of those wonderful services. Workers deserve fair pay, and services deserve proper funding. That is what is needed. There has been no increase in the funding for First na Gaeilge for 20 years. That is scandalous. I agree with the workers' demand. Social now and fair investment. The DUP should stop putting barriers in the way of the development of the Irish language. However, the whole executive committee is at fault. 100 pages in the programme for government, one paragraph about the Irish language. Every party is now on board with neoliberalism. Fair play to the strikers. There will be no solution from Stormont unless the Irish language community comes onto the streets. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday past, the Kingdom of Mourne lost one of the most precious jewels in its crown. Evelyn Edgar sadly passed away following a short illness. Small in stature, but her smile, her heart and its reach was larger than life. Evelyn was so much loved by everyone, especially her family, who my thoughts and prayers are firmly with at this time. Her parents, John and Anne, her dearly loved sister Sarah and brother Neil, who were more than siblings, they were all best friends. Her brother-in-law Gordon and adored nephews Paul and John. The entire family circle and wider community will so dearly miss Evelyn, but are grateful that through her faith they know that she is at home with her Lord and they will all meet again. Evelyn was firmly grounded in the Mourne Ulster Scots heritage, and she took every opportunity to promote it. She gave her all in every organisation she was in a quiet and unassuming manner, seeking no recognition, and she would probably be completely squandered at the thought of me speaking about her here in the Northern Ireland Assembly. But she deserves recognition for the huge impact she has had on so many lives in our community. Evelyn was a dedicated and lifelong member of Orangefield Flute Band for 40 years and the band's secretary for 30 years. And despite illness, Evelyn was attending band practice up to 2 weeks ago and was delighted at the band's success last week in the Flute Band Association of Northern Ireland contest. Evelyn was a founding member of Orangefield Cultural Society and hugely involved in doing the best for Ballinran, Orange Hall and the community, working hard behind the scenes, putting everyone else before herself. Evelyn was a stalwart and steadfast loyal member of the Schomburg Society in Kilkeel, volunteering immeasurable time and energy into their Ulster Scots work, which she loved. She was a long-serving member of the Schomburg Fife and Drum Band, and Evelyn founded the Ulster Scots women's group, the Highland Heathers, which she put her heart and soul into as chairwoman. She was even ringing up from hospital last week, making sure the ladies had everything in order. She cared so much for others. Evelyn was a Christian woman of firm faith, and her testimony to the world was in how she was every day. Loving, kind, unassuming, faithful, hard-working, and a family woman. If only we were all more like Evelyn, the world would be a better place. And on Friday night, amongst friends and family in hospital, Evelyn shared in the reading of Psalm 121, which is on the lectern of her own Ballinran Orange Hall. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. Evelyn will be dearly missed and has made a huge impact on so many lives in her too short time on earth. And my prayers are especially with John, Anne, Sarah, Neil, Gordon, Paul and John today as they gather in Mourne Presbyterian Church, and hope that they find comfort knowing Evelyn is safe in the arms of Jesus.
Done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to mark Marie Curie's Great Daffodil Appeal, which happens every March, and the great charity Marie Curie, which seeks to raise awareness of the needs and barriers to support people at the end of their life, their carers and loved ones and families right across Northern Ireland. Marie Curie is a charity that has a special place in the hearts of many people right across our country, including my own. Marie Curie's Better End of Life report found that 1 in 3 people were severely or overwhelmingly affected by pain in their final week of life. And alarmingly, every 5 minutes within our United Kingdom, someone dies without the end-of-life care they so desperately need. And I think those statistics should alarm us all. In Northern Ireland, it is estimated that 90% of people here would benefit from a palliative care approach before they pass away. But unfortunately, too many still face barriers and challenges to access this support when they so greatly need it. I've had the privilege to collect for the charity on a number of occasions and look forward to doing it again. And I've always been amazed by the kindness and generosity of people right across the country for this great cause. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the public of Northern Ireland who really get behind Marie Curie, particularly in March, but right across every month of the year, and support this good cause. Behind every daffodil there is a story, and I've always been heartened to hear the different stories behind every donation and the various ways that Marie Curie has brought comfort, hope and compassionate end-of-life care and support to families during some of their darkest moments. I hope today will also be a reminder that more could be done to support those at the end of their lives and their loved ones. And we as an Assembly should be committed to working to remove any remaining barriers, and there should rightly be a focus on strategic outcomes and approaches to palliative end-of-life care. It is very welcome to see death, dying and bereavement included in the programme for government, which is important progress given that almost 4,000 people still miss out on vital end-of-life care here in Northern Ireland. Finally, I would like to pay tribute to the many hard-working staff, medical staff, doctors, nurses and volunteers that keep Marie Curie's work going all year round, including within the Marie Curie Hospice facility, as well as a special mention to the Marie Curie North Down fundraising group, which I know works tirelessly to raise funds right across the year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the Randalstown Ulster Scots Cultural Society on recently receiving the King's Award for Voluntary Service. This organisation has truly become a beacon of hope and unity, offering a welcoming environment for everyone in the local community. Each week they host an average of 10 diverse programmes that cater for the interests and needs of the residents, from free musical tuition classes covering a variety of instruments to engaging physical activities, Highland dance sessions and their cherished seniors club. But the impact goes far beyond these programmes. Throughout the year they embark on numerous additional activities aimed at building the capacity of the local community, raising funds for worthy local charities and fostering a community-focused approach to reducing social isolation. This honour is a testament to the dedication and passion and hard work of the volunteers who collectively contribute nearly 13,000 voluntary hours of service each year. That's incredible. It's their unwavering commitment that makes all the activities possible. So just to finish off, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to again congratulate Wendy Kerr and the amazing team of volunteers at Randalstown Ulster Scots Cultural Society, and I wish them all the very best for the future.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise initially to welcome a survey launched by Minister Muir, and he has taken the time to seek out the opinions and attitudes of farmers who will be most directly affected by future net zero proposals in agriculture. It's vital that policy is shaped. I'm sure we'll all agree for those who work the land, produce our food and bear the consequences of any regulatory changes. However, the purpose of me getting up this morning is to issue my concern that this survey does appear to be open to anyone to complete and submit, with the link being widely shared on social media. And whilst engagement is important and getting the voices of those who are going to be impacted most, there are serious questions about the integrity of the data being gathered. And sadly, we're at the very start of this consultation, because if non-target individuals are able to participate, how can we be assured that the results will accurately reflect the views of Northern Ireland's farmers and growers? And for those farmers from Lagan Valley who have contacted me this morning, they are genuinely concerned that their views will not be represented. It is vital for participation in targeted consultation that the process is not open to invalid involvement, but sadly this morning the evidence is already pertaining right across social media that this is not the case. And I would just urge the Department to act speedily in this regard, because we know that our farmers are under incredible pressure, not just the draconian taxes, the onslaught of TB, but now when they're being asked to contribute to the climate debate, which we all want to be part of. Unfortunately, there is some nervousness already that the consultation process developed by the Department isn't fit for purpose. And I don't raise that to be naughty. I raise it this morning to get that message out that we need to act with haste. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes all members who sought to speak on this point of order. Mr. Brent.
Mr. Speaker, and this is no attack on the Minister, but yesterday indication was given by the Department that a statement would be made today. An email has just landed to all members at 10:58 with the contents of this statement. This is a significant amount of public funding. I'm a member of the Finance Committee, so got it 30 minutes ago, but other members in this House have not received a copy of that. People have been in this chamber since 10:30, and I don't think that that's an appropriate way for such a major statement to be made.
I thank the member for the point of order. The statement was put in the library, so it does meet the standing orders of this Assembly. However, it is not normally how things are done, and the Minister may wish to apologise for that. But I have received notice from the Minister of Finance that he wishes to make a statement.
Speaker, I concur with the remarks that have just been made, but I think it only appropriate that we have a half-hour recess to allow members to fully read this document, which may be a method of it being put in the library, but that is not the traditional method. It is emailed to members or made available outside the door, and we received it at 2 minutes to 11, which has not given us enough time to discuss such a major announcement on Opposition Day.
Well, the member has asked for a suspension. So I'm prepared to grant that suspension, so the Assembly suspends for the next 30 minutes.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Order. Order. The sitting is resumed. I have received notice from the Minister of Finance that he wishes to make a statement. I will call the Minister and advise members that they've had half an hour to look at this statement, so I expect their questions to be concise, relevant and probing. I call the Minister.
Can I firstly apologise to you and to my Assembly colleagues for the Administrative error which led to the delay in today's proceedings. Moving to the statement, this executive programme for government, our plan Doing What Matters Most, has made reform and transformation of our public services one of our 9 key priorities. As our society changes, we must ensure our public services adapt and evolve to meet the new and changing needs of communities. As an executive, we have been clear that we want to transform the delivery of public services and make life better for the people we serve. I am pleased today to announce £129 million of transformation programme funding for innovative projects which will support and drive the transformation of our public services. This funding will make a real difference, improving health outcomes for citizens, supporting children with special educational needs, and funding initiatives in our justice system to make our communities safer. It will also support infrastructure projects to address pressure on a constrained drainage and wastewater infrastructure, and improvements in the planning system, which is central to economic growth, all of which are key priorities within our programme for government. The final package for our restored executive included £235 million in ring-fence transformation funding over a 5-year period commencing in 24-25. On the 9th of May 2024, the executive agreed to establish an interim board chaired by the head of the civil service, Jane Brady, and agreed the assessment criteria to consider transformation proposals from departments. The criteria upon which proposals were sought included proposals which could increase the financial sustainability of public services, transform the model of delivery of public services to improve effectiveness and efficiency, and prevention, cost savings and early intervention. The interim board assessed 47 proposals from the department. These proposals deemed to be transformative progressed to stage 2 assessment. It is these proposals successful in that assessment which I will allocate funding to today. The interim board presented its recommendations to the previous finance minister, who put forward her recommendations to executive colleagues. These recommendations were approved on the 28th of January. As a result of that work and following my efforts to agree the terms of reference for the interim board with the Secretary of State and separately to secure release of this funding from the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, I am now in a position to announce these proposals which have been successful in the first tranche of transformation funding. Six successful proposals will benefit from the funding across a 5-year period. The successful proposal and funding amounts are £61 million for the Department of Health's Primary Care Multidisciplinary Team proposal. MDTs are a partnership between GP federations and health and social care trusts that has introduced new early intervention, physiotherapy, social work and mental health roles into general practice to work alongside existing teams. This transformation funding will enable completion of the model in 7 existing MDT areas and expansion into an additional 5 GP federation areas with a combined population coverage of around 670,000 people. This will improve health outcomes for citizens as well as helping to address health inequalities across the North. £27.5 million for the Department of Education's Special Needs proposal. This proposal aims to reform services to ensure better outcomes for children. This proposal will support a suite of pilot programmes focused on early intervention and building an appropriately skilled education workforce. It aims to help address the unsustainable financial trajectory of SEN and improve the support provided to children and young people with special educational needs, ensuring they have equal opportunities to participate in all aspects of life with greater emotional well-being, societal inclusion and life skills. £20.45 million for the Joint Department of Justice and Public Prosecution Service proposal on speeding up and transforming the criminal justice system. This proposal aims to support the transformation of criminal justice to reduce delay and maximise efficiencies. This will happen through the promotion of more timely engagement between the PSNI, prosecution and defence services. This proposal will also target alternative approaches for out-of-court disposal for lower-level crime, freeing up capacity in our courts for more serious cases. £22.19 million for the Department of Justice modernisation of electronic monitoring proposals. This proposal will allow DOJ to transform the way in which they monitor individuals released into the community. This funding will enable the creation of a multidisciplinary team to examine the technical and policy implications of implementing GPS location monitoring for those in bail or in licence fitted with an electronic tag. 15 million for the Department of Infrastructure's urban drainage proposal. This proposal will fund a pilot project to make a robust case on how we can transform the way in which rainwater is managed in our towns and cities. The pilot will use nature-based drainage solutions to demonstrate the benefits of managing rainwater naturally on the surface to slow its flow into our rivers and pipe drainage systems. And 3 million for the Department of Infrastructure's transforming planning proposal. This proposal will lead to the appointment of independent persons to deliver reports on planning and environmental considerations relating to major hear and report work. This will help the Planning Appeals Commission address its resources issues and drive economic delivery through our planning system. In addition, a further 300,000 will be allocated to the Executive Office to undertake a digital maturity assessment. 18 of the original 47 proposals, which are digital in nature, will be assessed collectively as part of a digital maturity assessment to ensure a more strategic, system-wide approach to digital transformation. Funding was also allocated to the administration and operation of the Public Sector Transformation Board, including the provision of expert advice to support the delivery of proposals in departments. The Board Secretariat will monitor and report on the progress of funded projects as they are implemented to ensure projects deliver on their outcomes. I will formally notify departments of their funding allocations, including conditions of approval to enable spend to commence in 24-25. Following allocation of these funds, approximately 102.5 million will remain for further distribution. This funding will be utilised through a combination of those digital proposals which are deemed transformational and agreed by the Executive, and any subsequent call for transformation proposals. My expectation is that the second call for proposals will take place in late spring, summer of this year. I would therefore like to put on record my thanks to the Public Sector Transformation Board for all its work during this process, and to all departments for their engagement and active participation in the transformation programme. Having come from the Department of Infrastructure, I can say that the process undertaken so far has been a positive one. Officials have reflected to me that its novel and innovative process has challenged them, led to the development of stronger proposals, and allowed departments to demonstrate how they could accelerate the transformation of public services when given the opportunity. While the 235 million in funding will in no way tackle the magnitude of issues in hand, it will be significant in helping to develop and implement a model of delivery to stimulate the wider transformation of public services. Transformation will take time, and this is a step on that journey. It also demonstrates the Executive's commitment to the reform and transformation of our public services, as published in the programme for government this week. Thank you.
Minister, let me say that it is welcome that we have clarity on the Public Sector Transformation Board after more than a year. But Minister, the purpose of this ring-fenced money, which is one-off, was to make interventions that are genuinely transformational and cost-saving. On reading these allocations as legitimate and clearly welcome as many of them are, there's no clarity on exactly what the cost-saving will be. And given the widespread agreement, Minister, that health is clearly the most crisis-hit part of our public services, wouldn't it have been better, or would it have been better, to simply ring-fence all or most of this for the health service, to say, let's make an intervention which is genuinely transformative in terms of waiting lists, rather than divvying it out between departments?
Minister.
The purpose of setting up a board to look at these matters and to make recommendations to the Executive was that they were believed to be best placed to look at this from a perspective which looked at transformation across the entire Executive. The member suggests that all the 235 million should have been given to health. That's a proposal on its own. But we currently give around 51% of our total budget to health. How much more can we give to health is the question. So I think the announcements we have made today, and the innovations we are making today, and the transformation we're making today will ensure that the general public will see genuine transformation across our public services. And the announcement I've made in relation to the funding that's going to health is transformational, and the multidisciplinary teams, where they are in operation, have made a huge significant difference to the delivery of health. And this further funding that we're announcing today will continue that. The announcement I've made today will ensure that approximately a third of the population are covered by multidisciplinary teams. That's a good start.
Well emphasised.
And I thank the Minister for this statement and announcement. The people right across Northern Ireland widely recognise that we need transformation of our public services here, and it was welcome that this £235 million was ring-fenced for it in the financial package. And with the announcement of this £129 million for transformation projects for you today, starting from immediately, I want to ask you, how will you, as Minister of Finance, monitor centrally that each of these projects are actually delivering transformation? Because ultimately you, as Minister of Finance, will have to report back on the package and whether transformation was delivered and how it was measured.
Minister. As part of the terms and conditions of allocation of funding to each of the departments will be asked to recommend experts in their field to the Transformation Board. The Transformation Board will agree, if they're agreeable to the appointment of those experts. Those experts will report back through the Transformation Board to me, and I in turn will report back to the Executive. So there will be continuous monitoring of these proposals, that they are delivering on the projects which they said they would deliver, and they're delivering the transformation they said they would deliver through appropriately qualified individuals to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for this statement today. It is much appreciated. I think it's interesting that Mr. O'Toole thinks that transformational is reducing waiting lists. Reducing waiting lists is what the Minister has said he will do with the money he's got to do exactly that. Transformation is transforming how we deliver health, and multidisciplinary teams is one way to do that, and that's the early intervention and ensuring people get treated where they need it, when they need it. Can you give us more information on the primary care multidisciplinary teams, please?
Mr. Thank you, Member. The Primary Care Multidisciplinary Team programme is in partnership with GP federations and trusts, and has introduced new early intervention physiotherapy, social work and mental health roles into general practice to work alongside existing teams in 7 of the 17 GP federations. The MDTs help to stabilise primary care, transform access to services for patients, focus on prevention and management of conditions away from hospital settings, and can better utilise the skills of the community and voluntary sector. MDTs will improve health outcomes for citizens, as well as helping to address health inequalities across the region. So the £61 million we are announcing for health today across 5 years is about improving health outcomes for citizens and keeping people out of the hospital setting. Primary care has significant pressures, as does hospital settings have significant pressures. But if we can, and I'm not stepping into the shoes of the Health Minister in any way, but if we can support our primary care sector, it means that less people end up in hospital.
Neil McAllister.
For the statement this morning, in particular welcome the 61 million for the multidisciplinary team. You know, it is known that those GP practices who do have MDTs are less likely to have contract handbacks, but I wanted to ask whether the Transformation Board will actually look at the knock-on effect of this funding, and in particular around workforce planning, because where there are going to be more MDTs, there will be a shuffle within the whole system of our physio social workers, and we need to ensure that we have the workforce there.
Minister.
The Transformation Board cannot take on the role of departments or ministers, nor should they. They carried a specific role in terms of the implementation of the proposals that were brought forward by departments to the Transformation Board. So while there will be experts appointed to monitor and report back, the wider discussions in any department and the wider implications in any department, both positive and negative, will have to be managed by the Minister and his team, or her team.
Al Boyle.
Agus Coram Fáilte Rivrachas on Ira.
I welcome the Minister's statement.
Who is making the decisions on the proposals?
There was recommendations by the Interim Transformation Board to my predecessor, and those recommendations were then brought to the Executive for decision. So these decisions are being made by the democratically appointed Executive here. So there's full accountability around the decisions and implementation of these decisions moving forward.
Dr. Steve Egan.
I thank the Ministers for remarks so far. Minister, you will notice on page 10 you say that you formally notify departments for the funding allocations, including conditions of approval to enable spend to commence in 24-25. So therefore, is this budget of these funds to be spent between now and the end of next month, or in fact are these items to be spread over further?
Minister, well, we're all acutely aware that we're approaching the end of the financial year. The reprofiling of the spend is accepted, and we're continuing our discussions with the Treasury around that, but there's no issue in that regard. We're not expecting a full spend in this financial year, given we're 3 weeks away from the end of the financial year, whatever it may be. So the reprofiling of the spend is needed and accepted and will be progressed.
I call Paul Free.
The Minister states transformation will take time, and this is a step on that journey, a step that has taken over a year. And what we've got today is scant detail, in the words of pages relating nothing but pilot schemes and examination and assessment boards. Funding, we find, is being allocated to the administration and operation of the Public Sector Transformation Board itself, including the provision of expert advice. That begs the question, Minister, who then made the decisions to exclude bids? Where was the expert advice on the board that isn't even working within agreed terms of reference? And how much assessment has the Minister put in to the bids that were excluded?
Minister.
There's a discussion currently going on in the Dáil as to whether the opposition should sit on government benches, and you often remind me of that discussion. So you do. So it is, you definitely always remind me of that discussion. There is a terms of reference. The terms of reference has been agreed by the Executive and by the NIO, so there is a terms of reference. We appointed a board to do a job, to look at the proposals coming forward from the departments, and I think it's only right and proper that board was allowed to do its job. If I or my predecessor interfered in the role of the board, then I suspect you would be accusing me of interfering in the role of a board. So let the board do its job. It brought forward the proposals to my predecessor. My predecessor brought them to the Executive. The Executive scrutinised those proposals and voted on them and accepted them. That's the process that's been in place.
John Blair.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement. And I'm wondering if the Minister could outline whether departments will be able to resubmit those proposals which were not successful at Stage 2 assessment once feedback is provided, given that many of these were a clear example of change in itself and also in Invest to Save initiatives, such as the DAERA proposals for bovine TB?
Well, it's up to departments and ministers what they do when the next round of funding is called for. I would suggest that they take on board the feedback from the Transformation Board as part of the Stage 2 process. I reflected during my statement that when I was in the Department for Infrastructure, my officials found that process very, very useful. It was challenging, but very, very useful. So if I was to give advice, I would advise ministers, if they are to resubmit previous proposals, that they have fully taken on board the feedback from the Transformation Board.
And I welcome the Minister's statement this morning. I may be asking him to step back in time here, but can you outline how the transforming planning proposal will make a difference to planning?
I'm definitely going to step back in time now. From coming in, when I was first appointed Minister for Finance or Minister for Infrastructure, the discussion around planning and how we reform planning was always front and centre of discussions both in the Chamber with interested parties and a broader audience. It was clear that given the pressures on the Planning Appeals Commission that we did need to take the step of appointing independent examiners. This transformation funding gave us the opportunity to do that, and we made a bid to that, and I'm thankful that the Transformation Board has accepted that. It will take some of the pressure off planning. It will allow decisions to be made much quicker than they would have been without this funding, and by doing so we will allow and will be supporting the economy moving forward.
Johnny Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, I welcome the funding, but I must say, Minister, it fills me with absolutely no confidence about its speed of delivery. A Transformation Board which is chaired by our Head of the Civil Service, Jane Brady, has taken 10 months to deliver a minuscule amount in comparison with what departments deal with on a yearly basis.
is it any wonder our public services are in the state they're in? So would the Minister agree with me? Where is the urgency? And does he share the school of thought that the speed of delivery and transformation is running the risk of making snails look like greyhounds?
Minister.
I know the member races pigeons, so it is. I don't know how much he knows about greyhounds now, but I know he races pigeons. So it is. But look, would we all like to do things quicker? Yes, we would. But we have been working through. Well, first of all, the board was appointed in May. Proposals were called for from departments. Those proposals had to be drafted by departments and detailed and submitted. We then had to work with. The board had to work their way through 47 proposals. I think that in total there was £750 million worth of bids. So they had to work their way through those. They then had to work our way through working with the NAO and working with the Treasury. And I don't know if the member will ever have the opportunity to do that, but that is snail's pace at times. So it is. Look, we're an awful place. We're an awful place for looking at a glass half empty. We have just announced £129 million worth of transformational funding into our departments. Let's, from this point, make sure that that £129 million is used effectively and efficiently to deliver the transformation that is needed.
Adrian Hargay.
To the Minister, and I obviously do see today as a positive step because, as the Minister says, we're allocating and seeing the implementation of £129 million of additional money going into our public services and, importantly, transforming them. So in that context, I'd like to ask the Minister just the benefits that you're seeing in this new approach to allocation of the transformation funds and how that can be developed going forward. Thank you.
I think it has presented a challenge to departments and an opportunity to departments to think about what they could do if resources became available to them. And I'm not only talking about external resources. I think as we move forward and have political stability and financial stability, that departments now need to start looking at their own budgets to see if they can allocate, even if it is small amounts of money, to transformation within their own departments moving forward. So as we approach the spending review in June, and we do move to a 3-year resource budget and a 4-year capital budget, I think there is an opportunity for departments to continue transformation. It is necessary, it's central to the programme for government, but also look within their own pots of money and say, is there a small amount of money we could use to continue the transformation work?
Deborah Erskine.
Minister for his statement today. It's welcome to see the planning transformation bid moving forward because obviously planning is central to our economy and investors are turning away, Minister, from Northern Ireland given the length of delay in our planning system. And obviously you've mentioned that the £3 million for transformation of planning will lead to those independent persons. So can he confirm whether those people will sit under any department, and therefore is the Minister confident that they will have the flexibility in dealing with ongoing issues that arise in the length of time and the quality of response from statutory consultees, which impinges upon the time applications remain in the system?
Minister. Well, the response times from statutory consultees is improving, as the member will be aware, through measures which have been taken in the Department of Infrastructure as well. The independent inspectors will be appointed by the Department for Infrastructure, as they can do under their planning legislation. They will be focused on hearings and delivering responses to and findings to those hearings and moving those forward rather than involving themselves in the minutiae of the planning operation.
Michelle Guy.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome this announcement today, and I'm really glad to see the special educational needs has been included. The Minister for Education has recently published his SEN reform agenda, which itself is a transformational programme, but the amount allocated today is a fraction of what is needed for that. Minister, will you publish the full details of the original pitch or bid that was submitted to the Transformation Board and provide an explanation for how the selected projects will deliver transformational change?
It may be up to the individual departments to publish their bids, but I'll take a look at that, who was responsible for it. On the principle, I have no difficulty in publishing the bids, but it may be up to the individual departments to publish those. Today I'm announcing the funding allocations. It will be up to the individual departments to set out how they propose to deliver this funding in line with the letter of offer which will issue from my department. And as I said, experts will be appointed to oversee the delivery of these projects. I'm not suggesting for 1 second the funding we've announced today will solve all the problems these and other departments face, but it is a significant step forward today in terms of transformation of services and how those services are delivered and the objective of delivering those services. And as I said to an earlier questioner, there is also opportunities for departments now also to look individually how they deliver transformation within their budgets allocated to them.
Alan McGrath.
This proposal will see over half of the population of Northern Ireland not having access to an MDT model. It means you, Finance Minister, are presiding over a postcode lottery for access to MDTs, and according to the sector, the GP federations yet to become MDTs struggle to attract staff, face longer waiting lists and are more at risk of collapse. In fact, in an event last week, one GP said maybe it's time to move on from MDTs because it's taking so long for them to actually be rolled out. Minister, do you agree with the Executive's two-tier health system and postcode lottery, and do you think it's acceptable?
Minister.
I look forward to the day when I stand up in this chamber and respond to a proposal from the constructive opposition. So I really do look forward to that day, because the constructive opposition, the constructive opposition has now had a year to bring forward their alternative proposals. Well, if you're interested, Mary Lou and her colleagues produce an alternative budget each year, an alternative programme for government each year. So I'm just looking forward to reading it. It's just, but I will say this: if I hadn't stood up here, it's very difficult to respond. Mr. Speaker,
Minister, I'd encourage you not to get distracted by the sauntering.
So it is.
We will hear you, Minister.
He clearly doesn't want to hear the answer. If I hadn't stood up here today as the constructive executive and announced £61 million of investment in health, £61 million investment in health, far less people would be able to access multidisciplinary teams. And the GP who you refer to would be justified in his criticism of the slowness of their delivery. We have just accelerated that delivery.
Pat Sheehan.
Could the Minister give us more information on the special educational needs proposal?
Minister.
£27.5 million of the Transformation Fund has been allocated to the Department of Education in relation to the special educational proposal. The delivery is focused on two strands. One focused on providing the right support at the right time for children and young people with SEN, incorporating a range of test and trial initiatives over 3 academic years to include early childhood interventions, alternative models of support for children with SEN, the development of special schools as centres of expertise, and the piloting of inclusive play and nurture approaches. The second strand will focus on building a skilled and confident education workforce and ensuring that they are equipped and empowered to build supportive learning environments for pupils.
Philip Brett.
Firstly, can I welcome today's announcement? I do think it is a positive step forward in delivering transformation. Minister, I'm just keen to try and understand the decision-making process slightly more. As humble backbenchers, it would be useful to understand, was it the Public Sector Transformation Board who made the recommendations on funding award? I can see that the Department for Infrastructure bid for £9 million for planning reform, which I think is very welcome, but I see the decision to allocate was only 1/3 of that. So I'm just keen to understand, was it an executive decision or was it a recommendation by the board to only fund it to that degree?
The breaking news, Minister, isn't your statement today, it's that the backbenchers are humble, but go ahead.
And we will have a debate about that on another occasion. So it is. The recommendations were made by the Transformation Board to the Finance Minister, the previous Finance Minister, who brought them to the Executive for ratification. and agreement or disagreement, if they so chose. Of course, we would like to have declare an interest. Perhaps as a former infrastructure minister, I would like to have seen the full £9 million being given. But the board was dealing with bids up to £750 million, so they had to make decisions or recommendations based on the funding available to them. So I think the decisions that have been made, the recommendations have been made, are good and will make a huge difference to the planning system and therefore to our economy.
Connie Egan.
As a member of the Justice Committee, I really welcome the investment into that department. But can I please ask what your assessment is of the composition and effectiveness of the interim board, and whether you envisage it will be made permanent before the second round?
I plan to make a permanent board before the second round and propose a number of appointments to it in terms of different skill sets to it. But I think, in fairness to the three people who have worked on it, they have done an excellent job. They have carried their remit through, and they have allowed me as Finance Minister and the Executive to make this announcement today on Transform Public Services. So it would be my proposal that we appoint at least 2 new people to the board. One that would be in terms of expert in terms of science and data, and another one who would have an expertise in relation to value for money.
Andrew McMurray.
And thank you to the Minister. Minister, you make reference to you being the previous Infrastructure Minister, so I'm just wondering, is the 50 million that was allocated to DFI urban drainage proposal the total amount that was bid for, and do you think, again in your previous role, that it's going to be sufficient to make an impact on the challenges faced in this department?
I don't have and cannot recall whether it's the full amount bid for or not, but it is quite a substantial investment. And it does look at how we tackle one of the elements of how we tackle the huge challenge, which is wastewater infrastructure moving forward. It's not the sole solution, but in terms of sustainable urban drainage, I think this will give us another option on how we deal with that huge challenge and do it in a way which is friendly to the environment.
Timothy Gosson.
Minister, I presume that the 61 million in this statement earmarked for the Department of Health Primary Care Multidisciplinary Team is distinct from the 135 million to reduce waiting lists announced in the programme for government yesterday. Can you confirm when the Health Minister was advised of this sum, and if, unlike the up to 135 million announced yesterday, are you sure the entirety of this money actually exists?
Minister.
It's not my role today to answer questions in relation to the programme for government. I understand there was a full debate in the Chamber yesterday in relation to the programme for government, but I can assure Mr Gasson that I will work with the Health Minister, as I will with all other Executive Ministers, to deliver the commitments within the programme for government.
Justin McNulty.
I wasn't in the Chamber for the entirety of the Minister's statement. I do thank the Minister for his statement and the significant funds announced, especially for health and for special educational needs. Minister, maybe you can help me understand, as you've said, you've come from the Department for Infrastructure. Surely you will recognise that major transformation is being stymied by the lack of wastewater drainage and treatment capacity. No drains, no cranes.
Minister.
It's noted that the funding has been committed to stormwater water management, yes, and I know there's elements of combined sewage separation will benefit the wastewater treatment system, but is the lack of wastewater treatment capacity not one that a bid has been made from your previous department to this fund, and why has that fund not been successful?
The fund in front of you is successful and deals with the issue, with part of the challenge which we face around wastewater treatment. I've said this in the Chamber before. When we talk about wastewater, we often talk in hundreds of millions or billions. But the reality is this: a small injection of money at times and in the right place makes a difference. This £15 million will make a difference. The £19 million announced in the October monitoring round made a difference. So let's look for finances where we can find them. Let's look where we can do things differently in relation to transformation, in relation to wastewater treatment, but also let's look for the significant funding as well, which is required for wastewater treatment works. And as I said to Mr Gasson, I will continue to work with all ministers in the delivery of the programme for government and the change that is required to deliver public services.
Ryan Kingston.
these allocations for the important matter of public sector transformation. I welcome also that the Transformation Board Secretariat will have a role in monitoring the progress and reporting on that. I wish to ask, is the Minister confident that these will not just be 5-year projects, but will result in genuine savings and efficiencies, so that these transformations will indeed be financially sustainable?
Minister. The bids were agreed on the basis that they wouldn't simply just be 5-year pilot programmes, that they would be integrated into the delivery mechanisms of the department. And one of the roles of the board moving forward will be to continue to monitor that. And the board will be reporting to me, and I in turn will be reporting to the executive. This isn't a pilot scheme. This is about transforming public services in the long term.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes questions on the statement. Thank you, Minister. We move on to the next item of business. Is a motion from the opposition on a job creation and cross-border cooperation in the North West. Clark, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the significant economic opportunities available in the North West in areas such as health and life sciences, renewable energy, regulated manufacturing and fintech, notes the significant potential benefits of dual market access for each of these sectors, further notes the potential of a Derry-Letterkenny economic corridor as a key driver of regional growth, calls on the Minister for the Economy to work with executive colleagues and counterparts in the Irish Government to develop an economic task force for the North West City region, ensuring coordinated investment, infrastructure improvements, skills development and sectoral growth initiatives on both sides of the border, and further calls on the Minister to work with Invest NI, Intertrade Ireland, the North West Tertiary Education Cluster and the Industrial Development Agency Ireland to produce by September 2025 a joint strategy to attract inward investment, support local enterprise partnerships and fully utilise the opportunities presented by dual market access.
Thank you. I call on Sinead McLaughlin to move the motion on behalf of the opposition. Sinead.
Moved.
Thank you. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Before I invite you to open the debate, I wish to inform the Assembly that the Economy Minister is not able to be in the chamber today, and Junior Minister Riley will be responding on behalf of the Executive. Welcome, Junior Minister. Thank you very much indeed. Please open the debate.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to propose a motion that is very close to my heart and is part of the reason why I entered public life. The SDLP motion today is calling for a dedicated economic task force to drive investment, skills and sectoral growth across the North West. Having grown up and spent the majority of my professional life working and living in the North West, I am all too familiar with the barriers that are ever present for those who wish to provide a better life for themselves and for their families. I came into politics to stand up for a place that has too often been left behind. Speaker, Derry is a great city, and the North West is a region that I love with my heart and my soul. We have unrivalled potential, innovative businesses and creative people. The city that I see today has been transformed in many ways since I grew up. The people of my city know the change is rarely delivered by those in power in Belfast. So the change that we have seen so far is in no small part down to decades of Derry people campaigning, marching and advocating for more. Some people have argued why the North West needs a specific lens or deserves a specific focus. And I have become used to having that discussion throughout my time in public life, but I do understand it. There are great strengths in every region and in every town and city across the North. And when I talk about positive discrimination for the North West, some people ask, what's so special about that region? For many, they see a historic wrong to be righted, and I too understand that instinct. But the truth is, there is an economic case for the region that goes far beyond settling old scores. Urban centres drive economic growth by concentrating capital, expertise and infrastructure. It's as simple as that. The North West region, with Derry City as its urban capital, is a significant economic area of scale, and it provides a counterbalance within our economy to make sure we aren't dominated by just one city. Focusing on ever more development in the capital simply isn't good economic sense. And as Paul McFlynn of the Nevin Economic Research Institute has pointed out, we can actually effect a leap in productivity by focusing on the North West region. This can boost the economy across Northern Ireland. It's also a region that already boasts cross-border structures and a focus from the Irish Government through the National Development Plan. Joined-up spatial planning in the region has grown in momentum and importance in the region in recent years, and we have an actual opportunity to exploit that for the benefit of everyone through increased government support for collaborative approaches. Special case intervention then can capitalise on this opportunity by directing our focus and investment towards this region. That's what we mean by positive discrimination, measures that can support the region by over-investing, proactively driving capital and opportunity towards the people there, so our economy is balanced for everywhere and everyone has a chance to succeed. These arguments for the North West are now well established, yet we still have a long way to go, and it's time for government to step up and meet the ambitions of our people. Excuse me. Despite recent progress, we still don't have the university of size that has been promised, and without the quality of jobs that are needed. We are still far too often at the top of all the wrong league tables. As the motion indicates, the North West has a significant economic potential that requires strategic focus and investment, potential that is largely driven by the region's unique ability to benefit from access to both the UK and EU markets. Dual market access is a privilege no other region can claim, and it's about time we actually started to make proper use of it for the benefit of the North West. It would be totally redundant to downplay something which would benefit businesses across Northern Ireland, not least in the Derry and Strabane District Council area. The North West also has huge potential in a number of sectors, including renewable energy and manufacturing. If we are to reach our net zero goals, the region must play a critical role. Its unique ability to generate a large amount of offshore wind and support the development of hydrogen and battery storage will not only align with our net zero goals, but also support the Minister's desire to create good jobs. As I've already mentioned, manufacturing also remains a key strength in the region. With emerging potential for Derry to be seen as a fintech hub and local startups, strong university ranks supporting growth in financial technology services. The benefits of the Derry-Letterkenny corridor is also something we cannot ignore. As the Irish Government's National Planning Framework indicated, the North West Metropolitan City region is a key enabler for regional growth. Every day, thousands of workers cross this border, making it a vital corridor for employment, retail, health, education, social, cultural and community services. These opportunities have also been recognised by a number of cross-border bodies operating within the North West. Yet in the sub-regional area action plan, cross-border cooperation is mentioned only in 3 lines. We need much more ambition than that. Learning from the example of other regions around the world, such as Basel and Basque region, where research from Paul Gosling found that it has managed to develop strong cross-border links through greater investment in transport, development of life sciences and culture, and a shared political will to promote the area. Drawing on these examples, the case for developing a new economic task force for the North West City region could not be clearer. Such a task force could examine and develop coordinated investment, infrastructure improvement skills, development and sectorial growth initiatives on both sides of the border. Ultimately, the key responsibility for this development lies with the Economy Minister, and I'm really sorry that she is not here today to hear our motion. We no longer want warm words and good intentions. We want a joint strategy which delivers for the people of Derry and beyond, and addresses the decades of underinvestment. It should take a new and explicit approach to setting targets for population growth in the region, and aim to increase the level of earnings and disposable income per head of population above the Northern Ireland. This strategy must set out how the Executive will use its levers to ensure that those in the North West have equal access to jobs, equal access to better healthcare and equal access to opportunities that many of those east of the band see as a given. This strategy should also lay the ground for the introduction of specific legislation which mandates all government departments to tackle regional imbalances. I firmly believe that any strategy that sets out to address regional imbalance will only be successful if it is supported by proper legislation. That is why I believe it is in the best interest of all in this House that such legislation is introduced, and that is why I am seeking to do so. Speaker, the North West has the talent, the location and the economic potential to be a major driver for prosperity which benefits everybody here in the North. We must ensure our businesses can fully utilise dual market access, and we need to finally see both the Executive and the Irish Government working together to build a thriving economic region. Now is the time for action, and I would urge all members to support this motion, which will not only improve the lives of those in the North West, but the lives of all our people across Northern Ireland. Thank you, Speaker.
You're here. Thank you, Sinead. I call on Philip Brett to move the amendment. Okay. Thank you, Philip. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Philip.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the opposition for bringing forward today's debates. It's a useful opportunity for us to discuss facts, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and not fiction. Like the member opposite, our party are absolutely committed to the growth of the North West. Indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the first visit I undertook when being appointed DUP economic spokesperson and chairman of the committee was to visit the city of Londonderry with my colleague, Mr. Middleton. That was because I recognised the vital role that Londonderry and the wider North West plays in the economic importance of Northern Ireland. The motion before us today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, though, is, in my view, somewhat bizarre. We have no mention, absolutely no mention, of a city deal project which is going to be vital for the North West. A project of £300 million of investment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which my party proudly championed in Westminster. Indeed, a project which the party opposite rightly championed, but today absolutely no mention of that vital UK government support. I did a bit of research, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just to look at some of the projects that are going to be funded under that scheme, and again that increased my surprise as to why the party opposite excluded this from the motion today. Funding already secured, redevelopment of Strabane Town Centre. The member opposite, Mr McCrossan, is a clear and unwavering advocate for his hometown of Strabane, but not a single mention or use of precious parliamentary time here today to highlight the benefits that have already been secured for his town. The regeneration project for Derry Riverfront, Strand Road and the Wall City areas in the heart of both members of the SDLP's constituency for Foyle. Not a single mention of this in the motion before us here today. I did notice the proposer of the motion was able to include the benefits of dual market access twice on the motion being debated before the House today, but in the 10 minutes that she spent speaking on the motion today, she didn't give one example of an investment secured as a benefit of dual market access. And I'm very happy to give way to Ms McLaughlin if she wants to put on record now a single example of an investment secured in her city as a result of dual market access. That's because, Mr Deputy Speaker, there hasn't been a single one, not a single one that has been secured. And you would have thought, Mr Deputy Speaker, if you were coming to propose a motion twice in your motion talking about the benefits of dual market access, you may have been able to name one. I'm not asking for 10, Mr Deputy Speaker, but given its prominence in the motion before us today, clearly there isn't a single one. Happily give way to Ms McLaughlin.
We have mentioned that it should be promoted, dual market access should be promoted, but E&I Engineering is operating on both sides of the border, and the reason it's operating in the north is because of dual market access, so we know the value of it very well.
So not a single example, Mr Deputy Speaker. The company in which she references has been in operation before the ridiculous implementation of the protocol, and I salute that business that, despite the bureaucracy pushed forward by her party, the rigorous implementation pushed by her party that would cost jobs in her constituency, that firm is still able to thrive. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, don't take my words. Let's take the very words of the Chief Executive of Invest Northern Ireland, who was before the very committee that both Ms McLaughlin and I have the pleasure of serving on together. I asked him to give a single example of the dual market access that is being talked up in this motion today. Do you know how many examples he was able to give? The exact same amount as the member opposite. Absolutely zero. And I think it's important just to read into the record, for the avoidance of doubt for this House, Mr Deputy Speaker. The appeal of Northern Ireland's unique market access is limited by the extent to which goods and traders rely on the GB supply chain where friction remains. Not a single word in this motion about that today. But this party will continue to champion the North West region. But I would encourage the party opposite at some occasion, Mr Deputy Speaker, to take the opportunity to speak proudly of the city that they represent. Because if I am a foreign investor and I see motion after motion telling us how terrible the city of Londonderry is, listening to their political representatives continue. I think we've had 10 minutes from you, Ms McLaughlin, and I've already given way once. I'll maybe just make some progress in the remarks that I want to make. If I am an investor and I look continuously hearing from the political leadership, which of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, is represented both at Westminster and by the majority in this House by the SDLP for many, many years, that if you hear that your city is such a bad place from their political representatives, at some stage you would think, why would I want to invest there if the only remarks that we can make is negative? So I, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I know my colleague will take the opportunity to highlight some of the great aspects of the economy in the North West. £300 million of investment as a result of a city deal for Londonderry and the wider region, which will create jobs and investment for people right across that region. £10 million secured for the City Fund, which will take place in both Coleraine, £10 million for Londonderry. Again, a UK government fund, but surprise, surprise, Mr Deputy Speaker, that doesn't make it into the motion brought forward by the opposition today. We would almost want them to think that they don't want to highlight those excellent things. And I commend you for wanting more, Mr McCrossan, but at some stage I think it's important to recognise the importance of the investment secured and celebrate.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you resume your seat, please, Mr Brett? I will give you an extra minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I enjoy the robustness of debate, but I detest the sort of chundering from a sedentary position, which I know we all love indulging in, but please let us hear the Speaker as he comes through. And you will all have the ample opportunity to speak if you so wish later on. So let's keep it civil, let's keep it moving. And Mr Brett, you have an extra minute.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. a dedicated and rightly dedicated task force for the growth of the Magee campus agreed by this executive, because again this executive recognises the importance of that to the wider region. Again, Mr Deputy Speaker, not a single mention of that within the motion before us today. And I know we will hear later from my very able colleague, the member for East Londonderry, Mr Bradley, who continues to rightly champion the investment in his constituency and for Coleraine University. And I am sure Mr Deputy Speaker would love to have had the opportunity for a dedicated task force, but again, not worthy of a mention on the SDLP motion here today. A dedicated funding stream of £2.5 million from this executive will go forward to the City of Derry Airport, agreed as a priority by the executive. Not a single other airport will get that support anywhere in Northern Ireland, because this executive recognises the importance of CODA. How many mentions of that today, Mr Deputy Speaker, in the motion before us? 0. So at some stage, I do encourage the opposition to recognise the work that has been done by all parties and this executive to rightly support Londonderry and that wider region. The sub-regional economic plan produced by the department, I would encourage members to read that, because there are other parts of Northern Ireland which rank much lower than that of the region before us today. There are no dedicated task force for those regions. There are no £300 million city deals. There are no £10 million towns funds. There are no executive stream to fund the airport. There are no task force to grow their higher education centre. And Ms McLaughlin and her party are excellent representatives for and champion for their constituents, but at some stage recognise the importance of the work that has been done. Because if I'm looking on continuously seeing representatives talk down the city and say that they've received no attention, I may be very confused, because the investment that has been secured by the UK Government and this executive has been second to none for the people that you represent. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Brent. I call Mr Delarkey, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
In both Derry and in Donegal, Sinn Féin is acutely aware of the long-standing obstacles which the North West has been faced with. The North West is rich in opportunity, and to fully realise this potential, we need strategic, coordinated and ambitious action. The development of a Derry-Letterkenny economic corridor has the power to transform not just the North West, but the entire island, creating high-quality jobs, developing world-class infrastructure and delivering prosperity for workers, for families and for businesses. I want to outline our commitment to key strategic projects in the North West. In January this year, Conor Murphy allocated £5.15 million to Derry and Strabane Council, the largest funding of any region. Sinn Féin has played a key role in the expansion of the Magee campus, securing land for development, with just last week Keith Archibald announcing the acquisition of Timber Quay, Queen's Quay and the Council Car Park. Together, this will allow us to get to 10,000 students and more. In terms of the City of Derry Airport, Sinn Féin has consistently advocated for balanced economic development through word and through action, with the Department of Economy now a key partner in developing our connectivity, lifting a significant financial burden off ratepayers in Derry. This agreement has allowed for the growth of our airport, with over 130 flights now leaving Derry Airport each month. In another aspect of connectivity, Sinn Féin have led the campaign and the ministerial commitment to the vital upgrade of the A5, connecting the North West with the rest of Ireland. We are also advocating for enhanced support of businesses who wish to operate on both sides of the border, ensuring that workers and entrepreneurs can fully avail of the opportunities presented by dual market access. In terms of local development, the £290 million Derry and City and Strabane City deal will deliver infrastructure and economic growth. Meanwhile, continued investment in the Ebrington site has led to the establishment of a maritime museum, EY's regional headquarters, creating jobs and stimulating the local economy. We're fully committed to an all-Ireland approach. We work in tandem with our Oireachtas team to deliver investment and growth right across Ireland. Sinn Féin representatives in the Dáil have been pressing for increased funding for all-Ireland infrastructure and to ensure that the Irish Government prioritises investment in the North West through shared island funds, particularly in the development of Magee. You see, the idea that investing in the North West only benefits people in the North West is fundamentally flawed. We know the old adage, a rising tide lifts all boats. A stronger economy in Derry and Donegal benefits people right across Ireland. It's not only relevant to, but the responsibility of each and every one of us to make that happen. Ultimately, while we can work collectively to deliver change in the here and now, we know that the biggest change the North West needs is Irish unity. The
economy in the North West will never reach its full potential while partition exists.
Achieve its full potential when we end the partition of our country. Sinn Féin is committed to working on an all-Ireland basis to deliver for the North West. That means working in the Assembly and in councils, and it also means working in Dublin. Let's seize this opportunity to work together to build prosperity for the people of the North West and for our entire island.
Thank you, Pádraig. I call on Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I have lots of things that I want to say, but my head is currently reeling from some of the interventions. The chair of the Economy Committee is excellent, and I very much enjoy being on the committee with him. But it is totally bizarre to accuse Sinead McLaughlin of not being proud of her city. That's all she talks about. We welcome the job creation and cross-border cooperation in the North West motion, and I think that we know the importance of utilising skills and resources and talent on a cross-border basis, and of course we support all those ambitions and objectives. We need improvements to cross-border labour mobility and collaboration on skills development. So it makes sense, and we're already seeing really significant collaboration on a cross-border basis, which I think is important to note. I think that sometimes the pace of delivery from this place can be slow, and I'm often inspired by the collaboration that you see between regions, cross-border councils, business, and those partnerships, and I think it's something really to embrace. There's already excellent work being done in the North West, and I think it's important that we continue to develop that. There are a range of common challenges that we are facing right across the island, and we can augment our power if we work together. Just in relation, one kind of criticism of the motion I would have is that in the North West there already is the North West Strategic Growth Partnership and the North West Regional Development Group, which are designed to do what the opposition have called for in their motion. So it would be good to understand a bit more about what they would expect any new economic task force to deliver, and if this is potentially duplication. I was going to talk a bit more about clustering and economic niche and the importance for cross-border collaboration, not just in the North West, but right across the border. And actually, we saw that in Economy Committee when we had representatives from the North West, the advanced work that they were doing and how that has sparked conversations between councils in Fermanagh and Cavan and Monaghan. And so it's not just important for the region that we're looking at, but actually how it raises the ambition across the island. But I really want to talk about dual market access and why we won't be supporting the DUP amendment. Dual market access isn't just a status, it's an advantage for Northern Ireland businesses. It's a launch pad for new or expanding businesses, and it's an opportunity to take advantage of. When you ask the question, why are there not examples, and my colleague will be able to reference some in his own constituency of where dual market access has been a benefit, but half our ministers won't sell it. Like, they won't talk about it. And the other half of the time, the Assembly's down, so we're not able to promote it. Go ahead.
I just wondered if the member had time to read the programme for government, because there's absolutely zero mention of dual market access in the programme for government.
And the member has an extra minute, and I just remind people to keep the debate onto the motions before us.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the amendment makes reference to dual market access, and the motion makes reference to dual market access. So I think it's important we have this discussion. It wasn't mentioned, and I wonder why that was. I wonder if it's maybe because DUP ministers have an issue with it. We have to be pragmatic here and not fall into the trap of kind of some sort of ideological, we can't talk about it because it's like siding a bit too much with the EU. This is an amazing opportunity for us. It's not just about seamless trading between GB and the 27 EU member states. It gives our businesses a competitive edge. It gives our businesses opportunity to optimize supply chains. And embracing dual market access doesn't just strengthen and boost our business in the Northwest and beyond, but it also strengthens, if we really harness it, it could really strengthen Northern Ireland's reputation as a dynamic hub for trade and innovation. Job creation and economic stability are good things. They're good things, and we should be embracing any opportunity that we can, and dual market access is one of those. And it just seems like we're cutting off our nose to spite our face when this is something that we could be really proud of and really utilising, and I don't understand why we can't do that. So I would like to thank the opposition for bringing this motion forward. I think it's really important that we need to be looking inward, but also focus on how we can sell outwards to grow our economy. It is not just about getting investment in. We need to be outward looking and thinking about what Northern Ireland and the Northwest have to sell to the world. Thank you.
And I remind members when we're making our remarks that we're supposed to be talking about the Northwest. So I will more than happily listen to issues with the Northwest, but if it stretches beyond that. Diane Armstrong.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate our opposition colleagues for tabling this debate today and the Junior Minister for attending, and if I stray into the realms of Fermanagh South Tyrone, which I intend to do, I hope it doesn't take us too far off course. From the outset, I don't believe any of us for one moment underestimates the economic opportunities available across Northern Ireland and the potential and transformation of the Northwest, and we all fully support this. We all recognise the economic importance of our business sectors and understand more must be done to focus regional growth across Northern Ireland. However, promoting the benefits of dual market access for specific and specialist sectors when this is as yet unproven is damaging to our economy, business confidence and finding a solution. We cannot work on the premise of unevidenced findings. Dual market access may seem appealing, but in practice, as outlined by the Chair of the Economy Committee, it presents regulatory and trading challenges, especially with the Irish Sea border. Furthermore, in a time of global uncertainty and potential US tariffs on the UK and EU markets, Northern Ireland could face significant difficulties as being part of both the single market and the UK. This is evident from my discussions with businesses in my constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. The opposition's disregard for this is surprising. To ensure the Northwest's success, we must focus on proven initiatives that drive regional growth, including cross-border trade. The City deal in the Northwest and the Mid-Southwest growth deal in my constituency provide the tools to help unlock opportunities for businesses. That is why we campaigned for them, and in the case of the threat to the Mid-South-West deal, we fought collectively to reinstate it. However, I must say that as the MLA for Fermanagh and South Tyrone, I do feel that the continued focus on the North West will be to the detriment of other regions in Northern Ireland, not least my own. The South West in general feels a prevalence of indifference to escalating investment and job opportunities compared to that experienced by their counterparts east of the Bann. I want to see a balanced and comprehensive approach, as envisaged by the Sub-Regional Economic Plan, that will yield growth and success for everyone across Northern Ireland. I want to commend the North West's business, arts, culture, hospitality and tertiary education sectors on the success and ambition to date and on cross-border cooperation. I want to see that same success mirrored in other regions of Northern Ireland, which are evolving at a different pace. The North West has so much to offer, and with recent funding allocations of €300 million from the City and future fund deals, plus the additional 10 million announced this morning, this region is in an advantageous position to spearhead growth and job creation. Thank you again for bringing this motion to the Chamber today, and I will be supporting the amendment put forward by my DUP colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you, Diane. I call on Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you can be rest assured I'll stick to the topic. Deputy Speaker, before I begin, can I concur with my colleague Gary Middleton on the announcement of the 40 million investment in Londonderry and Coleraine this morning? I didn't get a chance to speak earlier, but I feel I should recognise that. From my point of view, job creation and cross-border cooperation in the North West would have implications for my own constituency of East Londonderry. The problems that the North West have are exacerbated even more in the other North West, which never gets a mention in here. Under the previous Economy Minister's regional balance, the proposed motion emphasises economic growth, infrastructure development and cross-border collaboration in the North West. If implemented effectively, it could also yield significant benefits to the Causeway Coast and Glens region, but no mention of that. The North West and North Coast has strong potential in health and life sciences, renewable energy, regulated manufacturing and fintech, all of which align with the evolving economic landscape of the Causeway Coast and Glens. When the expansion of medical research and biopharmaceutical industries at Coleraine campus of the Ulster University, which is home to the university's world-leading biomedical research facilities, should see increased investment and job creation, but no major investment at the Coleraine campus has been announced by this House. The region's coastal geography offers opportunities in offshore wind, tidal energy and sustainable tourism, creating both direct and indirect employment from the Foyle to Ballycastle and beyond. Manufacturing hubs in the North West could benefit from shared cross-border expertise, creating supply chain opportunities for businesses and in the Causeway Coast and Glens as well. Proximity to Northern Ireland's growing fintech sector, coupled with the digital infrastructure improvements, could support the development of financial technology startups in the area, utilising Coleraine's unique data centre. No mention. The motion calls for coordinated investment in the North West in infrastructure which could directly impact the Causeway Coast and Glens through enhanced transport links between key economic corridors, indirectly benefiting connectivity in the region, but no mention of the other North West. There is also the potential for sustainable tourism development, capitalising on the existing attractions like the Giant's Causeway and the Walled City and enhancing visitor accessibility. By September 2025, a joint strategy involving InvestNI, Intertrade Ireland and the IDA Ireland aims to attract new businesses and support startups in the North West. Of course, the Causeway Coast and Glens must be included, enhancing collaboration between local enterprises and cross-border trade initiatives. Also encourage cluster development, particularly in emerging sectors such as green technology and advanced manufacturing. If included, my own constituency stands to gain from this motion through increased investment, job creation and cross-border trade opportunities. I am sure we all would acknowledge the opportunity to redress regional balance by leveraging its unique strengths in tourism, education and renewable energy. The region can play a crucial role in the broader North West economic strategy. The development of an economic task force and a joint investment strategy will be essential in unlocking these benefits and ensuring long-term regional prosperity, but it must be across Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Maurice. I call on David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy to support the motion. As Kate has already said, some of this is already happening, but last month I clearly laid out Alliance's position on Shared Island, working practically to share and build reconciliation here and across this island. That is our focus, and I stated that our Alliance wanted to see a Shared Island approach on key issues that affect us, and our economy is one of those key issues. We now, as an Assembly, need to move to more detail to enable progress, and I want to just talk through some of the bits in the motion. The members, Sinead's commitment to her area is absolutely commendable. She talks literally about regional balance as code for Derry at every committee meeting, and that is, it's her area that, and she's a champion, and I commend her for that. But we've also been calling for that same collaborative approach across all of Northern Ireland. So while the SDLP is becoming more and more solely focused on the North West, it doesn't seem anywhere near as interested in its other members' constituencies, never mind the rest of ours. But we need this joint task force approach right across, not just exclusively for the North West, but I agree that the North West is an important part of that total. We all need to see the potential realised, and that means working on a shared island basis, building that reconciliation on a much wider remit. Yeah, sure.
Thank you, and apologies for sickening everybody about my city and region, which I love very well, and don't talk negatively about it all the time. But I am going to say something. The poverty rate in Derry is sitting at 24%. You're very lucky. You're representing a constituency that is half the poverty rate of our own. That is why we need interventions. It's not that we have enough, we need more.
And the member has an extra minute.
Sorry, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm not saying we don't need interventions, I'm just saying there's other areas, and you bring me that on. So if you look at the deprivation rates of North Belfast or West Belfast, those with some of the lowest incomes has been referenced in Causeway Coast and Glens or Newry Moor. There's other areas, is all I'm saying. It's not just a specific problem there. If I look at my own area, and you reference Lagan Valley, so if I look at Lagan Valley and I talk through that, we've got the highest house prices, we've got the highest disposable income, but yet actually the lowest job availability in the area, and Invest NI with no capability of bringing employment to the area. So there's also, we're restricting jobs in my own area for people to live. So every area's got problems. I'm not denying that. We sit on the Belfast-Dublin Economic Corridor. If Invest don't focus on my area, then we won't see the benefit of that in, and it will go elsewhere or predominantly south. So we can't ignore the facts around that, but Northern Ireland is such a small region that we should be focused. I totally agree on the North West, on Derry, but equally on other places, and Causeway Coast is one that has been referenced. The way that councils have a local development plan, we need a master plan from this place to map out and show where the regions are. You talk about fintech, you talk about renewables, you talk in Derry, and that's the same in whether that's in Belfast. But we also need that for grid connections. We need that for strategic economic zones, whatever's happening in Fermanagh. We need a map, a roadmap, a strategic plan from the Assembly or from the Economy Department to showcase that and to show that. It's opposition day, and the SDLP continually do go on about being a constructive opposition. And I completely agree that there's significant opportunities for, you've named renewable energy. Unfortunately, there's a barrier twofold on that, and neither is tackled, and we need to tackle. One of them is the grid development, which I've just referenced in a plan. There needs to be legislation, north and south, to allow connection of wind farms or solar at the quickest, easiest point. These are, we've got words on a page and emotion, but if you've got EirGrid, which their grid stops at Sligo or South Donegal, and they can't develop any more further north without that grid connection, and we have a grid connection in Derry, then surely we should be able to work together to connect in and work as a partnership that everybody benefits, that we get more. No, because I've already done, and I'm running out of time. But and the other side of that, so there's one practical opportunity that we could to realise potential in the area. The other side of that is that, and I commend you for bringing this and saying about this, but your councillors in council are opposing this within the council. So on one hand, your assembly members are bringing forward renewable energy as a campaign and wanting more, and I want more. But on the other hand, your councillors are sitting in your council chamber where you're not the opposition and opposing more renewable energy in the area. So you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth, and we need to start getting real as political parties to actually deliver change. I can't agree with the amendment the chair. One day I'm talking a prophet here, but I can't agree with that, and I'll give you two examples. Coca-Cola in my area have invested the 450 jobs with dual market access. They have just given another 90 jobs because Munster has just brought their energy drinks to Lisburn. The whole factory would have been south without dual market access. Munster have just invested in Lisburn, and all the drinks are manufactured there. PRM's another example of another company are benefiting from dual market access and about to triple the size of their place in Lisburn. There's 2 examples you were asking for. Thank you very
David.
much.
I call on Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to start off by commending the DUP for tabling the amendment to this motion here today, which correctly identifies the fact that there is no evidence of any benefits from the fantasy of dual market access. Yes, I've heard Mr Honeyford give a couple of examples. I would like to hear more about that, just to make sure that that is actually...
Mr Gaston, we're talking about the North West.
Yes, well, Mr Honeyford was referring to Legan Valley and I couldn't let that go. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've been told that Northern Ireland would have access to the UK market and to the EU market, and that everyone should be overwhelmed by the fantastic opportunity that this provides. How wrong has that turned out to be? And for one very simple reason. Inward investment was supposed to flow into Northern Ireland because of this dual market access, but it has not done so, and under the questioning from the Chair, Mr Brett, InvestNI has had to admit that there has been no upturn. Why is that? Because the price of access to the EU market was the fettering of the trade from Great Britain. A manufacturer wishing to set up a business in Northern Ireland in order to have access to the EU market is bound to consider, where will I get my raw materials? If they decide, as many do, that they must get them from GB, they will then discover that they have a trade border to navigate. Dual market access has always been a fairy tale and oversold. As a member of the EU single market, which we sadly are, we have to subjugate our own sovereignty to that of the EU. That means that to enjoy the so-called benefits of the single market, we have to subject ourselves to 300 areas of law that we do not make and cannot change, EU law or foreign laws. The truth is that it is our services industry that has expanded, not our manufacturing industry. The irony is that services are not covered by the protocol. They remain within the United Kingdom context. The proof of the pudding is always in the eating. Being in the EU single market is not benefiting the economy of Northern Ireland or indeed the North West. Instead, it is ferreting our relationship with our biggest partner. It all comes back to the fundamental question: is it right that as a people we are governed by laws that we cannot make and we cannot change? Mr Deputy Speaker, that can never be right. I'll give way to the Leader of the Opposition.
I appreciate the member giving way. He's always generous in his giving way. Can I ask, if the protocol or the Windsor Framework are so bad for the Northern Ireland economy, why does he think that we have generally outperformed the UK economy consistently since Brexit?
The member.
The member has an extra minute.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for his intervention and also for recognising that I am very generous and letting other people in. But I will just go on to say, when we're talking about the protocol, the answer lies within the EU. The answer lies with mutual enforcement. However, the Irish government, in their political pursuit of unifying the island of Ireland through the protocol, rejected what is the basis of international trade elsewhere. If you want to make goods that are destined for a foreign market, you make them to the standards of that foreign market.
Mr Gaston.
And you will mutually enforce each other's laws. Yes, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I'm giving a lot of latitude within this debate, but the debate is about the North West. So let's discuss the implications of whatever it happens to be with the North West. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I was just coming back to the North West and how mutual enforcement would benefit the North West as well as the rest of Northern Ireland. And going back to mutual enforcement, that is a fundamental element of international trade. We don't need the protocol. We don't need it in the North West. We don't need it in the rest of Northern Ireland. And in closing, I want to welcome the fact that the DUP have found reverse gear from their Safeguarding the Union document when it was embracing the idea of dual market access. And indeed, I will be joining them in the lobbies today and voting for their amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr Gaston. The Business Committee is arranged to meet at 1300 today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 1400. The debate will continue. The next item of business will commence after question time, when the first member will be called will Junior Minister Riley, and I think you'll have 15 minutes, up to 15 minutes to do that as well. The sitting by leave is suspended. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Order. Sitting is resumed. Time for questions to Minister for Infrastructure. Question 5 has been withdrawn. I call Andrew McMurray.
Mr. Speaker, question number 1.
Minister.
Under the current funding model, my department fully funded NI Water for the first 3 years of the current price control to the level as deemed necessary by the utility regulator. We all recognise that there is a need for additional funding for all public services, and NI Water is not immune to this. Water and sewerage infrastructure has suffered from years of historic underinvestment as a result of the austerity policies implemented by the British Government, and we are dealing with the legacy of this. During this financial year, my department provided NI Water with a budget allocation of almost £0.5 billion, which is just under 40% of the total non-ring-fence budget available for my entire department. Furthermore, from the recent October monitoring round, my predecessor provided NI Water with an additional £32 million of public money, of which £19.5 million was to fund targeted action to release wastewater constraints. I will be continuing with my department's three-pronged approach in partnership with the Executive by continuing to work with Executive colleagues to try and increase wastewater investment, by reviewing the policy and legislation around developer contributions with a view to bringing forward a consultation later this month, and in securing Executive agreement for the Water Flooding and Sustainable Drainage Bill to be introduced to the Assembly. My department has reviewed water utility company structures across Britain and Ireland for best practice, including mutualisation, which I know the member will be interested in. However, the privatisation and mutualisation models favoured in England and Wales require charges to be paid by domestic water customers, so are essentially water charges by the back door. Furthermore, recent evidence has demonstrated that these governance models do not necessarily provide the better levels of services people expect and can lead to higher levels of debt and increasing costs. I am keen to see the delivery of improvements to our wastewater infrastructure to facilitate housing growth and economic development, as well as helping to improve water quality. And I will continue to work in partnership with NI Water to ensure that we make the most of the funding we have available to us for essential public services, and I will work alongside my Executive colleagues also.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Minister. And I think the Minister and I agree on some of the overarching themes here. But again, the Minister references mutualisation and privatisation. But would the Minister accept that, that mutualisation, which is about community ownership, and privatisation is a different financial model?
Minister.
Well, mutualisation essentially will result in the executive oversight being relinquished, and that in itself is concerning, given that we have seen examples across the water where this hasn't worked well. To achieve mutualisation, this would require charges to be paid by domestic water customers, and I think there's no ambiguity around that. Because NI Water would also be required to secure debt and financing at quite a significant scale. So in order to do that, they will require to borrow large amounts of money, which would have to be financed in some way. So for me, I feel that it's just another way of dressing up the introduction of water charges to domestic customers, and I'm committed to ensuring that we don't add an additional pressure financially to people here who are already struggling with cost of living and everything else that we are hearing about day and daily.
And could I welcome the Minister for first question time. Minister, just for clarity, because there seems to be some confusion over this, could you clearly explain why you believe mutualisation leads to water charges per million watt?
Minister.
Well, as I've said, I believe that mutualisation is essentially water charges by the back door. And again, this would require the relinquishment of oversight by the Executive, which I think is not the way that we want to go. We want to ensure that we have that level of governance in relation to how our water is treated and how our wastewater work system is working. So for me, I don't think it's a positive option. We've seen how this hasn't worked well across the water, and I want to ensure that we're able to continue to provide the highest standards of wastewater infrastructure, while also ensuring that we're not adding additional costs to domestic customers.
Timothy Gillespie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, your counterpart, the Minister for Communities, has announced 100,000 new houses by 2039, and the programme for government committed to 5,850 new social houses being started by 2027. The current wastewater infrastructure doesn't support these developments. What conversations do you have with the Minister for Communities, and have you given him a commitment that you will support him through funding of Northern Ireland Water to ensure he can provide the houses that he has outlined in these announcements?
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I think it's important to outline that within the programme for government, our wastewater infrastructure underpins quite a lot of the priorities there. So there's a commitment not just by myself as the Minister, but right across the Executive to deliver on these priorities. So as I have said in my previous answers, I will continue to work on my three-pronged approach, which is working closely with all executive colleagues to deliver the funding needed. The reality is, as the member will know, the overall executive budget would still not be enough to deliver the wastewater upgrades that is required. So, however, that does not mean that we do nothing. And I'll continue to work in the best of my ability with all executive colleagues to ensure we can do as much as we can to deliver on our wastewater infrastructure, to ensure that the homes that we have committed to build are built at the earliest possible stage.
Minister, in a recent engagement with the Communities Committee on Housing, Northern Ireland Water highlighted a requirement of 1.8 billion in funding, which has been highlighted repeatedly, but there's no funding for that. At what stage will the Department for Infrastructure accept that the current funding model really isn't working? Minister.
Well, I don't believe that the current funding model isn't working. I think that the problem is that we don't have enough funding. I've given previous answers today in relation to some of the options that members have put forward around mutualisation, privatisation, and I think there's a concerted effort to try and push us in the direction to implement water charges. That will not be happening, and I'm committed not to do that. And the member shaking his head, I'm not suggesting that that is what you're saying, just to make that clear, but what I am saying is that I am looking at all other options available to us. And that means, and things have been done, and I think I'd also mentioned in relation to the October monitoring round, 19.5 million was provided in that monitoring round by my predecessor, John O'Dowd, which helped to ensure unlocking capacity, which will build 2,300 homes. So when we put our heads together, this can happen, and I will continue to do that, working with all colleagues around the table.
Given the severe impact of the current water capacity crisis on both domestic and commercial development and our ever-growing housing waiting lists, what other innovative engineering solutions are being under consideration, and is best practice being fully explored right across the world to try and solve this crisis, which is not a new issue? Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and I think today the Finance Minister has announced the funding allocation through the Transformation Fund, which includes 15 million towards the urban drainage. So for me, that's one way of looking at the innovation that is available to us in terms of how we treat our rainwater, which, as NI Water have also said, forms a large part of the water coming through our treatment systems. At committee last week, we had a discussion around looking at global practice, and I think that's something that we are committed to do, to look at best practice, not just across these islands, but across Europe and indeed globally. So, as I said at committee last week, I rule nothing in and rule nothing out. However, I think it's important to recognise that we do have a good funding model. We have options on the table that we're considering and working through at the minute in terms of the three-pronged approach, and we continue to look at all other potential options to us that can help to deliver in terms of our wastewater.
Mark Durgan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answers thus far. The Minister says she's not ruling anything in or ruling anything out, but has she in effect ruled out the expert-led review recommended by the Audit Office into the funding and governance of Northern Ireland Water? She has said to us she doesn't believe that there's anything wrong with the funding model. I share her concerns around some solutions being mooted by others. But if there's nothing wrong with the funding model, is the Minister confident that the governance of Northern Ireland Water is everything it should be? Minister.
Well, as we had a discussion in committee last week also, and we talked about the NI Audit Office report, which was published last year. The Department has already undertaken 6 reviews in relation to funding and the status of NI Water. So within all of that, we have still come to the conclusion that the existing funding model is the best one to continue with. The outcome of this work is a choice for this Assembly to consider whether they want to change the NI Water's form or funding model, but that will require the introduction of domestic water charging. No matter how many times we talk about this, that is the ultimate outcome if we want to do that. But I suppose what I'm saying is we look at all of the suggestions being put forward. My priority is to ensure that we're not putting additional burden on hard-working families and people right across the north who are already struggling with the cost of living. However, we need to find sustainable solutions to that. So take on board what the member has said, but I think it is important that any changes, and I think the other point in relation to changing the funding model or changing how we are currently operating, that will require further delays in terms of progressing our wastewater infrastructure. So at this point in time, I am committed to doing as much as we can. That may require doing things in a phased approach based on the funding available to me, but I'll make sure that I continue to work with all partners, including NI Water, to ensure that when more money comes available, we're ready to use it.
Mr. Sheehan's not in this place. I call Philip McGuigan.
Cast Everett 3, question 3.
Minister.
It's important to note that the majority of housing developments pass through the various processes of planning, consents, construction and adoption with relatively few issues. Departmental data indicates that over 92% of all housing developments are adopted without the need to engage in enforcement action or the development added to the list of unadopted sites. However, I fully recognise that there is a significant number of developments which are not completed to the correct standard and remain unadopted. A number of measures have been put in place by my department over recent years to increase the effectiveness of enforcement. And following approval by my predecessor, Minister O'Dowd, bond calculation rates were raised in 2023 to ensure that bonds would be sufficient to complete construction works should a developer default, and this represented the first rise since 2008. In addition, following the 2024 Assembly motion tackling the high number of unadopted housing developments and roads, a commitment was given to develop a more effective private streets enforcement guidance to reduce the risk of new developments being added to the backlog of unadopted sites. And I am currently reviewing this guidance and have met with officials in recent days to discuss this and consider our next steps, and hope to be able to make an announcement very soon.
Mr. McGuigan.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for that response. Can I just add further to that, if she can outline what DFI's legislative responsibility for adoption of developments is?
Minister.
Well, I think that's an important point, and just to clarify then for the record, because in my view this is a developer's responsibility where a developer does default. They have been paid for the houses that have been built or the properties that have been built. But in terms of my department's responsibility, the statutory basis for the adoption of private streets is provided within the Private Streets NI Order 1980 and the Private Streets Amendment Order 1992. The Private Streets Order requires developers to take out a bond surety, which is a financial guarantee that the developer will meet their obligations, or if the developer defaults, the authority may draw down the bond in order to have the works completed to the required standards. Where a developer has defaulted on their agreements, either by leaving a site incomplete or the company ceasing to trade, my department has a discretionary option to commence enforcement by issuing notices under the relevant legislation and using the bond monies to complete the works necessary to bring the infrastructure to the required standard. If the value of the work necessary to bring a development to an adoptable standard exceeds the value of the bond held, then my department has no legal requirement to complete this work and no funding mechanism to bridge this gap. And unfortunately, unless alternative funding can be identified, the development will remain unadopted.
Erskine.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Minister to her first question time today. I want to declare an interest, as I am somebody who lives in an unadopted development. The Minister will be aware that I am hoping to bring forward a private member's bill on this particular issue, but it doesn't seem to be that there is any deterrent for developers who continually build and leave homeowners in a state where the infrastructure outside their door is in very poor condition. Homeowners are left in a merry-go-round situation where it's a back and forth between DFI developer. So can the Minister confirm, has there been any enforcement action that has been taken out against developers who have created this situation even in the last 5 years?
Minister.
Yeah, well, I thank the member, and I completely appreciate their frustration, and I know this is something that has come up in many areas, and I suppose it's just to reiterate that point that, you know, essentially the department's hands are tied in relation to this. This is the responsibility of developers who sold houses. People buy them in good faith, expecting that they will be finished. So it's a very difficult situation. I appreciate that, and really have a lot of empathy for all those people who are impacted in relation to this. Since 2021, enforcement action has been initiated by my department on approximately 28 sites. The number of enforcement actions is restricted by several factors, including department and contractor resource and a shortfall of funds remaining in the bond. But as I've previously mentioned, I'm currently considering new private streets enforcement guidance, which may influence how and when enforcement action is taken in the future against developments, and hope to be able to update the House fairly soon.
Minister, you talk about the legislative responsibility you've got regarding bonds. One of the biggest frustrations I face when I'm representing the hundreds of people in East Antrim that live on adopted roads is the ability to call down that bond. One development in my constituency was abandoned by the developer over 15 years ago, and that bond has still not been accessed, despite your department having the legislative resources to do so. Why is it such a bureaucratic and long and drawn-out process for these people to finally get the works done in those areas?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for that question. I think that in itself, it demonstrates just how challenging this issue is, and that is why I am committed to reviewing the guidance and hopefully update it so that that makes it more streamlined and actually clearly shows what we can do within our remit to try and bring these issues to a resolution at the earliest possible stage. So I think that that has been recognised, and that is why we're on the we're place we are, and hope to be able to provide further information fairly soon.
David Honeyford.
Speaker, and welcome the Minister to place. In Lagan Valley, and all of us could have examples of this, but in Lagan Valley, residents of Ayrshire have lived in their homes for years, yet DFI have recently reported that technical designs aren't even done or submitted, and residents are left living frustrated with the roads unfinished. Will any new guidance that you bring forward be applied retrospectively? And if not, why not? Surely DFI has got to be way stronger before houses are even occupied at the start.
Well, I think at this point it would be remiss of me not to preempt what will come out of the review that we're currently looking at, but I will hope to be able to provide the member with further update at the earliest possible stage.
Michelle Guy.
Please.
Minister.
I can confirm that TransLink received funding through the Department of Transport Union Connectivity Fund to undertake a feasibility study regarding the reopening of the railway line between Lisburn and Antrim. As well as considering engineering requirements, demand forecasting and cost estimates, the study is considering reopening the 3 stations previously in operation on this line at Ballinderry, Glenavy and Crumlin. In addition, 3 locations for a new station at Belfast International Airport are also being appraised to identify the preferred option. The report is due to be completed in spring 2025, so hopefully in the next few weeks, and I look forward to reviewing its recommendations on how to improve connectivity across our island.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank you to the Minister for her answer. I just want to ask if there has been any budget bids from her department to the fund on the delivery of the Knockmore line, which includes that link to the Belfast International Airport.
If I could just maybe come back to the Minister or the member in writing, as I'm not aware of any just from I've come into post, but I can double check that with the department and come back to you in writing. Thank you.
Colm Gildernew.
Thank you, and congratulations on your first question time, and the very best of luck.
In relation to the development of projects proposed under the All-Ireland Rail Review,
Minister.
Colm, my department continues to work with our colleagues in the Department of Transport, supported by the European Investment Bank, to consider the recommendations in the review and identify those rail interventions which could be well advanced or delivered over the next decade to 2035. Already, rail services on the island are being developed towards the report's vision, and this includes an increase in the hourly train service between Dublin and Belfast, while procurement has also started on a new, faster, more sustainable enterprise train fleet for the Dublin-Belfast route, and we hope to see that in place by 2029. In addition to the reopening of the Knockmore line, TransLink has a number of other feasibility studies ongoing, linked to recommendations in the rail review, which are due to report by spring-summer this year. I will then need to consider which projects to prioritise as funding opportunities become available, and the outcomes from the EIB work and the ongoing feasibility studies will help inform this. And just last week I attended my first NSMC meeting and was delighted to meet with my counterpart in the South, Minister O'Brien, and this was an issue that was very high on the agenda, and I look forward to continuing that work with my colleagues in the South moving forward.
Donald Buckley.
The Minister will know there's a lot of excitement right across Northern Ireland about the potential of the reopening of old lines. In particular, the one that will be well known to her, as it is me in terms of constituency, is that Portadown to Armagh railway line. Could I ask the Minister, in following on from the previous question, what will be the engagement with local communities whenever the Department takes the decision whether or not to advance any particular line?
Minister.
Well, yeah, I'm very aware of that line in particular, given that it links even through my own constituency as well. In terms of all of these projects, engagement and consultation with communities are critical. So while we wait the outcome of the feasibility studies, what that consultation will look like, we will be considering in the next step. So hope to see further progress in that in the very near future.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, the Minister's Department deserves huge credit in terms of the RD Enterprise service between Belfast and Dublin. It's a game changer in terms of public transport, so well done. Minister, please give us an update on the reopening of the Armagh Portadown line, please.
I thank the member for his comments, and I know that the enterprise service that he alludes to has actually been highly successful. I think we've seen a 49% increase in passengers using that, which is a success story in itself for public transport. In terms of the Portadown to Armagh line, with an onward connection to Mullingar, this was identified as a medium-term intervention in the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review in support of the recommendation to develop the railway to boost connectivity in the North Midlands. This feasibility study, which builds on an initial study funded by the Department and carried out by Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon Council in 2022. Initial outcomes from the study suggest that there is sufficient forecast demand between Armagh and Belfast and within the local urban corridor of Portadown, Lurgan and Lisburn, and journey times will be competitive with the car. It's anticipated that the feasibility study report will be available in the coming weeks, and I will study its recommendations once I've received this.
Question 5 is withdrawn. Kate Nicholl.
Excuse Mr. Speaker.
Work to upgrade the eastern footway and cycle track on Stranmillis embankment commenced on the 27th of January this year and is expected to take approximately 15 weeks. This is a sizable investment to upgrade our existing cycling infrastructure in Belfast, with investment from my department of £580,000. I recognise the value of maintaining this route to a high standard to ensure that the facilities remain attractive to users. Is one of the most important cycling routes in Belfast, connecting the north and south of the city through Lagan Towpath, the Riverside Path and the M2 foreshore. This is one of the first schemes to benefit from new intuitive red surfacing and splayed curbs to increase safety and usable width for cycling. The footway reconstruction will also significantly improve the pavement surface for pedestrians along the route.
Ms Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. And I'd just like to commend the officials who have been engaging with residents and community in relation to this. Without integrated infrastructure to make cycling safer and more efficient, people won't make that transition to active travel. As well as the Stranmillis embankment works, what other schemes is her department taking forward to improve cycling infrastructure in South Belfast, and how will these be connected up to make journeys safer? And I've noticed Methody students are just coming in right now, so this directly impacts them. Thank you.
The Lagmore Avenue scheme is programmed to start on site in the coming weeks. West Belfast Greenway Phase 1A is also programmed to start very soon, but sorry, I've lost my train of thought there. 2 seconds. Yeah, the joys of technology. Sorry. But is dependent on land acquisition being finalised. There are a number of other schemes where the design is substantially complete and officials are preparing traffic regulation orders for statutory consultation. Design work is ongoing for the majority of the other schemes on the short-term list within the Belfast Cycling Network Delivery Plan, and the public will be informed through upcoming engagement events as scheme designs progress.
Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, and welcome to our Year 11s from Methody, as Kate said. Can I just ask, Minister, look, I welcome upgrading any cycle lane, and the Stranmillis embankment one is well used, but it is an existing embankment that is well used, and we're spending scarce resources closing it down when there are other active travel opportunities in South Belfast, thinking about the additional cycle lanes in the Ravenhill Road or the Carryduff Greenway. So I suppose the question I'm asking, is this the best use of £500,000 to update what is already a very well used and popular cycle and running track when there could be other demands in the constituency? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, I think the member has potentially answered his own question, because given that it is so well used, I think it's important, and it has been surveyed that it is important to those who use it to invest in maintaining our existing pedestrian and cycling facilities to ensure that infrastructure remains safe and effective and attractive to users as we continue to encourage that behavioural shift towards walking, wheeling and cycling. As the member has alluded to, the cycle track at Stranmillis embankment has been in place for over 25 years, and this is the first time that this level of investment has been required. The surface of the existing footway has deteriorated to the extent that sections may present difficulties to pedestrians, especially those using mobility aids or prams. Patching repairs have been carried out in the past. However, this current investment will upgrade the facilities along the route for both pedestrians and cyclists for many years to come. So I think it's a very important part of the work we do, but not to take away from the need for further new schemes, which we are committed to delivering right across the north, not just in Belfast.
Nicola Brogan.
Thank you, and my thanks to the Minister also for her answers.
To the commitment to spend 10% of our transport budget on active travel.
Minister.
I'm still here. Just give me a second. So yes, I am committed to increase investment in active travel, because we have to in order to meet the requirements of the Climate Change Act. In addition to the delivery of active travel projects, my department routinely invests in existing pedestrian cycling infrastructure, as has been alluded to, and work is currently ongoing to analyse the overall transport budgets and identify all areas of departmental spend where pedestrians and cyclists benefit. When this analysis is complete, it would allow my department to report a comprehensive position of overall active travel spend against the requirements of the Climate Change Act.
Jay Carl. Minister.
Public transport connects and enhances our communities, providing a convenient, flexible and accessible way to travel. The safety of our public transport workers and passengers is vitally important. Indeed, our public transport workers deserve to feel safe doing their job and should not be subjected to attacks, either verbal or physical. TransLink initially withdrew services from this area in 2018 due to an antisocial behaviour incident. They engaged with the local community and elected representatives and reintroduced services up until 6 p.m. This service was restored as it was not deemed that there was a demand for a service after 6 p.m. However, with additional housing development in the area, TransLink are now reviewing their service offering and will continue to work with the local elected representatives to extend this service into the evening.
Mr. Carroll.
Thank the Minister for her answer, and I think it's crucial that communities do have access to public transport. I think there is a demand in the Lagmore area and beyond for services after 6 p.m. I understand there may be a recent TransLink change in that decision in that regard, but does she agree with me that whilst worker safety and protection is paramount, can she indicate what measures her department have put in place to make sure there's public transport access but also workers are protected and safe whilst in their place of work?
Minister.
Where these incidents happen, that we continue to work with communities, with elected representatives, if there are specific areas where this is happening. TransLink will be in a better position to answer in terms of their safety for workers, in terms of loan working policies and things like that. But I'm happy to get further clarity on what policies are in place for the member and come back to you in writing.
Johnny Baker.
Would the Minister agree that it's so important that consultation happens with the community? I was a representative at the time when that bus was withdrawn back in 2016 and getting it back in 2018, and the importance of youth workers, unions, our bus drivers, TransLink themselves and community reps working hard delivers for everybody, and then going forward into the 6 p.m. will once again be another success.
Minister.
Yeah, and I think it's critically important. I suppose from the outset, we want to ensure that areas aren't getting a reputation that goes before them in a negative way, and we all have a responsibility to play our part to ensure that where issues arise like this, that we work together to resolve it, but most importantly to put an end to it. No one should feel unsafe going to do their daily work, so I think that consultation and that piece of work is critically important for protecting workers, but also most importantly to ensure that the people of that area have access to the services in terms of public transport that they need and they deserve.
Sure.
My department has developed a draft active travel delivery plan, including draft network maps for our larger towns and cities, such as Bangor, Donaghadee and Hollywood in the North Down area. Public consultation on the draft plan closed on the 28th of February, and I would like to thank everyone who took the time to respond. My officials will now review the submissions received and make any necessary amendments to the plan before submitting to me for final approval. When complete, this plan will complement the Belfast Cycling Network delivery plan to provide a firm basis for prioritising delivery of improved active travel infrastructure within our towns and cities, providing enhanced sustainable connectivity for the next 10 years and beyond. My department also works closely with councils to support them in the delivery of their Greenway and active travel priorities. In the Ards and North Down Council area, funding of £6.4 million has been committed by my department to deliver greenways connecting Coomber and Bangor to Newton Ards, and I recently attended an event marking the commencement of construction for the Newton Ards to Bangor Greenway, and my officials continue to work with their counterparts in council to finalise the design for the Newton Ards to Coomber Greenway.
Moving on to topical questions, Kilmark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Minister's first topical question time. I don't think it's fair to try and trip her up with parochial concerns. However, this is an issue that I have written to her on, so it shouldn't come completely out of the blue. Could the Minister give an update on the upgrade of Caw Roundabout, please?
I thank the member for his cordial words. Yes, I recently met with officials in relation to this scheme. The upgrade and the signalisation of Caw Roundabout is responsibility of the developer, as included in the planning consent for the adjacent H30 development, and the department continues to work with the developer on this matter. On the 15th of November and the 12th of December last year, the developer submitted further information on the traffic assumptions and modelling updates. Additional design information was also received on the 17th of February this year. As I said, I met with officials on receipt of this, and it's currently being reviewed in line with the department's responsibility to protect road safety, so I hope that we'll be able to make further progress on that very soon.
Mr. Durkin.
I thank the Minister for her answer. This is a long-running issue. I've started to feel like Andy Dufresne writing for more books for Shawshank Library. Minister, I'm unaware that it was ever the case that the upgrade of the roundabout was the entire responsibility of the developer. Yes, there was a responsibility on the developer to make a financial contribution. It's my understanding that now the developer is prepared to and has made an offer to pay for the works in their entirety, and this is awaiting sign-off from the Minister. Can the Minister assure us that she will deal with this issue in an urgent fashion? Mr.
Yes, and I mean, without getting into the detail of the case, I think it's important that we do recognise that, and I think that's a very important part of this scheme. However, I have a responsibility to ensure that anything that is approved by myself or through the department meets the criteria that is required. So I understand this is a very important scheme and will lead to significant development in terms of housing in that area. So I want to ensure that whatever is approved is fit for purpose and that will not lead to further issues down the line in years to come. So, and that's not to say that I foresee that, but I think I just want the member to understand that I want to carefully consider the proposal that is put in front of me, that I can be confident in whatever decision I take.
Donny Baker.
Cormac Concollia, and thank the Minister for answers so far. And I know we touched on it earlier on, but I'm just wondering, Minister, what projects within the Belfast Cycling Network will be taken forward this year?
Thank the member for the question. Lagmore Avenue Belfast Cycling Network scheme is programmed to start on site on the 10th of March. West Belfast Greenway Phase 1A is also programmed to start this financial year, but is dependent on the land agreement that is currently being finalised. Scheme designs are complete for Island Street and Sydenham Greenway Phase 1, and my department is preparing to commence statutory consultation on these schemes in the coming weeks. Officials are working to resolve a number of objections received during the statutory consultation for the Montgomery Road BCN scheme. Design work is ongoing for the majority of the other short-term schemes, including Ravenhill Road, North Belfast City Centre connections linking York Street train station to the Cathedral Quarter and Ulster University, Limestone Road, Cave Hill Road, Durham Street linking to Belfast Grand Central Station, and Dublin Road, Botanic Avenue linking to the southern side of the city centre to Queen's University.
Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Minister. Does the Minister agree that community engagement is vital to developing cycling infrastructure?
Absolutely, and as you've said to other members through the course of today's question time, the Department is committed to ensuring that we engage with the community at every opportunity. It is important they have their input, and that we are committed to ensuring that we give people that choice to walk, wheel or cycle for many of their shorter everyday journeys, regardless of their age or their ability. And I believe that local communities are best placed to tell us what they need to help make this a reality. Stakeholder engagement is at the core of this scheme development, with the new design guidance for active travel infrastructure embedding meaningful stakeholder and community engagement throughout the design process. And there's been early engagement on a number of schemes, including the Ravenhill Road BCN scheme and the Glenavy to Crumlin active travel improvements. The views received at these events have been extremely valuable in helping our teams to shape and develop detailed design proposals.
Morris Bradley.
Mr Speaker, I welcome the Minister to her place. Could I ask the Minister about Causeway Coast and Glens Planning Committee passed an application for 80 houses on Laurel Hill. The project needs completion of the delayed upgrade works at Strand Road and Waterside pumping stations as a matter of urgency. Can the Minister give a commitment, considering today's financial statement, to have the delayed works carried out?
Minister.
Well, without knowing the specifics in relation to that scheme, as I've said earlier on, my commitment and one of my key priorities is in terms of our wastewater infrastructure and ensuring that we deliver. So I continue to work with NI Water to progress that work. It's absolutely essential. We recognise the significant financial constraints. However, we must keep going with what we have and ensuring that we continue to deliver, be it at a slower pace than we would like. So happy to look at that in further detail. If the member wishes, I'm happy to meet with the member in relation to it. But just, I suppose, this is my approach to all of the issues in relation to wastewater, because we need to see that development progressing.
Mr Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers there. But my office continues to get complaints about raw sewage along Christie Park, a park that is well used by walkers, runners and families along the banks of the River Bann. Does the Minister recognise that this is a health and safety issue as well as an infrastructure issue?
Minister.
Absolutely, I think it goes without saying. We shouldn't be seeing raw sewage on any of our public footways or areas that are well used by the public. So that is essentially you've just reiterated the real the need to progress this much quicker. The reality is the funding isn't there, but that doesn't mean that we stand still. We have to keep going. So I'm continuing to work with executive colleagues to look at other natural drainage solutions, and also in terms of the water and sustainable drainage bill that I will be bringing forward, and also we're looking at developer contributions, which, whilst none is a silver bullet in isolation, we are committed to looking at all solutions to help move this forward.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, your department published a review of the part-time 20-mile-per-hour zones outside schools back in November, which recommended a further rollout of the scheme, and your predecessor advised that a further rollout was being positively considered. I'd appreciate if you could please update me on any update on progress on getting that rolled out further.
Sure.
Yeah, I thank the member for raising this issue. It's something that I have been very strongly lobbying for in my time prior to becoming the Minister for the Department. So like my predecessor, this is a piece of work that I'm very keen to see rolled out where possible. I met with officials just at the end of last week to look at the review and see where we go next. There's a few questions I want to ask in relation to that about how we can progress this further and what our limits are potentially in relation to that. But I'm hoping to be able to make an announcement in the near future in relation to that also.
Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer. And I think there is certainly a lot of positive feedback from the review, and I know locally within my own area it has been well received by parents and staff within their schools. Just to suppose to press further in terms of timeframes, are you confident of more rollout within this incoming financial year?
Minister.
Yes, I would hope to see that in the fairly near future. I suppose we'll keep members of the committee updated as well. As I said, road safety is a huge priority. We are seeing the highest number of deaths on our roads, and sadly many of them are now pedestrians. So it's incumbent on all of us to do what we can to ensure that we are reducing those numbers as far down as possible, ideally to zero. We don't want to see anybody losing their lives on the road. So for me, this is a very important scheme. It's about protecting our children going to and from schools. It's protecting people in residential areas. And I'm considering this very, very seriously. But I want to ensure that we're getting the maximum benefit from whatever I announce next. So considering at the minute, but hope to be able to announce something fairly soon.
Question 5 is withdrawn. Gemma Dolan.
Garmioga Concordia, and I welcome the Minister to her place. Minister, what's your assessment of the impact that the temporary exemption certificates will have on the MOT waiting times?
In each of the last 3 years, the Driver Vehicle Agency conducted over 1.1 million vehicle tests, which are the highest numbers ever recorded. In June last year, my predecessor, Minister O'Dowd, introduced temporary exemption certificates for 5- and 7-year-old cars within specified date ranges. This measure, along with the high number of vehicle tests conducted, means the average waiting time for an MOT test has fallen from over 100 days at the end of May 2024 to approximately 30 days in February 2025. In 2024, there were only 6 days in the year when the DVA did not offer MOT appointments. Disappointingly, on average, around 800 vehicle test appointments are missed each week due to no-shows, placing additional demand on the service. And I think it's very important that at this point I offer my gratitude to all of our staff in our MOT centres, because without the Trojan effort of workers right across the north, we would not see that reduction in waiting times, and it's been very important. I know certainly all of our constituency office will have been lobbied heavily on that.
Linda Dillon. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Minister. And yeah, constituency offices have been lobbied heavily on that. Do you expect that biennial MOT testing could ensure a permanent reduction in waiting times?
I can advise that the biennial MOT testing consultation presents a number of options for testing, as well as considering road safety, environmental impact, insurance premiums and the potential impact on the local automotive industry. In considering the way forward for vehicle testing, I will factor the responses from the public and key stakeholders on these important issues, and also the operational impact of the opening of 2 new test centres. And I can advise that the 2 new centres will provide the capacity to test over 200,000 additional vehicles per annum, which will help the DVA meet the future demand for this service.
Linda Dillon.
Sure. And thank the Minister, and want to welcome you to your first question time here today. Minister, can you outline what engagement you have had with the Irish Government in relation to the A5 project, please?
Well, I suppose just to reiterate again, in terms of the A5, I am working at the pace really hard to ensure that this is delivered. We must ensure that the A5 is delivered at the earliest possible stage, and with that I have been having regular liaisons, and as of my officials, with our counterparts in the south of Ireland in relation to this critical project. As recent as last week at the North-South Ministerial Council meeting, officials met with their counterparts in the Department of Transport, and I myself had discussions with Minister O'Brien in relation to this. So I'm committed to ensuring that we continue to move ahead with this as quickly as possible.
Ms Dillon.
Minister, obviously you know that I have very personal reasons for having an interest in the A5 and how it is progressed. Do you know when you expect to receive a judgment following the hearing?
Yeah, and I think, like the member and many others, particularly in the area that the A5 serves, there are so many families who have been impacted in this way. So I'm very cognizant of that, and hope that we see a conclusion to the current legal case at the earliest possible stage. It's listed for hearing in the High Court on the 18th of March, with an expected time frame of 3 consecutive days. And whilst there's no defined time frame for handing down of the court's decision following the hearing, the court has previously indicated that the importance of getting this case dealt with as quickly as possible. So I hope that that will also be in the not too distant future.
Can
the Minister tell us what impact the 19.5 million October monitoring allocation has had to NI Water has had on housing in West Belfast?
Of the 19.5 million additional money provided to NI Water during October monitoring, £7 million has been allocated to addressing wastewater constraints in the Upper Falls area of West Belfast. This investment will facilitate the progression of 7 new housing developments comprising of around 1,200 homes, as well as 5 commercial units. The connection of these new homes to NI Water's wastewater infrastructure will be subject to the completion of the capital works in the Upper Falls area by NI Water and the delivery of stormwater offsetting solutions by developers. Targeted investment such as this will help to contribute to the delivery of the aims and objectives of the Executive's housing supply.
Shane.
Thank you, and my thanks to the Minister for her answer.
The Department and NI Water should be working closely together to prioritise unlocking more housing connections in West Belfast.
Absolutely, and one of the first engagements I had when I came into post was with NI Water, Chief Executive and the Chair, because it is certainly very important to me that we work closely together to address the wastewater constraints. We have a shared aim in achieving that, and this will undoubtedly help to facilitate new housing connections in West Belfast and right across the north. By working together, it enables us to focus any additional investment on where it is most needed. And we have seen how that has happened in relation to the most recent October monitoring round, where we were able to target wastewater constraints and facilitate connections for those housing developments I've mentioned. This additional investment is projected to deliver capacity for 2,300 new properties overall, and to connect to the infrastructure during this price control period. In addition, my officials are also working collaboratively with colleagues in DAERA and DFC to contribute to the aims and objectives of the Executive's housing supply strategy.
That brings to a conclusion. Question time. Point of order, Mr. Shane.
I attended earlier the excellent event in the Shannon for Shetland na Gaeilge, and I want to commend you on organising that event. However, I became so engrossed in engaging with some of the visitors that I clean forgot I had an oral question, and I want to apologise to you and officials for not being in my seat.
Apology accepted, Mr. Sheehan. I hope you enjoyed your stew. I didn't get mine yet. So if members take their ease while we change the table.
About to resume our debate on the motion for job creation and cross-border cooperation in the North West. And the next person to call is the Junior Minister. And Junior Minister, you have up to 15 minutes if you so wish. Over to you.
Thank you, and I am delighted to be able to speak here and for the Minister here today.
Important issue. The motion references the benefits of dual market access, and Minister Archibald sends her apologies as she is in Berlin, in part to raise awareness of this unique status among companies in Germany and the EU more broadly. InvestNI has established a dedicated unit to capitalise on this opportunity, support our Indigenous businesses to grow their exports and attract FDI opportunities. There are indications that local exporters are already benefiting. In 2023, our manufacturing exports to the EU increased by 17%. For Wales, the figure was 0%, while in England experienced a decrease of 4% and Scotland saw a decrease of 17%. And this trend has continued in 2024. At Kiongorla, Minister Archibald is continuing to deliver the economic vision set out by her predecessor, Minister Murphy. His vision statement identified regional balance as one of the 4 priorities and specifically referred the North West as an area with huge potential for growth. The motion references the need for various partners to come together to drive forward economic development in the region. A local economic partnership is being set up for this purpose. It will identify the key economic priorities for Derry and Strabane, which will undoubtedly include asks of executive departments and the Irish Government. For example, a long-standing ask has been for the Department for the Economy to invest more in the City of Derry Airport. The airport plays a vital role in providing the North West with connectivity to other parts of Europe and the rest of the world through the route to London Heathrow. The Department for the Economy aims to assume the responsibility for airports policy and subsequently the provision of funding to Derry City and Strabane District Council for the future sustainability of the City of Derry Airport from the 1st of April 2025. This will lift that burden from local ratepayers and enable the Council to reinvest around £3 million in funding initiatives to support regional balance. In terms of the partnership's membership, that is primarily a matter for the Council, but I expect the cross-border links to be recognised and the organisations mentioned in this motion to be considered. Although the motion refers to skills, it does not specifically mention the McGee expansion, which will be a key driver of economic development in Derry and the broader North West region. A comprehensive plan to achieve 10,000 students by 2032 has been published, and last week Minister Archibald announced that the land needed for 10,000 students has now been acquired. The Department for the Economy also supports a number of cross-border skills projects through the Peace Plus Skills Development Investment Programme. These involve Ulster University, North West Regional College, the Atlantic Technological University and the Donegal Education and Training Board as prominent partners. Another important initiative not mentioned in the motion is the City and Growth Deal. This will invest £293 million in key sectors such as tourism, advanced manufacturing, digital innovation, life and health sciences and clean energy. In addition, the Inclusive Future Fund will see a further investment of £110 million, with £55 million coming from the British Government and £55 matched funding from the Executive. At Kiongorla, as a result of these developments and many others, a powerful value proposition is emerging in the North West. The motion reflects many of the positive developments that are already underway, and I hope that we can continue to work together to realise the economic potential of this region. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And I call on Gary Middleton to wind on the amendment. And Gary, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome the opportunity to discuss the North West, job creation and indeed our economy. Mr Deputy Speaker, as somebody who's been born and bred in Londonderry, I'm very proud of the place that I represent. Having now been elected for 15 years and having served in the Council and here at the Assembly, it gives me great pleasure when I see some of the changes that have happened within my constituency, and that has been huge change since 2010, not least the transformation in terms of the landscape, but also in terms of the opportunities that young people now have that even I wouldn't have had just a number of years ago. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my colleague, Mr. Brett, has outlined our party position in terms of our amendment, which I believe strengthens the motion that has been brought forward. I think that the exclusion of the mention of the City deal, the single biggest UK government investment in our city of over £300 million, to not mention that, I think, is a glaring omission from this particular motion. The City deal project is a catalyst. It doesn't solve all of the ills, but it is a game changer in terms of development within our city, in terms of some of the projects that we will see come forward, the innovative projects, not least the expansion of McGee University. And another issue which I think is important to highlight in terms of the contribution by the SDLP, they had mentioned that change is rarely delivered by those in power here at the Assembly or in Belfast. And I think that's a fundamental mistake. In fact, when we look over the years that this Assembly has been in operation, the change that we have seen has been transformational, not least in the waterside at Ebrington, with the new hotel being built, with the innovative businesses on site there, not least with the DNA Maritime Museum, which is to come on field fairly soon. So I think that collaboration, working with ourselves as elected representatives here in the Assembly, but working closely with Londonderry Chamber, with the Strategic Growth Partnership, with Invest NI, that collaboration is what's going to deliver change and make a real difference. In terms of my colleague's remarks, my colleague from East Londonderry, Mr Bradley, I very much share his concern in terms of that North West package, making sure that the North West goes right along, includes Causeway Coast and Glens Council as well. They have a significant part to play in terms of growing the North West economy. And I think when we look at measures to grow our economy across Northern Ireland and we talk about task forces, we need to ensure that every part of Northern Ireland grows and that we succeed in terms of creating the maximum potential right across Northern Ireland. In terms of turning to some of the contributions, as I've said, Mrs McLaughlin in opening had talked about the need for special intervention being required. I don't doubt that, of course, we do need special intervention right across a number of areas where there's clearly particular problems as identified in the regional balance report. My colleague Mr Brett had highlighted the success of the City Deal investment that this party proudly championed. Padraig Delargy talked about the role that his party have played in terms of realising that change around the airport, around the upgrade of the A5 and other pieces of infrastructure. And that cross-party working is vital to ensuring that each of the departments deliver within their particular roles and responsibilities. Kate Nicholl talked about the pace of delivery being slow, but also recognised that from their party's belief that there are opportunities in terms of dual market access. Diana Armstrong on the same theme, but also highlighted the fact that there's an impact in terms of her own constituency and what that would mean in terms of if there was a specific task force set up for the North West. And I very much do share her concerns. As somebody who represents the North West, I think it's important that other areas in the West are not left behind either. My colleague Mr Bradley talked about the importance of his constituency, and I just commend him in terms of him being a tireless champion for that area. I think it is regrettable that he seems to be the only one certainly raising the East London Derry constituency at this minute in time within this particular motion. And just in closing, my colleague Mr Honeyford from the Alliance Party, he talked about the shared island approach and key issues, and for us as a party we're not going to shy away. Where there's opportunities to work together, we need to do that, but obviously not with a particular political agenda. My time has run out, but thanks Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Gary. And I call on Matthew O'Toole to wind on the motion. And Matthew, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. What a useful and an interesting debate we have had on our SDLP Opposition Day first motion on job creation and cross-border cooperation in the North West. Lots of constructive comments and a little bit of sniping. That's fine. We're the opposition. We do our own constructive, robust accountability for others. So, as it were, Mr Deputy Speaker, we can take it whenever others have criticisms for us. That's fine. I will address some of them. Let me start by addressing one of the repeated things that came up a lot in this debate, which is, well, why not? Why just Derry? Well, first of all, this is about the wider North West, and it's very clear about that. We have two excellent representatives for East Derry and indeed West Tyrone, and they will be speaking today for the wider North West, and we are proud of our parties standing up for the wider North West, with Derry at its heart, including Strabane, Coleraine and that whole wider region, and indeed the wider cross-border region, and we make no apology for putting this on the agenda here at Stormont today in a way that the North West has not always been on the agenda at Stormont, and we make no apology for that. And I say that as a South Belfast representative, but somebody who also has Derry roots. My mum's from Derry. I know that city very well. It's part of me too. There's no contradiction in me being Leader of the Opposition, a South Belfast MLA, originally from County Down, and standing up for Derry and the wider North West. I have no difficulty doing that at all, and I'm slightly bemused to hear representatives stand up and say, why not this place? Why is the SDLP talking about that? Why is the SDLP talking about this? Because it matters. These things matter, and we make no apology for talking about them. I'll come on and address some of the comments, but I want to set a broader historical and geographic context for why all this matters. The broader historical and geographic context is 60 years ago last month, there was a report called the Lockwood Report, which was brought to this building when it was the old Northern Ireland Parliament. It failed to deliver a university to Derry, Northern Ireland's, or Londonderry if you prefer, Northern Ireland's second city, or the capital of Ireland's northwest. However you prefer, however you like to talk about that city, it failed that city at that point. And it was part of a longer failure of that city, but also that wider region, which includes Strabane and the wider northwest. It was a critical part of the criticism of that old, bluntly, Stormont regime and Northern Ireland government, and indeed the situation which had pertained since the partition of Ireland and the creation of Northern Ireland. I'm not harping on those as old subjects, but I am clearly willing to set them out as part of the historical context for why we are debating these issues. There's also a geographic context. And by the way, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you really want an historical context, go back and pick up Das Kapital, because the only Irish, indeed one of the few UK cities mentioned in Das Kapital, written by Karl Marx, is Derry and Tilly and Henderson's shirt factory. The industrial and economic lineage, people are looking around me bemused, but this stuff does matter. It is a proud city, and we have no qualms about standing up and demanding the best possible future for that city and that region. The wider region has been failed for too long, but it is also doing really well. It has huge potential, it has huge opportunities and brilliant businesses operating in that region. A few people mentioned the City deal and why we didn't talk about the City deal. I think it's a bit churlish to pick out every single word that isn't mentioned in the motion and complain that it's not there. We have been, as Mr. Brett acknowledged, we've been strong supporters of the City deal the whole way through. As with every other party in this chamber, we were determined that money would be unpaused and that those projects, which are hopefully going to be transformational for Derry and indeed Strabane, and the Riverine project is a significant part of that deal too, were unpaused. And we were proud and happy to work with other parties in this Assembly to deliver that. The point and why dual market access is so important is it is a unique selling point for this region. I think, I'm fairly certain, go back and check Hansard, I'm fairly certain I was the first person to use the phrase dual market access in this chamber. Now they're all talking about it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I've been championing this for a very long time, and the SDLP has. We are convinced that this can be transformational for our region. It's also important to say, some of the comments have been made about the remarks of the Chief Executive of Invest NI. The Chief Executive of Invest NI and Invest NI more generally are selling this proposition, and they didn't say at any point, and the DUP can correct me, I'm happy to acknowledge what he said in committee, but he didn't say that this wasn't a selling point. He didn't say that there was no point, there was no ability to sell Northern Ireland based on its dual market access. He acknowledged that in the past there has not been, in the few years we have had this differential proposition, we haven't had those specific investments, but those investments take a long time. They are based on political stability, and guess what? Hint, hint, DUP. We haven't had a lot of political stability in this place. To move on to some of the other comments that were made, Pádraig Delargy is right to say that investment, or was right to say that investment in the North West benefits this entire region and indeed the entire island of Ireland, and it has to be on a cross-border basis, and that's why our motion calls for a cross-border task force. If you want to go back to a study by an absurd group called the Prosperity Commission, who studied, who were Brexiteers, who were bemused as to why lots of us thought a hard border on the island of Ireland would be a bad idea. They went and looked at the North West, and they said, we are satisfied. Very grandly, they said that the wider North West, i.e. Derry Donegal, is an integrated economic unit. Even they, despite what people say about the awful consequences of the protocol, even they, and this was a group of English Brexiteers, said this is one region economically, and the international border in the middle of it does not really represent either its potential or how people live on an everyday basis. So that's why so we make no apology for having a suggestion of a cross-border task force. In answer to the question, which was I think raised by Kate Nicholl, about how this complements or how this interacts or does it duplicate the growth partnership, no, I don't think it does, and I don't think, if you look at the example of the McGee task force, and we commended the Minister for creating the McGee task force, creating a focused, concentrated task force, and I guess the clue is in the name task force, operating on a time-limited basis with a remit to suggest focused policy levers, I think is a particular intervention which is different from an ongoing and standing growth partnership, albeit the North West Growth Partnership does very important work, and we commend it and obviously work with it. Pádraig, as I say, said that the North West investment benefits the whole island. He's right to say that. He also talked about the importance of cross-border economic policy making. I agree with him. That's why I'm depressed to see that Sinn Féin ministers didn't get more of it in this programme for government. Sinn Féin ministers control the Economy Department, the Finance Department and the Infrastructure Department, all three major economic departments in this region. You wouldn't think it reading this document because it has the fingerprints, I'm afraid, of DUP policy making. In fact, it puts on page 85 the North-South Ministerial Council Intertrade Ireland, treaties created by the Good Friday Agreement, bound by international and underpinned by international law on the same footing as the East-West Council and Intertrade UK. Those are organisations that came out of a grubby secret deal between the DUP and the Tory government. They are not the same as cross-border bodies created by the Good Friday Agreement, and it was depressing to read that in their programme for government. So while I acknowledge Pádraig is right in what he says, it was disappointing not to see more of it in the programme for government. Coming on to a couple of the other comments, Maurice Bradley talked about delivering for Coleraine. We want to deliver for Coleraine, and I have a colleague who stands up for Coleraine every day in this chamber, but that does not have to. There's nothing in our motion that doesn't suggest we want delivery for Coleraine too. Indeed, of course, the wider North West is what this motion is about. That includes Coleraine, it includes Strabane, it includes Letterkenny, it includes Gweedore, it includes all of those places, because that is one economic unit, and we want to see it reach its full potential. Just coming on to some of the comments made by the Minister, she said that she talked about many of the positive investments and developments, and I welcome that. I also acknowledge that the Economy Minister is in Berlin selling dual market access. I hope to get, now that we know that, we'll get an update from her and we can hold her to account, and hopefully she'll be delivering it, but I welcome that. I think that's a good thing, and I think it's a good thing that we have a Minister now who is finally championing our dual market access. Guy Middleton, lastly, in moving his party's amendment, which I'm afraid we won't be supporting, was proud to stand up for the city that he calls home and represents, and political differences aside, I think lots of people would acknowledge that Guy does care intensely about his city. It's the city that lots of us care about, but we also care about the wider North West region. That's why we want to pass this motion today and see more focused action from the Executive, not because we think the Executive hasn't done anything for Derry, or indeed other regions in this place, but because we want more of it. There was a little bit of today of the kind of JD Vance. You should be grateful for what you've got, as if the people of Derry should, and the people of the North West should say thank you for all they've had. No, people of the North West want more for their future, and they're exactly right to demand that. And we in the SDLP opposition will always stand up for them, and indeed everybody in this region. And I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed, Matthew, for finishing up, and thank you for it being an elegy and not a eulogy. Thank you very much. Do we get my joke? No, right. No, thank you. Yeah. Oh, come on. Right. Okay. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Philip Brett, Gary Middleton, and Jonathan Buckley be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contrary. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, order. Mr. Honeyford, thank you. Order, order. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Philip Wright, Gary Middleton and Jonathan Buckley be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contrary? No. Do we have tellers?
Was that lobby clerks?
There we go. Thank you. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Maurice Bradley and Harry Harvey. Tellers for the noes are Daniel McCrossell and Sinead McLaughlin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Members will resume their seats. Clerk, could you please read the result?
77 members voted, 32 members voted aye, 45 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
The amendment falls. Unfasten the doors. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? I think I have heard ayes from all the sides of the House that is required. Therefore, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. We move on to the next.
Sorry, folks, for keeping you. So the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on establishing a dedicated treatment and recovery centre in the North West. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the growing crisis of substance misuse and addiction in the North West, notes that the North West experiences some of the highest rates of drug and alcohol dependency in Northern Ireland, acknowledges the significant economic and social cost of untreated addiction, including its impact on healthcare, policing and the economy, calls on the Minister of Health to prioritise the delivery of a fully funded, purpose-built addiction treatment and recovery centre in the North West, and further calls on the Minister to work with executive colleagues and counterparts in the Irish Government to integrate addiction treatment into a wider regional strategy for mental health, housing and employment support to ensure long-term recovery and rehabilitation.
Thank you. I call on Cara Hunter to move the motion on behalf of the opposition. Thank you, Cara. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the Marshall list. So the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Cara, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to raise our motion today in recognition of how much addiction is causing pain within our communities right across the North, but particularly today focusing on the North West. And I'd really like to thank the Health Minister for being here today and to just put on record my thanks for his predecessor, previous Health Minister Robin Swan, who brought forward the drugs and the alcohol strategy. And I previously, in a previous role, was chair of the Addiction and Dual Diagnosis APG and greatly appreciated his attendance there at that time and effort when I sat on the Health Committee. To run through a few statistics today, in 2022, the latest year in which statistics are available, Northern Ireland had the joint highest rate in the UK for deaths from diseases caused by alcohol. Between 2018 and 2022, the death rate here was over 3 times higher in Northern Ireland's most deprived areas than wealthy areas for drug deaths. Deaths due to drug-related causes have increased by 98% since 2012, and between the years of 2018 and 2022, over 40% of drug misuse deaths occurred in NI's most deprived areas. So today I will be touching on the link of poverty and drug deaths as well. The North West has an acute need when it comes to addiction. From my constituency of East Derry to Foyle to wider West Tyrone. I'd like to first start today by giving thanks to those who founded the Northland Centre in Derry and all their staff, both past and present, who have done exceptional, remarkable work in supporting my constituents and I know others beside me right across the North West. And I'd like to put on record my particular thanks for Dennis Bradley, who continues to advocate for the right services in this area for those struggling and recognising the complex nature of addiction, particularly for us in a post-conflict society where many in our communities have dealt with complex trauma and the undeniable relationship on how this leads people to have an addiction, and this often ends up passing to future generations. We must build on the great work being done by Northlands and build a fully funded, purpose-built addiction and recovery centre in the North West. Cross-border collaboration is key on this issue, and I welcome that recent Peace Plus funding has recognised the needs of those struggling with an addiction in our border areas. Addiction, I feel, is sadly and wrongly perceived often as a class-based issue. This could not be further from the truth. Addiction impacts all in our society, regardless of class, colour or creed. Some are better at hiding it than others. And working on policy issues like addiction must be done on a cross-party, cross-community basis. I think it is key to highlighting to the public that health comes above politics, and we will always do our best to serve our constituents in issues like addiction that matter to them. This motion couldn't have come at a better time, as I was deeply saddened yesterday that in the programme for government the word addiction wasn't mentioned once. But I do feel that this is an issue across the House that we can build on and come to a consensus on and ensure that we're giving our constituents the right services to support them. In our motion today, we have focused on the wraparound support needed for those struggling with an addiction, such as employment, training and housing, things to help them get back on track. Drug and alcohol addiction is sadly something that is all around us. It interrupts lives, robs people of the best years of their lives, of success and sadly prosperity. And it impacts not only the individual as a patient, but also it impacts entire families. Yep.
I thank the member for giving way. This is indeed a hugely very important area and something quite close to my own heart, obviously as local MLA, but also personally as well. Does the member agree with me that this has a direct impact? Those who are struggling with addiction that can't get access to the support and services that they need has a direct consequence on families who are desperate for help and assistance and often find themselves battering at a locked door.
Yep, I thank the member for his intervention, absolutely, and I think judging by the constituents I've spoke with, oftentimes you will meet people who have an addiction, go to an A&E and they can't get the support they need as they have either drugs or alcohol in their system, and they're pushed from pillar to post when it comes to, they go to mental health services for support and are pushed back to addiction and vice versa. So undoubtedly it impacts the entire families, and you know, it robs children of happy childhoods. It can lead to financial pressures in the home, and sadly, as we've seen when we have the discussion about ending violence against women and girls, it can be a huge contributor to domestic violence. Right across the north, support groups meet weekly to discuss addiction, and no one should be afraid to step forward and to engage on these matters. And on this issue, I'd like to highlight the remarkable work of the National Association for Children of Alcoholics, which launched in 1990 in a response to the large number of children of alcoholics who were without support. And it is a fantastic organisation, and it really touches on the importance of supporting vulnerable young people every day and providing them a safe space that is non-judgmental, where they can talk about their parent that is struggling with an addiction. Also, more locally here in Belfast, there's Al-Anon, which is a group that supports families of alcoholics as well. Shout out to Colette in the Belfast office, who is exceptional and has provided a lot of support for my constituents. Every day, right across the north, children with non-functioning alcoholic parents are attending school. I think it's important, as our party's Education, Children, Young People spokesperson, that I really touch on today that the issue of we have children coming from homes with parents or loved ones who struggle with an addiction, and we're expecting them to get the same grades as other children who come from safe, stable and happy homes. So I think this is a societal issue, and it's important to include here today. I feel that as a society in the north of Ireland, for the struggles that we face so often with addiction, we do not adequately support young people to an efficient standard. We do not support them in schools efficiently either. Having a parent who is an alcoholic or struggles with drug addiction is noted as an adverse childhood experience, which I know members across this House care deeply about addressing, and it can contribute and lead to emotional dysregulation in our young people, leading to a fear of conflict, a lack of self-esteem, hypervigilance and more. And we know that today drugs, sadly, are becoming more widely available, more readily available online, and I feel strongly our police can only do so much with the resources that is given to them, so we must ensure our police force is given the support necessary to stop drugs filtering in and ruining our communities. Drug use is often as a result of trauma, and I think it's important to raise here today mental health shortfalls. I would like to see more investment in our mental health strategy, as I feel it is nowhere near sufficient, and I think there's more we can do just on when it comes to young people. As someone that was educated in America, they're really robust in educating young people about the fears of drugs, about drug deaths, about what they look like, about how common they are. They talk about statistics, and I think we need to do a bit more of that here. And I think we don't do enough about how to consume alcohol, the impact that it has on the body. And this is something I'm really passionate about. And when I've spoken with young people, the education on that hasn't really changed much since I was in school 12 years ago. So I think it's something important to mention here today. Early intervention is key, so I think that's really important. Lastly, drugs and alcohol can cost Northern Ireland up to $1 billion each year. Previous reports showcase at any time around 200 beds are used by patients that either have a drug or alcohol related issue, and I think it's really important to highlight that here today. As a proud East Area woman with family from West Tyrone, I think the North West, I've seen in my lifetime the acute need that it has from beginning to end. We hear it each and every day in our constituency offices. People are really struggling. This is undeniably linked with poverty and deprivation, as well as we are seeing drug deaths 3 times more likely in our more deprived areas. So I would like to thank those who are here today for listening to our case, for the Health Minister for being here, and to understand the complex nature of addiction and mental health in our communities, and the urgent need to have a fully funded, purpose-built addiction support and resource centre. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. I call on Donnelly Donnelly. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I call on Donnelly Donnelly to move on amendment number 1.
Moved.
Thank you, Donnelly. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. So please open the debate on the amendment, Donnelly.
Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank the opposition for proposing this motion today. We in Alliance are happy to support it. I rise today to propose our amendment to the original motion, seeking to improve what are already strong foundations. I will talk about our amendment before touching on the motion more widely. Our amendment adds an additional line to the original motion, recognising that areas with greater levels of deprivation, including those in the North West, have a disproportionate number of people exposed to adverse childhood experiences, and this is associated with higher rates of excessive alcohol consumption and drug use in adulthood, as we have already heard. NISRA have conducted research into the socio-demographic analysis of drug and alcohol-specific deaths in Northern Ireland, and their research shows that there are 5 times more alcohol-specific deaths in the most deprived areas compared to the least deprived, and over twice as many drug-related deaths in the most deprived areas compared to the least deprived, again, as we have already heard from the proposer. Although Belfast has the highest age-standardised mortality rates, given its largest council area, Derry and Strabane is a close second, emphasising the extent of the problem within the North West in particular. Drug and alcohol addiction ruins lives and sadly is sometimes fatal. In 2023, we sadly lost 356 people to alcohol-related deaths. Derry and Strabane had the second highest rates of alcohol deaths at 49 people, beyond only Belfast at 77. However, when adjusted for population, Derry and Strabane has a higher rate of alcohol deaths at 28 per 100,000 people compared to 30 per 100,000 people in Belfast. These numbers are all very concerning, but it is essential to remember that they're not just numbers, they're individual lives lost and will be people's loved ones. The increase in substance abuse and addiction is very concerning across all of Northern Ireland, but especially in the North West, where there has been historic deprivation and lack of investment, a failure of previous governments here over the last century. This is evident in so many respects, particularly for the City of Derry. The inadequate transport routes with only one railway line and no motorway and dual carriageway, the only city on the island of Ireland not to have such a connection, and the long-awaited but delayed upgrades to Magee University. We are seeing progress in some of these issues, for example the investment in the North West Transport Hub and the revitalisation of areas such as Emeryton, but it is unacceptable that inequalities continue, both in the North West and in many areas outside Greater Belfast. There is also the impact of adverse childhood experiences and the lasting impacts this can have on individuals for the rest of their lives, as outlined in our amendment. In Northern Ireland, and especially the North West, this is often related to the history of the Troubles and the legacy of intergenerational trauma as a consequence of the 30-year conflict. Just last month, academics at Queen's University revealed the widespread impact of childhood trauma among Northern Ireland's adult population. The research indicates that 60% of our adult population reported at least one traumatic childhood event, with 30% of respondents reporting conflict-specific trauma. What is also very concerning is that despite us being almost 27 years past the Good Friday Agreement, many young people here continue to experience trauma linked to paramilitary activity, especially in the North West and in more deprived areas. And linking this to the other part of our amendment, the levels of adverse childhood experiences and troubles-related trauma are disproportionately concentrated in socio-economically disadvantaged communities. This emphasises the need for trauma-informed approaches to deal with drug and alcohol abuse across Northern Ireland. The growing number of drug-related deaths is extremely worrying. NISRA's 2024 report on drug-related and drug misuse deaths indicates that there has been a 98% increase in deaths due to drug-related causes since 2012. A majority of these deaths were individuals aged between 25 and 44. We must do what we can to prevent any further unnecessary deaths, and one way to deal with this would be the introduction of a new addiction and treatment and recovery centre. Such a centre would be focused on individuals and focused on dealing with the harms around substance abuse. With support, people can turn their lives around, and we can help people through what are extremely challenging times. Such a centre in the North West would complement the many organisations in Derry carrying out important work to tackle addiction and support people. While it's not my constituency, I have previously visited the city and met with organisations such as ARC Fitness, which was founded by Gary Rutherford, who is a former Nurse of the Year, who, following his own struggles with substance abuse, works to help people through fitness and addiction struggles. Northlands, who do invaluable work and have done for decades, and Foyle Haven, who support people in the homeless community as well. There are specific ways in which we can confront substance misuse, and I would encourage the Department of Health to give some consideration to. We need to move to a more harm reduction model. One way to do so would be the introduction of an overdose prevention centre. These are safe and hygienic spaces where people can take drugs under professional supervision and under the watch of trained staff who have safe equipment they can give out, who can respond to overdoses. Overdoses are medical emergencies, and if treated in time, they can be reversed. They can be treated with naloxone, which has recently seen an expansion in its availability. There are 200 such centres across 17 countries, with detailed peer-reviewed evidence and research which has come from such centres. Glasgow has recently opened the UK's first safer drug consumption facility, giving people who use drugs the opportunity to do so in a calm, hygienic and supervised environment. The centre is called the Thistle, and it's run by the Glasgow Health and Safety Council. The centre is staffed by a multidisciplinary team made up of nurses, psychology, harm reduction workers, social workers, medical staff and admin. The staff offer people safer injection techniques and provide harm reduction advice to minimise the risk of overdose and intervene with assistance if overdose occurs. It also gives the client the opportunity to engage with healthcare and social workers around other issues that may be affecting them. Overdose prevention centres are prohibited by Section 5 of the Misuse of Drugs Act 1971, but in Scotland the Lord Advocate provided guidance for police saying it was not in the public interest to prosecute someone for using an overdose prevention centre. In 2023, Belfast City Council voted to support a motion to set up an overdose prevention centre in the city, an encouraging debate on this important topic. Another option would be permitting the provision of drug testing services in places where drug use is known to be prevalent, improving safety for people who could be vulnerable. This could include nightclubs or other locations where young people may be spiked or otherwise targeted by dangerous people on a night out. Excuse me. We must also consider the reform or replacement of the Misuse of Drugs Act 1971. It is outdated and is clearly not working. It punishes vulnerable people rather than dealing with the root causes of drug abuse and substance misuse. This is not an issue we can deal with, as it is a reserved issue for Westminster, but we can engage with the new Labour government and question their plans for tackling these issues on a UK-wide basis. We need a cross-departmental approach to truly deal with addiction and drug misuse. Other factors that contribute to addiction include poor mental health, poverty, inadequate or lack of housing, problems with gaining employment. The Minister of Health cannot deal with all of these issues, and there must be cooperation with other departments, such as economy and communities, to ensure long-term progress. I would encourage each department to adopt a cooperative approach so that we can deal with drug addiction in our society and ensure that we can focus on saving lives, reducing harm, rehabilitation and long-term recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. I now call on Gary Middleton to move amendment number 2.
Moved.
Thank you, Gary. So the Assembly should note that the amendments are mutually exclusive. So if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put on amendment number 2. You'll have 10 minutes to propose amendment number 2 and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Gary, could you please open the debate on amendment number 2?
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Obviously, we will be supporting our own amendment, but also we'll be supporting the Alliance amendment also. Madam Deputy Speaker, addiction does not discriminate. Addiction can enter into anyone's life, either personally or through the struggles of a loved one. Whilst addiction knows no boundaries in terms of who it can affect, addiction ultimately takes lives and destroys the lives of valued family members, friends and colleagues. I cannot think of any community across my constituency, or indeed across Northern Ireland, whether urban or rural, or indeed, as I say, further afield, that have not been negatively impacted at various degrees by addiction. Addiction comes in many forms, and it is important to note that it is not always constrained to that of substance abuse. Addiction is a chronic condition faced by the individual, who can often see many aspects of their life, including but not limited to mental and physical health struggles, relationship breakdown or loss of career. Addiction is, however, treatable. Addiction is something that can be effectively managed and recovered from. There is hope. However, the right treatment path has to be available for the person who needs that help. There must be a clear route out of their troubles. This must be locally available so as to not put a further barrier in the way of a life-saving necessity. There are many local initiatives doing excellent work within the Foyle constituency. One such organisation is that of HURT, Have Your Tomorrows. HURT was set up by the inspirational Sadie O'Reilly in 2001 after the untimely and devastating loss of her son Tony to heroin addiction. HURT continue to do phenomenal work in the North West, and they are celebrating 20 years supporting local people and their families through addiction. HURT is uniquely placed drop-in centre which offers a holistic and family-based support methodology to addiction recovery, as well as addiction prevention programmes, youth personal development courses and workshops as well. But of course there are many other organisations such as Northlands, Arc Fitness, which has already been mentioned, Extern, Aware and Hope Northwest, as well as many of our local churches who do phenomenal work locally as well. Another notable and impressive local initiative that I'd like to highlight today was set up by local Northwest man Conor McDermott, who at just 24 years old has set up a Walled City Social, a group that lifts the stigma for young men between the age of 20 and 30 who want to socialise without alcohol, and it provides a non-alcoholic focused event or events for young men, focusing on mental and physical health and providing positive environments to socialise without alcohol being involved. Conor has recognised the growing focus on social drinking and associated pressures and created a fantastic and a positive venture that will no doubt help countless young men with their physical and mental health. As with all community support initiatives, projects and charities, we increasingly see that the provision that they bring bridges some of the gap between the formal medical treatment, family support and vital social aspects. These organisations are of course vital, but just as vital as that of the need for a dedicated treatment centre which can provide bespoke specialised treatment with the capacity to take on patients from the North West, not isolating them from their locality or their family or their community by expecting them to travel great distances for the treatment that they so badly need. It is vital that all parts of our community health support and health services work well, but even more vital that they work well together. A dedicated treatment centre will allow for this. Like many families across the Foyle constituency and indeed across our country, I have seen firsthand the devastating impact of addiction, specifically that of substance abuse and how it affects so many families that I represent in the North West. I have spent hours sitting with a family member, phoning every treatment centre and charity available for help, asking for help for an addict, to be turned away at each turn, not because they didn't want to help, but because of a lack of local capacity. It is only when you go through this process with someone desperate for help that you truly realise how badly this help is needed. So we as an Assembly must of course look to see the person and their suffering and see that they are treated as the patient that they rightly are. This will lift the stigma that is associated with addiction. This stigma alone and the knowledge of how difficult it can be to get help often causes the patient to not reach out for help or to not even receive the help that they need in the time that they need it most. Your postcode should not dictate the level of treatment that you receive. So the message from myself and our party today and those I represent is clear, that we do hope that we can be unanimous today in our message to the Health Minister, who's kindly given us time to be with us today. We must see a dedicated and timely action to ensure that an addiction treatment centre is delivered for the North West. We have lost too many loved ones and currently have so many loved ones who are caught in the endless spiral of addiction and associated problems, with an overwhelming sense of hopelessness, not sure where to turn. So we have to provide a solution. We can no longer ignore those people who are desperate in their need for help. Principal Deputy Speaker, just in closing, during the COVID pandemic, alcohol and drug use increased by 60%. This staggering statistic provided by Ulster University also shone a light on those who already faced social marginalisation and highlighted that they faced elevated levels of harm. The human cost is immeasurable and untold. The financial cost to Northern Ireland is immense, but the short-term goal of a treatment centre will help those most in need, literally saving lives, and in the long term will free up finances which can be reused in our health provision. So I can see no reason, whether it be fiscally or morally, why we cannot garner the support. Obviously, I encourage people to support the amendments that have been tabled, and hopefully we'll see a unanimous position taken today. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Gary. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Deputy Speaker, the issue of substance use and addiction is of utmost importance, particularly within the North West. It has touched the lives of so many individuals, as we've heard already, families and communities across our society, and I want to particularly acknowledge those that are dealing with the grief of losing a loved one to addiction issues, and additionally to the many currently helping and supporting their loved ones in very difficult situations now, today, this evening, tomorrow and the next day. I also want to thank the proposers here today, which also acknowledge the significant economic and social costs of untreated addiction and the need for planning around increased rehabilitation and recovery infrastructure. This motion is much of what my party colleague Orla Flynn last year, nearly a year ago, raised back in April, and outlined the serious concerns regarding the official statistics regarding drug-related and drug misuse deaths, and rightly acknowledge the connection between poverty, social deprivation, isolation, mental health and addiction issues. Alcohol-specific deaths and deaths where alcohol have been identified as a contributor have been increasing over the past 2 decades here. Between 2001 and 2019, deaths as a direct result of alcohol misuse increased by nearly 50%. And additionally, such deaths were almost 4 times higher over the 5 years until 2023 in the most deprived areas compared to the least deprived. Drug-related deaths have also seen a considerable rise in the last 2 decades, as in 2022, 154 lives were lost due to drug-related deaths, a 40% rise on 2012 figures. Additionally, based on a 3-year rolling average, it is clear annual drug-related deaths have almost doubled in the most recent decade, rising from around 100 per year in 2010 to 200 per year from 2020 to 2024. It's fair to say that we do have some of the highest drug-related deaths here in Western Europe, and unsurprisingly, this is also marked linked to deprivation. I think, as someone else had mentioned here today, we also need to mention the elephant in the room and the fact that we are living in a post-conflict generation with intergenerational trauma. So focus not only on the factors including poverty and destitution, but also on the importance of using trauma-informed responses are all fundamental moving forward. Like many here today, we have met with so many incredible, compassionate, concerned and committed individuals within Derry City who go above and beyond across health, advice services, community groups, housing, homelessness services, youth and education, and as many as those mentioned, the fantastic centres that we have, and we are really, really fortunate to have those staff and volunteers that are committed in the likes of the Northland Centre, HURT, DePaul, AA, Start 360, or Western Drugs and Alcohol Coordination Team themselves, AA, Inspire, Foyle Haven, Arc Fitness. I could go on. These are voluntary organisations who, due to the need on the ground, have committed sometimes their lives to supporting those currently facing an addiction. They too are feeling the impact, and they themselves as organisations, as you know, I have asked the Minister, I would be delighted if you could get down to see some of those organisations, particularly the likes of HURT. I know you weren't able to get down to their 20th anniversary, but the amazing service that they provide in the centre they have, and I would be keen for you to see the actual work on the ground. And additionally, the likes of the DePaul charity and the frontline staff there, and they themselves have even noted that the frontline staff administrations of Noxolone increased in our constituency by 259% in 2023. And that's a life-saving medication which can be used to reverse the effects of drug overdoses. So it just tells you the scale and the level that we're dealing with in the city. So just finally, just want to reflect that behind every one of these statistics that we've mentioned here today is a human life and is a family. and sometimes it's loved ones and children also that are being left behind. So when speaking here today, we should treat every death as preventable and agree across the chamber on the need to redouble our efforts and focus on adequate funding and looking to international best practice. And I just want to acknowledge, obviously I think the research has been done, and acknowledge the department and the work regarding the strategic use of the Strategic Commission Implementation Plan that was launched back in November. The substance use needs analysis in the Western Trust area that was launched back in November, and also obviously the review of Tier 4 now, detoxification and rehabilitation services, that's just finished for consultation. So I think we've had enough of reports, we've enough of the research now, the evidence is there, and it's for the department and the Minister to invest in the services and support our organisations on the ground that are delivering an amazing service. Thank you.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Melgood, I'm Fulcher of and Agus Goan Buihas.
I thank those
who
brought forward this motion.
However,
I want to start by saying
there
are citizens suffering from the illness of addictions, drug addiction, alcohol dependency, or gambling addiction, living anywhere in the north, not just in the northwest, are being neglected because there are not enough treatment centres in the north. England, for example, there are 10 fully funded NHS specialist treatment centres for treatment of gambling. In the north, there's not so much as one.
I also welcome the call in the motion for the issue of mental health and addiction to be addressed on an all-Ireland basis. That just makes obvious sense.
There is a first-class treatment centre in the northwest, White Oaks,
County Donegal,
County Donegal.
Treatment Centre, White Oaks and County Donegal has saved many lives and set many individuals stricken by addiction on the path to recovery.
Unfortunately, there is a fee to be paid by northern citizens in order to avail of its services.
Those suffering addiction are less likely to pay for treatment, and others have mentioned voluntary organisations here today who do great work with regards to addictions and supporting those and their loved ones with addictions. I mean, I particularly want to put on record the great work of Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous and Gamblers Anonymous, who on any given day are hosting numerous meetings right across this island and helping people recover through shared experience and a 12-step programme. And some of the most impressive people I've been fortunate to meet in my lifetime have been in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous and Gamblers Anonymous.
I support the motion that there should be another purpose-built treatment centre in the northwest. However, in the meantime, our Health Minister could commission services available in the south for use by our population in the north. The illnesses of addiction have been neglected for far too long. We need to do much more. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I owe Alan Chambers an apology. Alan, I should have called you before Philip. It's not favouritism. I'm just not at the races today, so Debro Norham, there you go.
Well, thank you very much for calling me, and I thank the members of the opposition for bringing forward this motion. Any opportunity to be able to discuss and highlight the damages of substance misuse is to be welcomed. Substance misuse, whether drugs or alcohol, is undoubtedly a serious problem right across Northern Ireland. Misuse can destroy lives, and sadly, as it happens all too often here, it claims lives. Excess alcohol consumption alone costs Northern Ireland up to as much as £900 million each and every year. But as the debate has rightly highlighted, misuse is not just a financial problem, but a human one. As we stand here today, it's a sad reality that addiction is an issue gripping many families right across our region. Sometimes addiction is known and can be seen, but sometimes it's not and it's hidden. But either way, it's a tragedy for the families and the people involved. As much as I can fully understand the logic that we can no longer continue to do the same thing and hope for a different outcome, we need to invest more in specialist addiction services, more early intervention measures and more frontline support. The framework for tackling the problem already exists. The Department's appropriately titled Preventing Harm and Empowering Recovery Framework is a clear action-led document to allow people to access the support that they need. Thankfully, the plan has a particular emphasis on prevention and intervening before misuse escalates to something even more damaging. I can emphasise entirely with a particular focus within the motion for a North West Treatment Centre, and the New Techcade New Approach document will have understandably raised expectations further, and it's regrettable there's been so much uncertainty over funding contributions. Nevertheless, I was very pleased to note the recent announcement of Peace Plus funding of €8 million for a Community Detox Plus project. And just to reiterate the comments of other colleagues, can I also commend all the staff and volunteers at the Northland Treatment Addiction Centre for providing a truly incredible service for people across Northern Ireland. Finally, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, it has become clear that this Minister has a commendable focus on tackling health inequalities, and the most recent annual report for last year once again set out in incredibly stark terms how alcohol and drug misuse indicators continue to show some of the largest of all health inequalities that are being monitored. I'm sure there are many issues that occupy the mind of the Minister, but the sheer level of inequalities combined with the harm and sadness caused by substance misuse likely feature quite prominently with him. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I call Mark Durkin.
Addiction is a plague upon our society. It's the great equaliser, sparing no one based on age, gender, social status or background. It's a disease that shatters lives, devastates families and cripples communities. Many of us in this chamber know all too well the consequences of addiction. We've seen the heartbreak in the eyes of bereaved parents, spoken with those in the grips of substance dependency who feel that they have nowhere left to turn. And some of us will have fought or be fighting addiction ourselves. We have witnessed a growing number of people suffering in silence, falling through the cracks of an under-resourced and fragmented support system. This crisis is painfully evident in the North West. We are experiencing some of the highest rates of alcohol and drug dependency in Northern Ireland, yet we continue to lack the vital infrastructure needed to combat this epidemic effectively. The statistics are shocking. 212 drug-related deaths in the last year alone, and that number is rising. Each number represents a life cut short, a family grieving, a future stolen. This isn't a coincidence. It's a direct result of years of underinvestment, decades of underinvestment, of austerity-driven cuts, and of political failure to deliver the resources that our communities so desperately need. The cost of inaction is staggering. Untreated addiction places an enormous burden on our healthcare system, our emergency services, our police service and our economy. It leads to increased rates of homelessness, crime and unemployment. But more than that, it destroys lives. We've been passing the problem from pillar to post for too long, at times treating addiction as a criminal justice issue instead of the public health crisis that it truly is. We need a new approach, one that's rooted in compassion, collaboration and evidence-based treatment. This is why we are calling on the Minister of Health and the Executive to prioritise the delivery of a fully funded, purpose-built addiction treatment and recovery centre in the North West. This isn't just about providing another facility, it's about creating a centre of excellence, one that offers a dual diagnosis approach, recognising the intrinsic link between addiction and mental health. It's about ensuring that those seeking help don't have to navigate a labyrinth of disconnected services, but can access the holistic, wraparound support they need to recover and rebuild their lives. Crucially, this mustn't be done in isolation. The Minister must work with executive colleagues and counterparts in the Irish Government to integrate addiction treatment into a wider regional strategy for mental health, housing and employment support. Recovery is not just about detox and rehabilitation, it's about long-term stability and ensuring that individuals leaving treatment have access to safe housing, meaningful employment and a strong support network to help them stay on the path to recovery. We must also take stronger action against those who profit from the misery of addiction. Drug dealers, the death dealers who peddle destruction in our communities must face tougher sentences. The police must be given the resources and have the appetite to target organised crime groups flooding our streets with lethal substances. But enforcement alone is not enough. Prevention and early intervention are key. We need better education, more community outreach and greater investment in mental health services to address the root causes of substance misuse before it spirals into addiction. I want to take this opportunity, like others have, to thank some of the wonderful organisations, and many have been named: ARC, Fitness, Northlands, HURT, Foyle Haven, White Oaks, just a stone's throw away in Donegal. All provide proof that recovery is possible, that lives can be rebuilt with the right support, but they can't do it alone. They need sustained investment and a commitment from government to back their work with real investment. This Assembly has an opportunity today to take a stand, to say clearly that we will no longer turn a blind eye to this crisis, that we will no longer allow vulnerable people to be abandoned in a broken system, that we will prioritise treatment over punishment, compassion over condemnation, and action over empty promises. This is a matter of life and death. Let's not be complicit in further loss. Let us deliver an addiction treatment and recovery centre that the North West so desperately needs.
Thank you, Mark. I was reluctant to interrupt you there. Jerry Carroll.
Support the motion. We do need a fully funded, purpose-built addiction treatment and recovery centre in the North West. People in areas like Strabane and Derry have some of the highest levels of poverty, deprivation, housing stress and inequality in these islands, and it's worth saying, despite repeatedly having political leaders come from these areas, there's been a litany of failure and refusal to deliver on the demands and needs of working class communities, including this one here today. I suggest the failure is because of the type of politics that often dominates this place. Not only do we have stalemate, collapsed institutions and the like, but when ministers, Deputy Speaker, are in place, we have a consensus around an economic model that works for the very people it was designed to benefit, and that is the super rich and the super wealthy, whilst everybody else are stuck with food banks, in-work poverty and so on and so forth. So in order to tackle the regional disparities that do exist in Derry and elsewhere, we need to challenge the economic narratives that have dominated for the past 50 plus years here. They are: live within your means, don't have governments borrow too much, keep figures in the black, and so on and so forth. Such approaches, Deputy Speaker, are not only bereft of any alternative thinking at a crucial time, but lead directly to the harm experienced by so many in our communities. I don't see how there's a chance, a snowball chance you may say, of this motion becoming a reality when we had an inadequate programme for government passed yesterday, and also a budget process that is sped up to get things done quickly before anyone has a chance to really figure out what's going on and get answers to basic questions, and also allows economic inequality to continue unchecked. There absolutely needs to be a recovery centre in the North West, and to be honest, given the scale of addiction, of alcohol and other substances, both legal and illegal, in our communities, we need to see addiction treatment centres right across the north. People in my own constituency need and would benefit from such support services, and it is a crime that such a lack of support and lack of services are in place at the moment. And at this point, Deputy Speaker, it's worth asking, why do people become addicts? Obviously, people have their own stories. It could happen to anybody. Issues around trauma have already been mentioned today. But we don't often link it to poverty, to economic inequality and to alienation as key drivers of addiction for so many people. And to escape the pain and difficulty of everyday life, many people self-medicate with both legal and illegal substances. And in the North, in the year 23-24, a total of almost 4,000 people were recorded on the substance misuse database as having presented to services for problem substance misuse. I suggest it's probably went up since then. We do need, crucially, a health-based approach to this issue and not a criminal policing war on drugs approach, which is absolutely catastrophic and has failed. And we should also, Deputy Speaker, challenge the absurdity, the waste of time and the ruining of people's lives that the current approach to possession of cannabis, for one, is causing. From the year 2019 to 2023, we had over 10,000 prosecutions for personal possession of cannabis. That's a shocking statistic and a shocking figure. And I call on the Health Minister and the Justice Minister to challenge that approach, to speak out against it. We need to see a decriminalised approach to drugs. This is an approach that works. The Portuguese model has been rightly recommended across the world as to help and support people who are tackling and struggling with addiction. And I call on the Health Minister and executive parties to back that approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Our next speaker is the Minister for Health, Mr. Mike Nesbitt, and just to inform you that you have 15 minutes to respond.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and can I thank also the proposers of the motion and the two amendments. I don't think we can ever spend too much time raising awareness of the harms of substance use and putting a focus on all we can do collectively to try and address this topic. As members have been aware, and as has been stated in the debate, health inequalities and tackling those has become a passion of mine. And currently the largest inequalities in health relate to substance use. In the most deprived areas, for example, drugs-related deaths are almost 6 times higher, 6 times, than in the least deprived areas. In the Western Trust area in 2022, there were 26 drug-related deaths, each death having a devastating impact on family, on friends, and on community. And while the conversation often turns to drugs, we should also remember the impact of alcohol. In 2023, 68 people in the Western area died from an alcohol-specific cause. That, Principal Deputy Speaker, is simply unacceptable. Therefore, I'm committed to taking forward action in the area. We also know the cost this has for the Health Service and for Northern Ireland. It's estimated substance-related harm costs us up to £1.5 billion a year. But again, I would emphasise it is the human cost which we should focus on primarily. So despite some positive progress in terms of a reduction in the number of young people drinking alcohol or using substances, the level of harm has been increasing. And it's driven by a range of factors, including the availability of new substances, increased complexity of cases, and polysubstance use. Our strategy, Preventing Harm, Empowering Recovery, therefore acknowledged that we require a revised, joined-up whole-system approach to our services, both within health and social care and across other departments. The motion helpfully recognises the links between substance use, mental health, housing and economic inactivity. And while the substance use strategy is health-led, it rightly recognises a whole-system approach is required to address not just the causes of substance use, but the causes of the causes. All these sectors are part of the strategy's implementation, and they're part of the programme board which oversees delivery. Substance use is also an issue that knows no borders. My department works closely with colleagues in Ireland and across the UK through the British Irish Council and the 4 Nations ministerial meetings which are held on this topic. In terms of delivery within health, you may be aware I launched HSC Substance Use Strategic Commissioning and Implementation Plan in November of last year. The plan has been co-produced by the Public Health Agency and the SPPG. It creates a new whole systems, outcomes-focused strategic service delivery plan. It covers all tiers of service provision for substance use, and it will last for the next 4 years. The plan addresses various levels of need relating to substance use in our population, and it encompasses service provision, ranging from early intervention and preventative services to specialist inpatient detoxification and residential rehabilitation services. This plan is part of our wider health reform agenda, which stresses the importance of using our existing services in better ways to meet the needs of the population. As part of this reform agenda, the independent review of Tier 4 addiction services has been commissioned by SPPG as an accelerated work stream within the commissioning and implementation plan. The aim of this independent review has been to scope the needs of our population in relation to current hospital inpatient detoxification and residential rehabilitation services for substance use issues. The review is currently in draft and has been subject to a 12-week public consultation, and that closed on the 19th of February this year. The review makes 20 recommendations to support the development of a regional specialist assessment, treatment and recovery network. This will enable people to receive the right assessment, the right treatment and the right support at the right time, in the right place and by the right people. The public consultation of the review received 55 responses, 66% coming from the Derry and Strabane District Council. Early analysis of the responses indicates that a high level of agreement is to be found with all 20 recommendations, and that ranges from 85% to 99% of support for the proposals. Subject to further analysis of the public consultation responses and the required departmental approvals, these recommendations will be prioritised for implementation by SPPG and the Public Health Agency during this year and going forward. It's important to note the review does not recommend a new dedicated treatment and recovery centre is developed in the North West, but instead that joined-up working is improved and better pathways are developed between existing services. Such services include community detoxification services, community addiction teams, community mental health teams, early intervention and prevention services, and primary care, inpatient detoxification services, and residential rehabilitation. The recommendations of this report will most notably impact on current residential rehabilitation provision, with the recommendation that such services should be subject to a regional procurement exercise. It's intended that by taking a procurement exercise regionally for residential rehabilitation services, there will be a beneficial impact for people requiring these services, with consistency and equity of access to services based on an evidence-based approach. The recommendations of this regional independent review also concur with the findings of the local population-based needs assessment for the Western Health and Social Care Trust area in relation to substance use. That needs assessment was commissioned by the PHA and SPPG to better understand the needs of the population in the North West area and to identify gaps in services. It identified the wide-ranging impact of substance use in the Western Trust area. It requires a comprehensive whole-system response to the development and improvement of services and support in order to bring about lasting change to the population. It further identifies the need to support the development of recovery communities across the Western Trust area and to increase the use of data and performance information to ensure that future commissioning decisions are informed by an understanding of what works and also taking cognizance of changing trends. The implementation of the recommendations made within this assessment are currently being considered within the Western Drug and Alcohol Community Team with the support of the PHA, SPPG and Western Health and Social Care Trust. I'm also pleased to note the recent announcement of Peace Plus funding of €8 million for an innovative Community Detox Plus project in Northern Ireland. And that's namely the Western and Southern Health and Social Care Trust areas and the border counties of Ireland. This funding has been secured through the Collaborative Health and Social Care Addiction Service Investment Area, Peace Plus Healthy and Inclusive Communities theme, and it will contribute towards a more efficient delivery of health and social care services relating to addictions. Service providers in the North West area will therefore develop enhanced and comprehensive community care for those with problematic alcohol use, with the primary objective to mitigate the harmful effects of alcohol on individuals, on families and on communities, while addressing the socio-economic issues that continue to undermine the health and well-being of our population. This will be achieved by supporting adults in safely detoxing at home or in a community space rather than within residential services. And my department is currently funding a pilot project in the North West, the aim of which is to improve the physical and mental health of individuals directly and indirectly impacted by problematic substance use. Funding has been provided to Addiction Recovery Coaching, ARC, a community-based not-for-profit addiction recovery organisation in Derry/Londonderry. And I would say to members who have mentioned ARC that I have indeed visited it. I have been inspired by the leader, Gary Rutherford, and I haven't just visited, I have invested in that service. It's led by people with lived experience of substance use and addiction, as well as mental health professionals and accredited therapists. Their work promotes an understanding of the recovery pathway and a reduction in the stigma associated with addiction. This support is provided through access to physical activity, professional support and reconnection with community, and it complements and supports the work of other community and statutory services. We need no reminder that those impacted by drugs and alcohol use are our sons, our daughters, our brothers, our sisters, indeed our mothers and our fathers, and our friends and colleagues. Almost everybody in this region has been or knows somebody who's affected by substance use, so it is an issue that touches us all. Therefore, please let me take this opportunity to once again restate my commitment to making a positive impact in relation to substance use across this region. One comment I want to reply to was Mr. Carroll's, and it is about the causes of the causes. It's not enough just to say alcohol use or substance use causes ill health. What causes people to abuse substance in the first place? And yes, poverty is absolutely a key factor, and that is why I would say to this House, tackling this isn't just an issue for the Department of Health. It's an all-executive, all-systems, all-approach that we need to tackle this. But yes, I will give way.
I agree with his agreement of myself, if that's the right way of phrasing that. Would I also like to comment on the fact that there has been 10,000 prosecutions for people with personal possession of cannabis over the year 2019 to 2023. Does he think it's adequate use of public resources in tackling this issue?
For the comment, I understand his position on this. My position would be, if we can tackle the causes of the causes, then the need for prosecutions will go away. And I know you don't think there is a need for prosecution. Others take a different view. But let's tackle the causes of the causes so that the issue does not come up at all.
Would the Minister agree with me that the Misuse of Drugs Act 1971 is outdated and needlessly punishes people who use drugs, and its impact on people in Northern Ireland should be reviewed?
I think I think the fact that the law dates from 1971 suggests it may well be fit for a review. The member, Principal Deputy Speaker, has taken me into an area where I think this is a different debate, and it's a debate that I would very much welcome this House having, and a position being taken as to whether we are in the right place and have been since the early 70s, or whether it is time to look at a different approach. But again, I would be saying the fundamental is to look at what are the causes of the causes and how do we address those primary fundamental causes. Without wishing to stir things up or to divide the House, I would just gently say that I note that the motion and indeed the two amendments both call on me to, quote, prioritise the delivery of a fully funded, purpose-built addiction treatment and recovery centre in the North West. But nobody in the course of this debate has suggested what I should deprioritise to make that happen. So, is it deprioritise the building of the Children's Hospital at the Royal so that we've got the capital costs for this centre in the North West? Should I deprioritise nurses' pay so that we have the resource to fund the operation of this centre on an annual basis? It's part of the problem. If we're going to do this, we need capital costs and we need resource costs. And I don't see them being there. So I will reaffirm my commitment to doing what I can to help those who are subject to substance use and abuse, but we have to be realistic about what is possible.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Maurice Bradley to wind on amendment number 2 and advise you, Maurice, that you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I would join with my colleagues from the North West in calling for this centre. And the Minister has highlighted some of the statistics that he has used through the Western Trust. But this problem is much larger than the Western Trust. It also takes in the Northern Trust. And when I say the North West and the Causeway Coast and Glens, there are no statistics highlighted here today from the Causeway Coast and Glens area. I would remind the members of the House that according to the NISRA statistics, Belfast with 14.3 deaths per 100,000 is the highest. The second is the Causeway Coast and Glens with 10.7 drug-related deaths per 100,000 population. Third is Derry City and Strabane. Tells me a bigger picture that across the North West there is a problem with addiction. And the Minister quite rightly says, OK, if you want it, how are you going to pay for it? Well, one of the suggestions that I would say to the Minister is reduce your health trust from 5 to 3 and make the savings that way. Because this wee country of ours is too small to be governed by 5 health trusts. Now, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I digress, so I apologise for that. If you take about Derry, listen, establishing a dedicated treatment and recovery centre in the North West, including the North Coast, is now a priority. Substance misuse, including drug and alcohol addiction, continues to be a major public health challenge in the North West and Causeway Coast and Glens. With these regions experiencing some of the highest rates of dependency in Northern Ireland, the economic and social costs of untreated addiction place significant strain on healthcare services, policing and local economies. Despite the scale of the issue, there is no dedicated, fully resourced addiction treatment centre in the North West, including the Causeway Coast and Glens. People in these areas often face long waiting times, travel barriers and fragmented support services, making recovery more difficult. A fully funded, purpose-built addiction treatment and recovery centre for the North West and Causeway Coast and Glens would improve accessibility, reduce travel barriers and offer specialist addiction services including detoxification, rehabilitation, mental health support and harm reduction strategies. Also lower the burden on hospitals, emergency services, policing and social care. There needs to be support for long-term recovery by integrated addiction treatment from mental health services, housing support and employment programmes. To have such a facility, this Assembly would need to ensure the centre is fully funded and sustainably resourced. Establishing a dedicated addiction treatment and recovery centre in the North West and North Coast area is a critical step forward tackling substance misuse. A fully resourced, trauma-informed and integrated care approach will not only improve public health outcomes, but also reduce the long-term social and economic costs associated with untreated addiction. It is also important to note that centralising health services to Belfast is not the answer. There needs to be another look at how this country divvies up its health services. And I take into account, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the impending removal of acute services at the Causeway, leaving the nearest hospital to the Causeway Coast and Glens, the Altnagalvin, putting more pressure on the Western Health and no ambulances to take anybody anywhere. I still have a few minutes left, so right. I'd like to take point on the motion proposer, Cara Hunter, where she tells us 3 times higher in Northern Ireland than elsewhere the death rate through addiction, citing complex nature of drugs and alcohol addiction and calls for a wrap-around approach. Daniel McCrossan highlights how difficult it is to get appropriate help when needed, leading to further despair, including family and friends adversely affected. Danny Donnelly, Belfast, high rate of deaths, destroying life and family situations. 27 years of young people are still suffering. 27 years on, young people are still suffering the after effects of the Troubles, encouraging cross-party cooperation to deal with the issue. Gary Middleton rightly highlights addiction can strike anyone. Gary informs us that the right treatment for the right addiction is important, as there are more addictions than alcohol and drugs. He also calls for treatments to be available in the North West, raising capacity to deal with the stigma of addiction. Cara Ferguson makes reference to the pain within families caused by addiction, death by addiction, and the pain and sorrow from bereavement. Cara also tells us drug abuse and alcohol abuse is on the increase.
Marcia, well, time's up. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry about that. You're on a roll, but I call on Neil McAllister to wind on amendment number 1, and advise you, Neil, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support all of both amendments and the motion that's here today, and I thank the proposer for bringing it forward. I agree first and foremost with my colleague Danny Donnelly with regards to the issue of trauma-informed practice, not obviously just on the issue of treating addiction, but also right across all services in Northern Ireland. I think it's very important that if we did have more of a trauma-informed approach into the way in which we run our services, that there would be a lot of people who actually could be saved and preventative from entering into the extremes of poverty consequences such as addiction, and we can actually help people earlier in their lives. I think it's really important that we speak to this motion today, in particular given the update from the Minister with regards to the consultation, and I will have a few questions for the Minister to be answered at a later date as I move on through my wind here. I wanted to just highlight the prevalence of the data that has been used right across the Chamber. Data is very, very important when we take an evidence-based approach to any services, and in particular on health. We have just last week, and indeed earlier today, it was mentioned again regarding economic prosperity, and we highlighted areas of multiple deprivation and the need to focus on that too. If it's true for that, it's also true for our health services, and so the 3 times more likely in a deprived area just speaks massive volumes as to where these services should be projected and prioritised. And in the North West, we do have significant and in particular situations that they can't access. Not that it's because it's difficult with transport, but they physically cannot because they do not exist. So one of the questions to the Minister would be regarding this regionalisation approach to our services here is, will all of the barriers be actually knocked down to ensure that anyone, no matter where you live in Northern Ireland, whether you're in the North West, whether you're in Belfast, will have access to that regional rehabilitation, residential in particular, service? Will they actually have community transport? Many of us here in the Chamber spoke about family support and how addiction actually does impact upon the whole family. Some people, when it reaches to the point of crisis where they cannot because they are no longer able to help themselves, don't have a family support network around them. So who's going to help these people actually access the services regardless of whether they're in Belfast or not? It's something that we need to seriously take a look at, because a lot of people that do get help from the community and voluntary sector are alone. And so we need to make sure that any barrier from them accessing treatment is removed. Regarding the collaboration and the commissioning for services, I would like to hear more about the impact and work on what is being done with the community and voluntary sector on that. And ultimately, will there be an increase in the workforce for the community mental health and community rehabilitation teams? And will there be an increase in the amount of beds as well? There isn't anything that I disagree with what's been said by members right across the Chamber today. I think we can all agree that that we need a dedicated treatment for every individual in Northern Ireland, subject to their individual circumstances. But most of all, we do need to address the causes of addiction, and one of those is poverty. I agree with the Minister absolutely that it's a whole executive approach to addressing poverty. It's a health approach, it's a communities approach, and it's a justice approach. And in particular, with regards to addiction to drugs in particular, we can't police our way out of it, and we can't leave it just up to the justice system. And when the police do try to change a different approach, they're often criticised by the public of taking a different approach, but we can't arrest our way out of addiction to drugs. But we must also highlight that those people who are selling to addicts, those people who are preying on the vulnerable, must be targeted. We cannot forget them as well, but we also must target the causes of why people become addicted in the first place. As I said at the start, I'm grateful to the proposer for bringing forward this motion today. I think it's really important that it is given an opportunity to be explored on the floor of this chamber, and I look forward to working with the Minister and hearing progress regarding that review and the reform of services right across the region, but hopefully some of the questions can be answered at a later stage. But thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. Before I put the question on amendment number... Sorry, I'm having a day. I'm having a mare. Callum, go ahead. You have 10 minutes to wind on your motion.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I feared people running to the door there so quickly before I would speak. And I suppose one of the first things that I wanted to comment on, for by the seriousness of the issue, I was straining a bit to try and hear what people were saying, and I think it was a reflection that we were just a little bit quieter, and I think that shows agreement. I think whenever we are in agreement in this chamber, the decibel levels go down, not least from myself, a few levels, but it is a good indication and a good signal that people right across the chamber are of the same opinion. And we have in front of us today an amendment, two amendments which are mutually exclusive, and in fact we have no problem with either of them. And it's just the fact that they're going to be taken in order means that they're not both going to get supported, but we would be very happy to support both of them, because we are all sort of pushing in the same direction, and we're all coming from the same direction in trying to deal with this issue, which I think probably for many of us, and I count myself in this, it's not an easy conversation. We all have family members, there may be some of us ourselves that have to deal with addictions and to deal with the ramifications of that. And just like everybody in our community, if you put 40 people into a room, there will be quite a number that have had to deal with these first hand. But I think it's important that we, when discussing the matter, that, as I say, we have done it with compassion and sensitivity, because addiction is not a choice. It is not a weakness. It's an illness, and there are many people in our society that suffer from that illness. And if we can take as a starting point, that is a starting point, then we can take the next step collectively to address the level of care that such a person requires. And I just want to say that again, because I think it is a really powerful thing. It is care that is needed for that individual. And at present, there are almost 4,000 people suffering from an addiction on the Northern Ireland Substance Misuse Database who have presented to services for support. And we know that we can probably multiply that, double it, treble it, quadruple it, to those that are actually living in our community with problems. The majority of these people are men, and around half are in the 26 to 39 age bracket with an addiction to drugs. And for those with an addiction to drugs and alcohol together, and cocaine was reported as the most commonly used drug. More than half reported daily use of drugs. So, that just again speaks to the scale of the problem. We've come down to work. We're here 2 days already. We'll be back out to our constituencies and doing committee work by the end of the week. 5 days past. There's half of the people on that list every day are living with the impact of what is happening as a result of their illness. And it gives an indication where some of the issues are presenting, but it also, I feel, gives the necessary evidence to ask how we respond. When I look at my own constituency, I know that just at the edge, just outside the constituency, we have Cúamara, which sits just outside Southdown, but we have places like Ward 15 that are in Downpatrick. I can see it from my living room. And the focus for those places, a person-centred approach to care, to help those suffering from addiction to see the goodness in themselves and to discover a sense of purpose in their life. And since its foundation for Cúamara in 1984, many thousands of people have benefited from their services. And I know that in terms of Ward 15 and the support from friends of Ward 15, it's a community response that comes around to try and provide that help and support. But that centre is there. That centre is at the hub of the support that the community and family and friends, if they're there, are able to come in and provide that help as well. And it's an example of how services like these can ensure the stigma that is felt by those suffering from addiction is removed, and there should be no more stigma for those that are seeking help. We should try and support people that need help. We should congratulate people that need to seek help by saying, well done, you've stepped up, now here's the support services that will get you further in your journey. Such support should be available right across the north, and that's why we have considered that today for the North West. And I think of only for repetition from Morris Bradley, we'll say the North West and Causeway Coast and Glens. We heard that there as well. So I'm never a fan actually of starting to individually pick out people what they've said. So I'm just going to reflect back what people have said, because I think what has been said are excellent contributions, and I think that we need to note them. So we have referenced in the debate about the high rate that there has been from alcohol deaths, because often we think of addiction, we go to the thought of drugs, and sometimes we overlook the fact for some that alcohol is one of the biggest addictions that there is in our community. The fact that drug deaths are going up, again, I think that speaks to the sense that we need to do something about that. Deprivation is obviously, as many members have referenced, very closely connected and very closely related to the issue of addiction. And I think that also speaks to why areas such as the North West, because of the levels of deprivation that are there, then there are going to be higher instances of addiction. And that's what we feel there should be a good opportunity to find the right support services there to be able to help people. A number of people spoke as well about the various groups in the community, such as the Northland Centres and others, because nobody wants to see a replication of work that's already being done. Nobody wants to take away work from organisations in the voluntary and community sector that are doing their job as well. But it is about how we can try and connect them via a hub where we can bring people together, bring groups together and say, right, if you're going to go out and do that, here's another group that's going to go out and do something different. But if nobody's going to do this, we will do it here within this centre, and that's why we want to see the development of a centre for the North West. I think it was well highlighted the fact that the programme for government had no mention of addiction, and I know the programme for government was a list of some of the things that want to be prioritised, but again it is just worth noting while we're having a debate about addiction that there was no reference in it to that. We had a discussion as well about the families. I think I've mentioned that ripple effect from addiction and how it's the family, the friends and the people that are closest to those affected that are also impacted. And sometimes it's the family members that feel the most helpless because they can see the person, they have the love, the concern for the individual, they can see the harm that's been done, but whenever they look to try and find where the support is, they just don't know where to go or where to start, and that's very disempowering and can be very, very frustrating. We had a talk as well about the mental health issue and the connectivity, the dual diagnosis that there is between the two separate strands of addiction and mental health, and I think that's a point that we continually make. I worry just a little bit that I know as long as I've been here, we've been making that point, but it just doesn't seem to be that there's anything done about it, and maybe a nice new centre in the North West and Causeway Coast and Glens, a big centre like that might be able to say, right, we're going to take on this thing of dual diagnosis. We'll become the cheerleaders. We'll become the leaders of being able to say, right, what can we actually do to try and provide services for matters such as that? Another striking remark by a number of members was about the cost of inaction. Is just huge. And I know and appreciate that it is difficult for those that hold the purse strings and the continual asks that there is for extra services and extra delivery. But it is also deeply frustrating whenever you think how much money it will cost to deal with the ramifications of certain actions, illnesses, conditions, instances. Whereas if we actually just invested the money then we would actually be able to save so much more money down the line. And I don't know, maybe the Minister could consider the Shared Island Fund. Maybe there is the new Transformation Fund. Maybe there are ways that we can say a centre like this in the North West would actually save money in the long run over other services and other provisions, and therefore it actually would be a good idea. The opposition wanted to bring this debate for the North West, but of course the North West is part of a jigsaw puzzle of services right across the North, so therefore it would benefit people in the North West, but it would also assist the overall network of services that are provided for everybody, and would be a great addition to the help that we could provide. There is the cross-party support for it here. Everybody that has spoke today has been in support, so I hope that maybe that can go some way to getting it on an agenda somewhere to keep the idea alive and see if we can deliver for the people of the North West, but ultimately deliver for their families, their friends, their community, but also for the network of service provision and others that are impacted right across the North. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Colin. So before I put the question on amendment number 1, I want to remind members that if it is made, I will not put the question on amendment number 2. So the question is that amendment number 1, standing in the names of Danny Donnelly, Neil McAllister and Stuart Dixon and Paula Bradshaw, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that the motion standing on order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, take your ease.
Members, order. The next item of business is a motion from the opposition on North West Transport. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly acknowledges the North West Transport Plan 2035 as a long overdue step towards addressing the region's infrastructure needs, recognises that inadequate transport infrastructure has long acted as a barrier to economic growth, investment and connectivity in the North West, further acknowledges that the illegal waste site at Moboy has severely impacted progress on the A6 road upgrade, delaying improvements to a key transport corridor, while also posing serious environmental and public health risks, expresses concern that the North West continues to lag behind other regions in terms of strategic infrastructure investment, calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to accelerate the publication and implementation of a fully funded North West Transport Plan that facilitates an integrated all-island transport network, including the expansion of all-island rail, and further calls on the Minister to work with the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to expedite the remediation of the illegal waste site at Moboy to enable the progression of the A6 road upgrade.
Thank you. And I call Mark Durkin to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you.
The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 8 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Mr Durkin, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise this afternoon to propose a motion to address an issue that continues to choke the North West and strangle opportunities there: the chronic and historic underinvestment in transport infrastructure. The people of Derry, Strabane, Limavady, Causeway Coast deserve a modern, efficient and well-connected transport system, one that meets the needs of businesses, commuters, tourists and families alike. Yet year after year we find ourselves fighting for even the most basic improvements, the righting of historic wrongs. And yes, we have seen improvements. We welcome the eventual acceptance by the Executive to shoulder the financial burden of the City of Derry Airport, the benefits of which should be felt by ratepayers of the Derry and Strabane District Council area, but the benefits of the airport will be felt by many across the north and into Donegal and beyond as well. However, the state of our transport links is not just an inconvenience, but a barrier to the success of our second city, or my first city. The lack of adequate rail links and road infrastructure is a major factor in the regional inequalities that persist across the north. It's time for this Executive to deliver real, tangible improvements, not just lip service and never-ending but never-arriving announcements. We've seen that lip service paid time and time again when it comes to improving rail services, particularly with regards to the critical Phase 3 Derry to Coleraine upgrade. Last year, in the mouth of the general election, the then Infrastructure Minister celebrated delivery of £97.7 million for this project, but a wee bit of digging revealed that just 5% of that proposed investment would be delivered in this financial year. The upgrade, which was supposed to be completed in 2027, that in itself a revised date, now won't begin until May of the same year. Raising hopes on such a transformational and long overdue project is completely unacceptable. This perpetually postponed upgrade will go a long way in righting some of those long-held injustices and must be a priority. It will help tackle regional imbalance and will steer the city on course towards a brighter future. A quick glance at the map shows the blatant disparity in rail provision between east and west. The gap in the map is an indelible mark on the cultural psyche, which suggests that the North West, that Derry largely and Donegal, is a place shut off, isolated and unsuitable for prospective investors and for Fermanagh as well. That said, we have seen some modest incremental improvements in rail timetabling. Since the hourly Belfast to Derry service was introduced several years ago, we've witnessed a year-on-year record-breaking passenger numbers for Derry Rail. 2023 marked a 54% increase in usage, which has seen the Derry rail station climb from the 17th busiest station in the north to the 7th. This is a living embodiment of, if you build it, they will come. Yet inexplicably, Derry has only 6 rail services on a Sunday, whereas every single station east of the Bann has 13. That's on the Derry-Belfast line. Sorry, the Derry-Coleraine line. There have been the Belfast-Coleraine line. There have been no efforts in the last few years to improve that frequency. And when I asked the Minister to commit to improvements, she simply recognised that it would be beneficial. In real terms, Derry, the second city, receives 2,600 fewer rail services every year than the stations east of the Bann. And without being disrespectful about any other member's constituency, these are places with a much smaller population base than the North's second city. Derry remains the only city of its size on this island, someone made the point in the previous debate, with a single track railway. a clear symbol of transport inequality. If the Executive is serious about improving connectivity, it must take the All-Island Rail Review off the shelf and put it on the ground. We need dual tracking on the Derry to Belfast line to improve frequency, reliability and safety. The reopening of the Derry to Portadown line to restore vital cross-border links. The Leader of the Opposition, my colleague Matthew O'Toole, speaking.
Your time's up, Mr. Durkin.
Oh, thank you.
I propose. Thank you. I now call Gary Middleton to move the amendment. Thank you. You have 5 minutes to propose the amendment and 3 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 3 minutes. Mr. Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to propose our amendment, which I believe strengthens the original motion. Today we have discussed many issues affecting the North West. The issue of transport infrastructure is vitally important to ensuring that we reach our full potential in terms of our economy, our tourism sector and of course our connectivity to other areas. Over many years there has been a concern that the North West lags behind other regions in terms of strategic infrastructure investment. This is despite the fact that the movement of people and goods in the North West is a key international gateway providing access by road, rail, sea and air. Inadequate transport infrastructure has long acted as a barrier to economic growth, investment and connectivity. The North West Transport Plan is a long overdue step which will go some way to addressing the region's infrastructure needs. As identified in the Regional Development Strategy 2035, Londonderry has a significant role to play as the capital of an expanding North West. As a party, we are committed to better transport infrastructure serving the entire North West from Strabane right across into the North Coast. As highlighted in our amendment, we must ensure that the development of a new overarching transport strategy takes into account the needs of the North West. We need a joined-up plan that will deliver for all of our hardest-to-reach communities. The North West Transport Plan will cover local transport issues, active travel, public transport, local road network and parking, etc., and will set the framework for transport policy and investment decisions up until 2035. The six-stage process in the development of this plan must progress without delay, but it also needs to be right, addressing local needs and challenges. The motion also touches on the need for expediting the remediation of the Maboy site to unlock further growth in the North West. It is vital that we see the further extension of the A6, but also addressing the challenges which exist at some of the sections of the A5 as well. Tourism makes an important contribution to our council area, with a total spend of over £63 million in the Londonderry and Strabane district in 2023. There were 475 tourism businesses, accounting for over 5,000 jobs. So improved transport infrastructure will help boost the tourism experience of visitors from right across these islands and across the world. But for our constituents, improved infrastructure will mean greater investments, better connectivity, unlocking further job opportunity. Since the 1950s, the Northern Ireland rail network has been cut by some 450 miles. Northern Ireland has also suffered historical underinvestment in its rail network and services vis-à-vis other regions of the UK. As one placard displayed at a protest in relation to trains, our Wains need trains. So important, actually, that parents have for over many years lobbied for improvement to the rail network, but we do not have a railway electrification currently, and there are clear disparities in access to services in specific areas, such as Fermanagh, for example, which no doubt my colleague Deborah will raise later on today. But that ought to change, and the work in respect of assessing the potential for greater rail connectivity, and indeed the line between Portadown and Londonderry as well. We need to see further progress in that. Mr Deputy Speaker, just in closing, the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review and the Union Connectivity Review present a clear vision for better connectivity throughout the British Isles, and full delivery of these commitments stands to unlock opportunities for our economic growth and job creation within our communities. As a party, we will work constructively with the Minister and with executive colleagues and alongside the UK and Irish governments to this end to try and progress the feasibility studies that are currently underway. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Nicola Brogan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Even the British government themselves have admitted that there has been a legacy of chronic underfunding well below the level of need in the North for generations. If the North has been historically neglected by Westminster, I think we can safely say that the North West has been historically neglected by Stormont and Dáil Éireann. It has been notoriously difficult over the years to secure funding, investment and infrastructure projects west of the Bann. You only need to look at the long-running sagas around Magee campus, the A6, the A2, the Mika fiasco and Ireland's disappearing railroad network over the years for proof of that. The North West Transport Plan 2035 represents a step in the right direction to redress that balance, and I commend both Minister Kimmins and her predecessor, Minister O'Dowd, for their continued commitment to both it and related projects that will divert resources west. The more equitable distribution of resources that they have spearheaded is not only good for the North West but for the entire country. The upgrades of the A5 and A6 will not only cut travel times and increase connectivity between cities such as Derry, Belfast and Dublin, but they will also significantly increase safety on these notoriously dangerous stretches of road. Dealing with the toxic waste issue at Moboy will not only aid the progression of the A6 but will also protect the River Faughan and the drinking water of tens of thousands of people. When it comes to the west of Ireland, both this Assembly and the Dáil have a long road to go in order to overturn a legacy of neglect, and the North West Transport Plan is a step in the right direction. I commend the motion. Thank you.
I'll call Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I rise to welcome this motion as an Alliance Infrastructure spokesperson, but as someone with strong family links to Strabane, and I thank the opposition for having tabled it for debate today. As we've heard, the North West Transport Plan has the potential to support social and economic development and environmental sustainability of the transport system in the North West, opening up opportunities for connectivity and economic growth to better serve the communities there. Good quality and well thought out plans for active travel, public transport and the associated infrastructure makes life better and easier for the individuals and businesses who are based there. This is against the backdrop of historic and chronic underinvestment, as Mr Durkin alluded to earlier, which has restricted the growth of these networks to allow for sustainable transport choices. We all know spending on public transport in Northern Ireland is the lowest among the UK nations at £193 a head, which is less than half of spending in England and in Wales. So it is for this reason that publication of the North West Transport Plan could bring transformative change and benefits for the region and improve the quality of life of those living there. However, these plans must be backed with significant capital investment and strategic planning to ensure that they are delivered. Moreover, they must be resourced with appropriate staff to consult, review and deliver upon these plans. Otherwise, they'll remain links to images on a website. And as an example, I say this as someone who has witnessed the delays taking place at present in DFI. I'm aware of planning permission applicants who receive overdue required amendments, amend them and resubmit them on the day, and as of right now we are still waiting because attention has been diverted elsewhere or staff are too under-resourced to deliver basic licences. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, my understanding is options for the remediation of the Moboy site will soon move to public consultation, which is a key step in the journey for securing this site and I know the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Minister is keen to see this progress rapidly to benefit the progression and finalisation of the A6. In conclusion, introducing sustainable connections within and between towns and cities in the North West is crucial, and I urge the Minister to bring forward the engagement report, draft plan and consultation on the options for the North West Transport Plan as soon as possible to ensure that we can move forward on delivering sustainable and transport networks which are key for a modern society. Thank you.
Deborah Erskine.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this debate today, even though I'm speaking about the North West, not the South West. But I welcome the opportunity to speak on this afternoon, and hopefully colleagues can support our amendment. Go to anybody who is living in the West of the province and you'll find that many talk about the lack of investment in our transport network and in our infrastructure. And strategically placed and expanded infrastructure networks, whether roads or public transport, can be the gateway to income generation and employment, which is desperately needed in the West, given the number of towns and villages which have high deprivation figures and indicators. As mentioned by my colleague earlier, Gary Middleton, the Regional Development Strategy of 2035 identified the significant role which Londonderry has to play in the expansion of the North West. And it's important that we do keep that in mind, that Londonderry, as beautiful and rich of the history that it has as a city, is not just where investment stops and finishes, but that we look at the North West and the South West overall as a piece. And we must be strategic in linking up our public transport network. By developing infrastructure, we create jobs and opportunity. And yesterday we were chatting about the programme for government being a key enabler of all of the priorities. And by doing so in the North West is an area of economic deprivation. It'll be a major boost to the economy. As stated in the North West Transport Plan 2035 baseline report, which was published in March 24, the 16 to 64 employment rate has been consistently low, below the Northern Ireland average since 2009. And in 2018, this stood at 61.6% for Londonderry City and Strabane District and 70% for Northern Ireland. And at the heart of government policy is regional balance, and this must stretch to our infrastructure offering as well. And ultimately, we are trying to promote a tourism product outside of Belfast. And I must say, our infrastructure is letting the side down when it comes to this. Tourism makes an essential contribution to Londonderry and the North West area, and indeed my own area of the South West. And an estimated 185,000 hotel rooms were sold in Londonderry City and Strabane in 2019, which is the second highest council area after Belfast. I must quickly add, if we are using Londonderry as a gateway to the North West...
Time's up.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Quickly add it, anyway. Andy McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'll definitely try and keep my comments brief. I'm supportive of the North West Transport Plan. I'd like to see that delivered sooner rather than later. The same goes for the expansion of All Ireland Rail. As a society, we're much too dependent on private cars, and we urgently need significant investment to create a clean, sustainable transport system. The North West Transport Plan will hopefully help improve the sustainability of the local transport system and support sustainable travel in and around Derry and Strabane, and that will do the area a lot of good. My reading of the Department's transport study for the area is that local bus services, pedestrian and cycling infrastructure could all have scope for improvement. I hope that the North West Transport Plan will help deliver some of that once it is published. On the I6, as I've spoken to a local colleague and understand that the slow progress of Phase 2 is causing a lot of bother for the village of Drumahoe in particular. I've been told that during the morning rush hour there's quite a queue for traffic, almost as long as the village coming off the I6 itself. It's very unhealthy in terms of air quality, and I hope this can the way can be found to overcome any barriers that the project is currently facing. As the legal waste site at Maboy, I know that the consultation on a draft remediation strategy is in the pipeline, so we'll be interested to see what the outcome of that is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you to those who have spoken. I now call Keith Buchanan to wind on the amendment, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, just thank you.
Failed to call the Minister of... So I now call the Minister for Infrastructure to respond. Minister, my apologies, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the members for this motion. This is a very important topic in terms of transport infrastructure for the North West, and I very much welcome today's debate. And I'm sure, like everybody here today, we all aspire and want to see the delivery of a thriving North West. Certainly it's something I'm very committed, very keen to do, and being able to achieve regional balance is something that I, as well as my predecessor, Minister O'Dowd, are committed to doing during this mandate. And it's something my party have championed for some time, and we will continue to do so. So to begin, it is important to emphasise the huge potential that has been outlined here today that the North West region has. My job is to make sure impediments that have and continue to hold it back are removed, and to ensure that it can meet and reach its full potential. And as Infrastructure Minister, I see my role as providing the building blocks that support the growth of the region. Members have talked about the A6, and over recent years we have constructed many miles of new dual carriageway on the A6. The recently completed Dungiven to Derry stretch was the North's largest ever road scheme. It provides a much improved link from Derry to both Belfast and the gateways along the east coast, and it has been transformative for the North West. However, as the previous member had mentioned, I do understand the frustration of not being able to complete the phase of works that would connect the A6 through to the A2 and the Foyle Bridge to allow quicker journeys around the city. And my officials are working closely with their counterparts in the NIEA and other relevant stakeholders to expedite the remediation of the illegal Maboy waste site. And once DERA's draft optimum remediation strategy is finalised, my officials will be able to develop a delivery strategy and timeline for the A6 Phase 2 project. Not only is it important to connect Derry with Belfast, but equally important is the Derry to Dublin connection via the A5. And from an economic perspective, improving connections from Derry to our principal cities makes clear business sense. Of course, the principal factor in all of this is the improvement to make it safer. Too many lives have been lost on the A5, and this upgrade will save lives. This project is vital, and I am confident that it will help to transform our social and economic geography by promoting the North West. As many of you are aware, I am bringing forward a new transport strategy along with a new suite of transport plans. The transport strategy is substantially complete, and I plan to publish it for consultation in the next couple of months. The strategy will set out the vision along with my strategic priorities for our transport system through to 2035. It will articulate the role of transport as a social, economic and environmental enabler, and establish a set of transport priorities for my department to deliver against. The Regional Strategic Transport Network Transport Plan will consider the strategic transport network, which includes our railways and the strategic road network. I will indeed.
I thank the Minister for giving way because I didn't get to my contribution that I was going to make. But it is in relation to the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, and I recognise that transport plans are coming forward, but do you not think it's short-sighted that Fermanagh isn't included in that to make sure that the North West and the South West is connected, that we do have that tourism offering that is enabled through the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review?
Yeah, I thank the member for her intervention in relation. I think it's well recognised by, certainly my colleagues who represent the same constituency as you, the importance of having Fermanagh as part of that. And I hope that there, as part of our broader transport plan, we can ensure that Fermanagh isn't left behind in relation to that. So it is around looking at how we can improve connectivity right across the island and ensuring that no part of our island is left in isolation. So I'm keen and happy to continue to work with the member and with other constituency colleagues in relation to that. The remainder of the suite of plans in terms of the North West Transport Plan consider the local transport issues, including for active travel, public transport, the local road network and parking. The North West Transport Plan is one of these, covering the Derry City and Strabane District Council area plus its zone of influence. But this plan is not being prepared in isolation. Rather, it is an integrated plan that's being developed in close partnership with the local council as they in parallel bring forward their local development plan. When we think of Derry, there is much happening. We have an expanding university, a central riverfront and walled city regeneration project. In relation to the expansion of the Magee University, my officials are working along with their colleagues in Department for Economy to maximise the benefits and to establish a structured programme of continuous engagement with local residents and community groups. And when considering local transport in the district, active travel needs to be the first choice for shorter journeys. I realise it isn't practical for everyone or for journeys that are slightly longer, and the role that buses will play has to increase. They are the key to moving people efficiently and effectively both within and between Derry and Strabane and their satellite settlements, many of which, it is important to remember, are in County Donegal. I'm not naive to the financial pressures faced, but I recognise buses as the solution to achieving more sustainable transport. The Riverfront City Deal project, initially led by the local council, is starting the process of reallocating city centre road space over to buses and active travel, and I'm determined that the North West Transport Plan will build on that, creating a cleaner and greener environment. In Derry, you already have the first citywide fully zero-emission bus fleet. Going forward, I'm committed to providing a frequent city service and to have the infrastructure to improve their reliability so buses won't be snarled up in traffic because we give them more priority to allow for sensibly planned routes and timetables. And the member, Peter McReynolds, had asked, as had his colleague, in relation to the publication of the North West Transport Plan. It's just to say officials are working closely with Derry City and Strabane Council and other stakeholders on the development of this. An early engagement exercise was completed on the 5th of November with 92 responses received. The engagement sought to gather the public's views about the transport needs within their area and on the draft vision and objectives of the transport plan. And my officials are currently working through that feedback and will apply it as they prepare the draft plan. As I've said, the plan will cover a raft of local transport issues and will provide most detail in Derry and Strabane, but will also consider other local transport issues across the district. And I intend to publish the draft North West Transport Plan for public consultation later this year. In terms of rail, infrastructure projects often take many years to develop and design before construction begins. And a large proportion of my department are engineers, and I'm reminded that many infrastructure projects constructed in the 19th century are still part of the fabric of Ireland, offering a return year on year for generation after generation. So I'm very conscious about the decisions that I make today, as they will have impacts for our children and our grandchildren for many generations to come. Rail is best suited to longer distance journeys that are on higher demand corridors. The All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review has considered that and has come up with recommendations that offer an exciting proposition for sustainable travel. And having not constructed new railways in the north for more than a century, the Rail Review brings a level of anticipation, but also it is important to recognise that these projects will take time. The Strategic Review has been prepared jointly with my counterpart in the south, and it looks towards a 2050 horizon. Currently, feasibility studies are being prepared on several of the corridors recommended by the review. And these studies are due to report in the spring and will include a look at a new Portadown to Derry rail link. At the North-South Ministerial Council last week, I had the opportunity to discuss the review with my counterpart in the South, Minister O'Brien, and we are committed to working together to deliver on these recommendations. I will indeed, yeah.
I just wanted to ask, I know departments are looking at business plans on a 5-year basis. Hopefully they'll tie in with a multi-year budget. Is her department looking at potential budget allocations for implementation of the All-Ireland Strategic? And I know some of that will be scoping rather than literally laying track because of how long it takes, but is that factoring into that planning?
Yeah, well, I thank the member for that question. I have been having briefings with officials in relation to the overall review. I think it's a very ambitious plan, but we have so much opportunity in terms of delivery. As has been part of every discussion, not just relating to my own department, but all departments given the financial constraints, it can be difficult to plan, particularly as we're operating off annual budgets. However, we are looking at all options available to us. That includes things like shared island funding and other external funding opportunities to see how we can deliver in being realistic, and managing that expectation. And these are the conversations I'm having with counterparts. I actually met with representatives from the Rail Industry Association just last week who came over from Scotland, and it was a very important conversation because that outlined the importance of having a plan and recognising that we can't do everything all at once, but if we can do them in phases as funding becomes available, that also helps us to retain and recruit the staff that are required to do that. That is the scoping that we're doing at the minute. I don't have specifics around funding. Okay, apologies. Thank you.
Okay. And I now call Keith Buchanan to wind on the amendment, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I better get going because the time seems to be short today. I'm going to run through basic people's comments broadly, just to give a quick overview here. Mark Durkin referred at the very start as the North West being choked and strangled, which is obviously a very interesting term itself. Talked about the executive paying lip service and lip service only. Then he talked about increasing rail passengers. He referred to 54%. And then the lack of rail service on a Sunday compared to other parts of Northern Ireland. Gary touched on tourism and obviously the North West and how important it is to that, and it's lagging behind with obviously the potential of getting additional financial for transport would obviously increase tourism and help that whole area. Also talked about the transport strategy to include the North West, and then I think I picked him up right. He talked about our Waynes needs trains. I think that's what he said. So I don't disagree with that. Waynes are adults; we all need them. Nicola Brogan referred to them till 2020 or 2035 transport plan is a step in the right direction. To be fair, Nicola, I think it's very important. Nicola, that she talked about the A5 upgrade and the safety and the improvement of safety and travel times on that road. Peter McReynolds talked about the social and economic development. He talked about active travel infrastructure, and I suppose we had this debate a week or two ago about active travel. It's how the Minister gets the balance with active travel, that you don't go too far. I'm not going to quote my line on active travel, but I think you've all heard it. That we don't go too far. I'm not against active travel, but it's getting the balance right, that we don't suddenly, with the detriment of roads. I also talked about backing the plans with funding, and the Mabuy site and public consultation. A comment on that. Deborah's obviously from the West. I'm sure you're all aware of that. She referred to the lack of infrastructure in the West more broadly. Obviously, a North West, I suppose myself from a West Mid-Ulster point of view, and indeed South West, and the lack of real, ambition there, and linking up the whole public network. So there's a whole issue with the West more broadly, not just the North West. Talked about regional balance, and then touched on tourism as well, which is impacting the North West and indeed South West from your point of view. There is tourism in Mid-Ulster, by the way, as well. Andrew McMurray referred to sustainable travel. He's a big advocate for that, if you watch his Facebook. And then bus services could have more room for improvement as well. So Andrew's a big active travel advocate. The Minister herself then talked about her role was to provide building blocks to improve the North West, and spoke on the A6 improvement, talked about the journey times, Dublin-Londonderry via the A5 and the work on that. Then the North West Transport Plan, and she did refer then to, I think I've got this right, the North West Transport Plan publication is later this year for draft. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Right on time. I call Matthew O'Toole to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that was a really thoughtful debate. It's not the first time we've debated. It's not the first time we've debated the North West today, because it's an opposition day devoted to the North West. But it's not the first time we've talked about cross-border infrastructure and rail, and I doubt it will be the last as the official opposition. I won't go through and respond to all the remarks, in part because Keith Buchanan's done that very effectively, so he saved me a job. There are a few points that I want to summarise. I talked earlier on about how the fact my mum was from the Maiden City, was from Derry, and she, won't forgive me for pointing out that she is old enough to have gotten a train from Derry to Dublin from the old Foyle Road station. And people who go to Derry sometimes wonder, if you bring particularly a child over the Craigavon Bridge, they wonder why are there two different platforms, why is there an upper deck and a lower deck? And the reason is that one of them carried trains from Derry to Dublin, and the truth is that for the northwest, but indeed for the entire northwest of the island of Ireland, which includes, whether you define it as the southwest of Northern Ireland, it is the northwest of the island of Ireland, that entire region has been let down over the last century in terms of connectivity, both in terms of roads, whether that's the A5 and the A6, or in terms of rail connectivity. There is an historic opportunity now, and we hope it happens on a cross-party basis, and we as the opposition will support and encourage ministers from any party, including the current minister now, making progress on this, because it is one of the tragedies of the past century, what we've done to connectivity to the north-west. Our motion talks about not just expanding the rail network and improving the service, but also tackling one of the major delays to the expansion of the A6, that is the appalling environmental crime that happened at Maboy. We do want to see progress on that, and it is somewhat disappointing that we haven't heard yet clarity from the executive about when we're going to see practical action in terms of Maboy. We are now more than a decade on from a former SDLP Environment Minister discovering that appalling crime and revealing it to the world, and we still don't yet have a clear plan to properly remediate it and deal with all the consequences, one of which is the delay to the completion of the A6. So we want clarity on that. The A5 has been mentioned. That too is not just a critical part of improving connectivity, it is a vital part of saving lives in the entire northwest corridor of this island, from actually from Auchnacloy, indeed from Monaghan and Navan, if you like, all the way up to Derry and beyond into Donegal. Too many lives have been lost. That connectivity is critical. We welcome the progress that has been made in the A5, but we will be, as with others, ensuring there's more progress. In terms of the rail connectivity, my colleague Mark Durkin talked about the build it and they will come ethos, and the increased services in terms of the original phase of increasing Derry to Belfast capacity proved that thesis. The hourly trains from Belfast to Dublin have proved that thesis. We destroyed, I'm not going to play the blame game here, but in this part of the island, in fact in other parts of the island too, on the other side of the border, we destroyed the rail network here. We destroyed connectivity. We dismembered connections between different parts of not just Northern Ireland, but Ireland, the island of Ireland. That removed connections in a very profound way, not just in an economic sense. It removed communities. Deborah talks very passionately about Enniskillen. Enniskillen was a railway hub. It was not quite the St. Louis of the northwest of Ireland, but it was connected to Bundoran, Clones, Monaghan, Portadown, all of these places. That's it. What an ambition. And the Minister, I don't think, will we'll be able to rebuild all of that in her time in office, but what a great thing for us all to be part of historically, rebuilding that network. And we can start with it now in this mandate. I just want to point out something, though we're very consensus building in this particular motion. We are still the opposition. The programme for government that was brought out yesterday talks about the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Network. It said that the executive will consider the findings of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review. If you look to the Southern programme for government, it says that they will work to implement the findings of the Strategic Rail Review. There is a slight textual difference there, and I'd like to see the two jurisdictions get on the same page, but it does need to be funded, and I recognise that's a challenge. But let's be ambitious, and let's set out a clear path in terms of delivery. There are a whole range of other bits of connectivity that we need to address, including, I would be remiss if not saying, because I have lots of relatives who it affects, the upgrading finally and the completion of the work on the Buncrana Road, and a whole load of other things to do with the North West Transport Plan. But it needs to be part of a broader picture which reconnects people in the northwest of the island of Ireland to Belfast, Dublin, and the world of economic and cultural opportunities beyond. We will keep bringing this motion, this issue to the floor of the Assembly, and keep pressing ministers in a constructive way to deliver for the people. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Members, the question is that the amendments standing in the names of Deborah Erskine, Gary Middleton, Stephen Dunn and Keith Buchanan be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, the question therefore is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you, members. Okay, members. The next item of business is an all-party motion on International Women's Day 2025. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly welcomes the theme of Accelerate Action for International Women's Day 2025, recognises that focusing on the need to accelerate action emphasises the importance of taking swift and decisive steps to achieve gender equality, and supports increased momentum and urgency in addressing the systemic barriers and biases that women face both in personal and professional spheres.
Thank you. And I call Claire Sugden to move the motion on behalf of the Women's Caucus.
I beg to move.
Thank you for that. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the current chairperson of the Northern Ireland Assembly Women's Caucus, it is my privilege to move this motion. This motion is the second of this mandate to be tabled by the caucus, which is a united cross-party forum made up of all current MLAs. It aims to address the underrepresentation of women in politics in Northern Ireland and highlight the importance of women in public life. The theme for International Women's Day 2025 is Accelerate Action, a call to action to advance and celebrate women's equality worldwide. Accelerate Action has been chosen because at the current rate of progress it will take until 2158, which is roughly 5 generations from now, to reach full gender parity, according to data from the World Economic Forum. We want to lend our voice and use our positions as elected representatives to push for collective action and shared ownership for driving gender parity. International Women's Day has been around for over 100 years, as many of the issues that are still impacting women's advancement. The world rightly now expects diversity, equality and inclusion. The world notices its absence and celebrates its presence. We have come a long way in regards to representation of women in political life in Northern Ireland, but we have not come far enough. The Good Friday Agreement contained a clause that affirmed the right of women to full and equal political participation, but women remain underrepresented in all spheres of political life, at the Assembly, at Westminster and at local government. Today, our count of women MLAs reaches 40%, Northern Ireland MPs 28%, and councillors approximately 26%. This is not adequate representation. The political landscape must not put women at a disadvantage. Our political systems must be reflective of the people they represent. It would be remiss of me not to welcome the fact that for the first time the majority, 58% of those who sit at the Executive Committee table are women. It has also been recognised that the Northern Ireland Assembly has a notable increase in female representation, rising from 13% in 1998 to 36% in 2022. And we know that women's full and meaningful political participation in public life helps advance gender equality as a whole. However, we need to address the structural barriers to this. The caucus is working to address this marginalisation by focusing on what the barriers are and working to create a targeted action to break those barriers down, and work towards a vision of Northern Ireland where women are equally represented in politics. On the 11th of February 2025, the caucus hosted a networking event here in Parliament Buildings, and we welcomed women local councillors from across Northern Ireland. It allowed us to share lived experiences, which is the key to understanding how to address underrepresentation to women in politics, to identify what needs to be done to attract more women into politics, and how we can support more women in political advancement. It is evident that support for other women, and notably that cross-party solidarity amongst women, is increasing. Our own Women's Caucus is an example of that, and today we bring forward this motion, united across party lines. The potential here is transformative for this Assembly and for Northern Ireland. I truly feel uplifted when I hear the passion for making a difference to local communities, and you hear that from our female representatives. However, in sharing our pathways, it was very clear that there are barriers faced by many women on their political journey. Some included the hateful abuse and negative comments via social media and other online platforms, and there's more we can do there. Personal safety is also a very real concern. Work-life balance with a focus on challenges presented trying to juggle caring responsibilities. Politics needs to be seen achievable for those with caring responsibilities. The lack of adequate maternity leave for elected representatives. Council and parliamentary structures, such as the infrastructure, culture, operations, methods of works, can be a real and perceived barrier to full participation. When this building was designed, it was designed by a man and wasn't mindful of the fact that one day there would be women here. We need to change that. We need to change that in 2025. A lack of training available to elected representatives can also lead to a feeling of isolation and imposter syndrome. I'm sure every woman in this room has felt imposter syndrome, citing that confidence is gained through experience and support. But we can't get that experience and support if we're not here doing the job. Last Friday, I attended the Women's Parliament, and again, the passion and commitment that was coming from women leaders within society was really evident here in this chamber and Parliament buildings. They shared their lived experiences and they wanted to debate the issues that matter to them and the people that they represent within their communities. And some of the key areas that were highlighted were violence against women and girls, affordable childcare, unpaid work, and again, caring responsibilities. We have rehearsed many of these concerns in this chamber over the years. We've rehearsed them over the last number of days and weeks. But now we must see real, tangible change, and we must use our voices to raise each other up, because we can benefit that unity of approach. We as a caucus recognise that the challenges faced by women remain the same, including juggling work and home, the need for maternity leave and childcare, the problem of gender-based abuse and isolation, resilience and self-confidence. And the political landscape must not put women at a disadvantage. Our political systems must be reflective of the people they represent, and we are committed to working as far as possible to address the structural barriers to women's full participation in public life. And we are committed to an assembly that is accessible to women and that facilitates equality of participation. We have agreed recently to take forward a gender-sensitive audit, and we look forward to seeing this work progress throughout this year. We know that to deliver real change, we must think beyond the caucus, and we must all work together to combine support, resources and political will. We want to work in partnership with those wishing to support women that want to become further involved in politics, and we want to play our part to support and enable women to take that leap into political life. We know there is no shortage of potential political representatives and leaders. The Women's Parliament just like last week was evidence of that. But we want to do what we can to nurture that potential into action and progression, and when they get here, ensure that they stay. And as a caucus, we want to support the women who are already elected to this Assembly. We want to make sure that women MLAs have access to ongoing learning and development opportunities. We also are very keen on learning from our counterparts in other regions of the UK and Ireland, learning and sharing how it's done elsewhere and bringing that knowledge back so that everyone can benefit from it. Today, I urge you as the Assembly to fully support this motion, because together we can accelerate action for gender equality. I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you. And I call Aisling Riley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As we celebrate International Women's Day, I would like to address a few issues that concern women in general. Even in 2025, there is a pay gap between men's pay and women's pay. That is not acceptable. There are various reasons for that. Many more women than men work part-time. Women have to take carer breaks to raise children. Women are more likely to be looking after someone at home. And organisations have an obligation to close those gaps and create an even playing field for women throughout the country. The Executive are working towards that as well by helping with childcare costs, for example. It is mostly women who provide childcare at home, which hinders their chance of employment and work experience, as well as hindering them in their professional lives and ultimately receiving higher pay. A specific health strategy is needed for women. People increasingly recognise that there is a pressing need for a women's health strategy that deals with gender differences and positive health outcomes for girls and women. I welcome the action plan for women's health announced by the Health Minister. However, a specific strategy is needed, one with proper funding and support. Violence against women is a huge pressing problem in Ireland and further afield. The 6 counties is one of the worst places in Europe for women. Of course, the TEO has a specific strategy and funding has been made available to local councils for groups. That money will be used for educational programmes, workshops, useful facilities and much more. Every department, every sector and every section of our community will have to take ownership of implementing that work to create a world in which every girl and woman is safe and respected. Women face these problems day and daily and we have to work hard to overcome these problems and create a safer, more equitable society. We celebrate today the progress that we have made and we keep the pressure up to continue to make progress. Thank you very much.
Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Today, as we gather to mark International Women's Day 2025 under the theme Accelerated Action, it is not just a slogan, it is a call to urgently demand real and immediate progress in achieving gender equality. It is a recognition that while change is happening, it is not happening fast enough. For too long, we have spoken about gender equality as a distant goal, something we aspire to achieve in the future. But the future cannot wait. Women and girls across Northern Ireland continue to face barriers in their personal and professional lives. And as the motion before us rightly highlights, we must increase the momentum and urgently tackle these challenges. If we're serious about gender equality, we must ask what is holding us back. The answer is pay gaps, workplace discrimination, unequal access to leadership, the high cost of childcare, family and caring responsibilities, gender-based violence, online abuse, all remain very real and pressing issues. Here in Northern Ireland, women still remain underrepresented in politics and business, although there has been significant progress. The cost of childcare remains a significant barrier to career progression. Too often, women are more likely to be in lower paid or part-time work. And I know from my own personal experience that without support for childcare, there would be no way that I would be in this building. It allowed me to continue my studies at uni and enter employment. Without that support, I would definitely not be here today. So we must ensure that every woman and girl has those same opportunities, whether it's study, work, to lead or to succeed. International Women's Day is a time to celebrate women's achievements and highlight the incredible contributions women make in all aspects of life, particularly in areas where they have been historically underrepresented. In sport, we have seen phenomenal role models such as Rachel Blackmore, the first female jockey to win the Grand National, proving that women belong at the very highest level of all competitions. Or locally, Marissa Callaghan, captain of the Northern Ireland women's football team, who has been an inspiration, leading her team to the first ever major tournament. In STEM, Northern Ireland is home to pioneering scientists and engineers like Professor Tara Moore, a world-leading researcher, and women like her are paving the way for more young girls to see science and innovation as a career path they should and they can pursue. We have so many who have challenged these stereotypes, broken down barriers and paved the way for future generations, and we're incredibly proud of them all. As we mark International Women's Day, we must commit to accelerating this action, not just today, but every day. We must ensure the next generation of women and girls grow up in a world where equality is not just an aspiration, but a reality. Today, we remember the incredible women, our mothers, our grandmothers, our sisters, our friends, who work tirelessly in the home, in business, in politics, in sport, in science, shaping our future for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Conor Egan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to join other women around this chamber ahead of International Women's Day this Saturday on the theme of Accelerate Action. This motion highlights the absolute necessity of taking decisive steps to achieve gender equality and the need to address systemic barriers which exclude women from being able to reach the fullest of their potential. I am glad we've brought this motion on an all-party basis and can come together for International Women's Day with a call to action. Women play an absolutely vital role in our society, all whilst living in one of the most dangerous places to be a woman in Western Europe. 20 domestic homicides in Northern Ireland with a female victim since 2020. And recent research from the Ulster University found that 98% of women here have experienced at least one form of gender-based violence or abuse in their lifetime. This is entirely despicable and needs changed. How can we expect women to live and thrive when they are trying so hard to just survive? This Chamber has not shied away from these challenges, and the launching of the Strategic Framework to End Violence Against Women and Girls in September 2024, alongside the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Prevention Strategy, is very welcome progress. With that being said, I think we can all agree there's still so much more to do, and we cannot lose the momentum behind these goals. That is why it was so welcome that tackling gender-based violence has remained a core priority of the Northern Ireland Executive in the finalised programme for government, published only this week. But the theme of this year's International Women's Day rings true. We cannot stagnate, become complacent in, or pause our progress when there are still so many challenges ahead. We must accelerate our action and keep going. This is not just a job for women alone. This is a job for everyone across society. This is not a job for the justice system alone, ensuring justice is delivered when these harms occurs. Whilst that is integral, every minister, department and elected representative has a role in preventing sexism, abuse and misogyny from even happening in the first place. Everyone in our society has a responsibility and can play a role in shifting culture and leading change. Accelerating action looks like supporting women and girls into leadership, decision-making, business and STEM, all areas of society where they are underrepresented. It looks like transforming our healthcare system, so no matter your gender, you can receive the healthcare you need. It's elevating women's achievements in sports and actively bringing them into hard-to-break-into sectors. But it's also making sure the environments they're in are safe and adaptable to them. We need to challenge the pervasive culture of misogyny rife in our society. In the Secondary School Students' Union 2022 report, 70.6% of pupils said they did not believe sexism was being taken seriously enough in our schools. These are children trying to grow and learn and become who they want to be, but faced with yet another barrier to do that. The online space as well is constantly growing and uncontrollable. We need to work together with colleagues from other nations to ensure its regulation. All of this reinforces the responsibility on us as legislators and the need for intervention and prevention work across all sections of society. I see trailblazers leading the way in my own constituency and community of North Down, working personally to economically empower women to live their fullest potential. I think about North Down and Ard Women's Aid and Kilcully Women's Centre, supporting women in crisis and those who need access to multiple agencies to secure their safety. But I also think about our local leaders and women in arts venues, in churches, in community groups and in schools who are consistently showing up and making spaces more inclusive every day. I and my party are dedicated to ensuring women from all backgrounds have the support needed to succeed, and we are keen to work with as many people and parties around this chamber to ensure this actually does happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Diana Armstrong.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the 2025 International Women's Day campaign theme Accelerate Action, and to thank the Chair of the Women's Caucus and members for bringing this motion today. Despite progress in recent years, and as others have alluded to, women still face significant barriers and biases, particularly in areas such as employment, caregiving responsibilities, gender norms and violence against women. Excuse me. In the Northern Ireland Assembly, we have seen remarkable progress in women's political participation. Today, as women, we have a First Minister and Deputy First Minister, 3 ministers, 2 junior ministers, but we also have 36 women MLAs in total, almost 40% of all MLAs, and this is progress. In my own constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, 4 out of the 5 MLAs are female, and it's great to see Anya here as well. But there is still much more work to do towards 50-50 representation reflective of demographics in Northern Ireland. Indeed, I am the only female MLA in my party, which is a shame as I know so many vibrant, successful women in our party who could make a great contribution in this place, and they'd be welcome here. Women's voices are important in shaping the society we all live in, we all want to live in, so the challenge for all of us here today is to lead and create the conditions so that others will follow into leadership and decision-making roles, so that women's voices are equally represented. As women, I think we all know that our gender still faces disparities in the workplace and career progression. Women feel the challenge in their careers when they choose to start a family, with the knock-on effect this may have on pay and progression. The Northern Ireland Statistics and Research Agency reports that 67.9% of women are in part-time employment and that about 31% of working-age women are economically inactive, often due to caring or family commitments. It is profoundly shocking that Northern Ireland has the highest rate of economic inactivity among women in the UK, and a contributory factor has to be that we do not have adequate and affordable childcare provision to support women in the workplace. Also, women who have given up their careers to take on caring responsibilities find that if and when they re-enter the workplace, they will have lost skills, career progression paths, and important pension contributions for their future financial security. This is grossly unfair. Deep-rooted gender norms continue to influence women's opportunities and choices. Women remain underrepresented in STEM subjects, partly due to gendered expectations in education and career guidance. However, the recent provision of apprenticeships in these sectors, aimed specifically at female intakes, is a positive and constructive development. Violence against women remains a major issue. In Northern Ireland alone, there were over 33,000 recorded domestic abuse incidents in 2023, constituting 20% of all reported crimes. Alarmingly, Northern Ireland is still one of the most dangerous places in Western Europe to live as a woman, with 20 women killed as a result of domestic homicides since 2020. As the change makers in this place, we must also ensure that we are working for a better and safer future for all. I would hope that our contributions today will encourage even more women to step up and make their voices be heard, whether that is in the political arena, in business, community, or civic society. When women thrive, Northern Ireland thrives. I would just like to thank each and every one of the speakers here today, all powerful and passionate testimonies from women fighting for their communities every day, a real demonstration of the strength and determination of women across Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking the members of the Women's Caucus for bringing this motion to the floor today in recognition of International Women's Day 2025. I would also like to thank all those that are members or form part of the all-party group of Women, Peace and Security, which I have had the pleasure of chairing. Those members will know that the APG recently met with senior officials from the Foreign Office to discuss the need to engage with women stakeholders on gender inequality and the role of paramilitarism. While the meeting was constructive, there was a feeling that change had not been quick enough. And I think that that's the feeling across the board when it comes to gender equality, and that we've come a huge way in the last few decades, but much work remains to be done. In that sense, I'm glad that this year's theme for International Women's Day is to accelerate action. Data from the World Economic Forum suggests that if we are to continue on our current rate of progress, it will take until 2158, roughly 5 generations from now, to reach full gender parity. I don't think the world will be in the same level of existence then as it is currently now. But that's really one of the big reasons why we need to accelerate. In fact, the UK has recently been knocked back, we learned this week, by 1 place to 18th in the Women at Work Index due to our sluggish pace of change on women's earnings relative to men's, and that's just a disgrace in 2025. Here in Northern Ireland, we see firsthand how gender equality has continued to worsen due to the lack of government action. That's particularly true, for example, when it comes to our childcare crisis. Every day, parents, but particularly women, are being forced out of the workplace due to childcare fees that are far outstripping their earnings. It's just one of the many ways in which women can still be disadvantaged in Northern Ireland in 2025. These concerns have been raised by the Equality Commission, which has made a number of recommendations focused on tackling gender stereotypes in childcare. They recommended the introduction of coordinated, comprehensive and coherent measures to tackle gender-based stereotypes and attitudes from an early age right across all areas in life. And they also recommended the need for acceptance and recognition of a gender emphasis of both women and men taking childcare responsibilities. Of course, these recommendations are also more widely applicable. If we are to accelerate action towards gender equality, then we must accept the role men have in addressing the stereotypes which have divided us for too long. That should include comprehensive reform to education, relationship and sex education in our schools, as well as leadership from the top. Men in privileged positions, including colleagues in this chamber, should seek to use their influence to echo messages of equality and lead by example among their peers. Doing so should help trigger the transformative change towards gender equality. The truth is, Mr Deputy Speaker, without the role of women, Northern Ireland would not be in the place it is now. During our Troubles, women were at the forefront of calling for and working towards a lasting peace agreement. This was personified by our own Bríd Rogers, who recently celebrated her 90th birthday. During this celebration, I took some time to reflect on her work. A strong campaigner for peace, Bríd played a crucial role in peace talks. In November 1999, Bríd became one of only 2 women to serve as ministers in the first power-sharing executive. Bríd, like many of her female counterparts during the period, refused to be held back by stereotypical views on gender and a woman's role in society. It is time we followed her example and did the same. No one is going to address the issues that we face. And that is why we need to lead the charge and why we must accelerate action towards addressing gender equality. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And thank you. Members, as this is Aoife Finnegan's first opportunity to speak as a private member, I would remind the Assembly that it is the convention that an inaugural speech is made without interruption. I call Aoife Finnegan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am honoured to address the Assembly today to speak in support of this important motion marking International Women's Day. It is an even greater privilege to do so as my first contribution to the Assembly debate as an MLA for Newry and Armagh.
First contribution to this Assembly debate as an MLA for Newry and Armagh. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge my predecessor, Conor Murphy. Conor has spent over 40 years dedicating his life to the Republican struggle, delivering real change for workers, families and communities in Newry and Armagh. And I know he will continue that great work in the Seanad, championing the cause for Irish unity. I am a proud South Armagh woman, and I take immense pride in representing the people of my constituency. My focus will be delivering for workers, families and communities in areas like education, health and access to public services. Our rural border communities have been neglected by successive British governments, with decades of Tory austerity leaving places like South Armagh behind. I will ensure that those voices are heard louder and clearer than ever before. A key priority for me will be the delivery of the much-needed school enhancement programme for St Patrick's Primary School, Gaelscoil Fáideach Naofa in Crishmaclennan. The school has long served our community with dedication, but it now faces significant challenges due to outdated infrastructure and inadequate facilities. I will work tirelessly so that the children and staff in Crossmaglen and in schools throughout Newry and Armagh have the opportunity to thrive in a fit-for-purpose, modern school accommodation that provides safe and supportive learning environments. I will also focus my efforts on ensuring that rural schools and rural communities across Newry and Armagh remain high on the agenda. Our schools are at the heart of our communities, and they must receive the support they need to provide the best possible education for our children. This is why I am proud to stand with Sinn Féin, the party that is leading the way for real change. And in the context of International Women's Day, I am particularly proud to be part of a team where over half our MLAs are women. These incredible women, leaders, activists and public representatives, inspire me every day to stand up against injustice and fight against the inequalities that partition has imposed upon our island.
This brings me to the motion before us.
Women have played a crucial role in shaping Ireland's future, our communities and our economy. In my previous role as a councillor and a community activist, I saw firsthand the transformative impact of strong female representation at all levels of society. But we also know that much work is needed to achieve true equality. Príleis Concordia, equality is everyone's business. While International Women's Day is about celebrating women, it is also about recognising the need for us all, men and women, to work together to break down barriers. Gender equality is not just a women's issue, it's a societal issue, and it requires real commitment from us all here in this chamber and beyond. As we mark International Women's Day, let us reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that women's voices are heard, their rights are protected, and their contributions are valued in every sector of our society.
I am committed to the struggle for equality for everyone.
To an Ireland of equals, a new Ireland built on fairness, justice and opportunity for all our people on this island. Guramila Mila Mayogov.
Thank you. And I call Kelly Armstrong.
Much, Deputy Speaker, and congratulations to Aoife on her maiden speech. I can remember the day when I made mine here. It was on a budget debate to Martin O'Muller, and his response, unfortunately, was not as kind. But I did it to an untimed, debate on legislation, so I didn't have the nerves of meeting the time either. So well done, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise today. I hadn't intended to speak, but I just thought I would add some information to the House on this debate. Many years ago, actually before I became an elected representative, either as a councillor or as an MLA, I spent some time with colleagues across all parties under the then Speaker, Mitchell McLaughlin, looking at barriers to politics for women. And we concluded at that stage that it wasn't a case that when the electorate have the opportunity to vote for a woman, that they didn't take it, because many women who are put in the ballot are elected. What was happening was that there was a disparity between the parties. And we spoke to all parties at that time, my own party, every party. And one of the things that came forward is that when you ask a woman, is she interested and will she stand, she's more likely to do so. And recently we had an event in the Lawn Gallery organised by the Women's Caucus, where actually at the table I was sitting at, all of the women from all different parties admitted that they had been asked by a man to step forward for a political position, and had been successful. But why a man? If we're talking about accelerating women, then I think us as women need to do more to encourage our sisters to come forward and to do likewise as we have done. Now, it can be a very difficult thing to be a woman in politics and leadership, and others have mentioned about the difficulties with social media, the bullying, the trolling and all of the nasty side of things. But it comes with such benefits. We can make changes across Northern Ireland when we come together, and we have come together to do amazing things. And some of the work that's being done today by all of us on domestic violence is testament to that. But in order to accelerate women and gender equality across Northern Ireland, I think that we're missing a trick. I believe that the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, hasn't been included enough in the underpinning of all strategies and policies across Northern Irish Government. If that was included, then everybody would have to think, what are we doing to eliminate discrimination against women? I sit in this place, and while it's not a bad place to be a woman in, I am sick to the back teeth of somebody having a difficulty with the term chair, because they'll call a woman Madam Chairman and different things like that, and I just don't get why it's so difficult. So there's a wee bit of a difficulty here in this House. The other thing that we do, which is really difficult as a woman to understand why we cannot get over this, is how we measure Section 75 impacts. Our equality impact assessments that are brought forward for policies and strategies look at who we are not doing damage to, when in actual fact, if it was turned around and all government departments, including all of ourselves as elected officials, were asked to actually say how we are making improvements in equity under Section 75, how we are ensuring that women, that older people, people with dependents, have productive and proactive issues being brought forward so that they are equitable. That would be a massive change. If we want to accelerate gender equality, then we have to put our shoulders to the wheel. And part of that is to actually do progressive and proactive actions to ensure that equity is as important as equality. And I have to say, as someone who represents housing, look at domestic violence. We have victims fleeing domestic violence, but because their perpetrator is on the lease of the house, it's the victim has to leave. Is that right? I think if we're going to accelerate and protect everyone and have a gender equal society, then we need to rethink some of our policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to extend solidarity to all women this International Women's Day, and commend the work of the caucus and the chair for moving this important motion. It's also worth remembering in the debate, Deputy Speaker, that International Women's Day, of course, has deep socialist and feminist and radical roots that shouldn't be forgotten. It came out and was first celebrated in 1909 by the Socialist Party of America to mark the New York garment workers' strike the year before, a women's strike. And of course the role in women in 1917, a few years later, in Petrograd, demanding peace and bread, such moderate demands but so relevant demands today with the way the world's going, and leading an anti-war movement and also toppling a Tsar whose family was in power for hundreds of years. And of course not to forget the role of women on this island 100 years ago and longer, taking up the fight for rights of land, rights in the workplace, and so on and so forth. And women won freedoms in countries, many countries, as I mentioned before sort of so-called capitalist countries had the right to vote for women, equal pay for women, equal work, divorce and free nurseries, and abortion rights as well. And the theme of this year's International Women's Day, as has been said, is to accelerate action. And I think the executive's work on women's liberation could be described as the polar opposite. To take just one example, the North is experiencing, as we've heard, an epidemic of gender-based violence, with 25 women disgracefully killed since 2020 alone. And education and prevention is obviously crucial to ending gender-based violence, but requires education and prevention also. And that requires political will and investment that the executive seems fundamentally incapable of allocating. It's also worth thinking about, Deputy Speaker, what kind of change we do need. Better representation of women in positions of leadership is obviously important and valuable, but unless feminism improves the everyday lives of all women, it will be worth nothing to many women, most women, all women. Too often, conversations about sexual assault and harassment and gender-based violence gloss over the wider context. And to make it easier for women to leave those toxic workplaces and abusive relationships, we need transformative changes to our current economic and political system. We need a strong welfare state. It defies belief that women still can't get financial support to leave abusive homes or abusive relationships. We need strong trade unions, which women are at the heart of, the majority of the workplace. We need fair pay, universal free childcare, accessible healthcare, and safe, secure and affordable housing. And we need to eradicate poverty and exploitation. Still no anti-poverty strategy, and the women take up the brunt of this, bear the brunt of poverty and current responsibilities. Gender inequality will always exist, Deputy Speaker, under capitalism, but we should also recognise that sexism is propped up also by a toxic culture of misogyny that should be called out. We need to dismantle that culture and use every opportunity to challenge deep-rooted beliefs and attitudes that characterise women as inferior. These beliefs and attitudes aren't outdated, unfortunately, ideas that died out with older generations. They persist in a different form and in some ways a more aggressive, well-funded form. Young men are falling prey to online right-wing agitators, and occasionally we hear some similar arguments perpetrated in this House, who spew regressive and reactionary ideas about lots of people, but especially women, that they belong in the home and women's bodies are the personal property of men. Trump and Tate, to name but two. And in reality, women have been and always will be at the forefront of those the biggest struggles for change in our times. And in recent years, Deputy Speaker, it has been women leading strikes in health and education and many other sectors. Women are also leading the Palestine Solidarity Movement, Mothers Against Genocide, just one example of that. So it's not enough, in my view, my party's view, to settle for better representation alone and empty corporate slogans. This won't achieve women's liberation. We need to unpick the foundations of women's oppression and fight for a future without war, poverty, inequality and exploitation, just like those women did over 100 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Cara Hunter.
And I too would like to welcome Aoife to the Chamber. It's great to have another woman on board, and you did very well today. It's a pleasure to stand today and to contribute and to celebrate the women in and around my constituency on International Women's Day, and to share some of the uplifting things that they do to really take care of the people within our community in East Derry. Every day across my constituency, women are brave, women are bold, and they help others while struggling themselves and sharing their stories online. And I'd like to mention a few of those incredible women here today. I'd like to thank Selena from the White Butterfly Foundation, which is devoted to offering compassionate, personalised and professional psychological support to parents grieving the profound loss of miscarriage, baby loss and neonatal death, sharing her own painful story and using it as a power to change the lives of others. I'd like to thank Olivia McVeigh for being so open online about her struggles on the agony of endometriosis, talking openly about her treatment of early menopause in her 20s and her journey with alopecia. I think it's so brave, tackling the stigma that often comes with these health issues and breaking down barriers so other women who endure them feel seen and feel heard. I'd like to thank Taylor Ray Faulkner for opening up about the difficult journey of female infertility, which is often a deeply personal event and issue, but she shares so well online. I'd like to thank Laura McNeely for her advocacy, advocating for harsher sentencing for paedophiles here in Northern Ireland to keep the children in all of our communities safe, and advocating for law changes around this matter. I'd like to thank our very own Lily Sione Barr, the current Mayor of Derry, for her advocacy and her bravery after enduring horrific, ongoing racist abuse online. She is just incredible. I'd like to thank Val in Portrush, who works for REACH, a community support network sort of driven by women, to be honest, which really focuses on tackling loneliness, helping the vulnerable, and they utilise every moment of their spare time to give back to the community. I'd like to give particular thanks to a woman called Becca, who works in the West Bank Community Centre and who really offers a safe, non-judgmental space for so many young people and young girls to come forward and to ask for help. And I'd like to thank Grania in Feeney, who does incredible work at Destined, which is a group that does incredible work with our adults with special educational needs in our rural communities, serving Feeney, Park, Dungiven and Claudy. This year's theme is accelerating action to achieve gender equality and end bias. A huge part of that is educating the public on female mental and physical health issues. And on that note, I would like to thank the brave women around this chamber who have shared their loss and their stories of baby loss and miscarriage, like Orleah Flynn and Kelly Armstrong. And I'd also like to thank our very own East Derry woman, Claire Sugden, who spoke so eloquently publicly about her journey with postpartum depression. I'd also like to thank Joanne Bunting for sharing her story of having breast cancer and being so brave brave to speak about that. You know, every day we're in here and we shout and we yell at each other, but I do sit with quiet admiration for many of the stories that are shared in this place. And it's not only educating me, but I know it really is educating the public. So I would like to thank those ladies for their contributions and coming forward and sharing their personal stories with their own struggles. Their bravery is noted, and I thank them for it. I'd also like to thank Women's Aid, Nexus, Rape Crisis NI and the SOLA team supporting women who are victims and survivors of rape and sexual harassment and assault. When we talk about accelerating action, we need to create a society that really adequately supports victims, and sadly in the north of Ireland less than 2% of cases to do with rape result in a conviction, and I really think that that is disgraceful, and no one should fear the process of seeking justice when it comes to a sexual crime. Currently in Northern Ireland, rape counselling notes can be used against victims in court here, and I really feel strongly that this must change. Lastly, I'd like to dedicate my speech today to the women and the girls of Palestine who have endured such unbelievable violence, trauma and agony over the past 513 days. Women who have witnessed their loved ones die, be wrongfully imprisoned, women left with no food to nourish their children, pregnant women left without nourishment, without water and without hospitals and appropriate healthcare. I am thinking of them today and every day. Their potential, the barriers to fulfilling that potential, and the cowardice from both the current and the former UK and US governments in adequately speaking up and supporting them. My hope is that we can all continue in our positions to platform the struggles of women locally, here in the North and globally, to ensure that one day we are all equal.
Thank you. I now will call Linda Dillon to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
And I want to thank everybody who spoke on today's debate. It is my privilege as a member of the Women's Caucus to wind the debate, and as I say, I thank all of those who have contributed, and I think we have to give special thanks today to Aoife that this was her maiden speech in the chamber, and I think we will all agree that it was a very strong speech. And that just shows the strength of the women in this chamber, which is really, really good place for us to be. So just in terms of the contributions, I think that obviously Aisling mentioned the need for a women's health strategy rather. I think that is really, really important, and we have heard from the Health Minister there is going to be a women's health action plan, and that's really appreciated, but we do need to see something coming forward. We need to see that soon. And we only have to listen to the contributions from Cara Hunter about all of the struggles in terms of women's health to know how badly that is needed. Connie Egan talked about the threat of gender-based violence, and we know that the most dangerous place for a woman to be in Western Europe is in their own home in the north of Ireland at the hands of somebody who's supposed to love them. Diana Armstrong outlined the importance of women being in leadership roles and women's voices being heard. Sinead McLaughlin spoke about the importance of the APG on UNSCR 1325 and raising gender equality issues, and I think we can be in no doubt that they are doing a good job, and it is really important that that is continued. So I want to thank Sinead and all of those on the APG for the contribution that they make in terms of that. Aoife Finnegan spoke of being a proud South Armagh woman, and I'll join her in that. I am also a proud South Armagh woman who is now proud to represent the women and men and everybody right across Mid-Ulster. And she's determined to raise her voice for the people in Uri and Armagh. She spoke of the transformative impact of strong female leadership and gender equality as a societal issue. Kelly Armstrong spoke of the need for women to ask women to be elected and to support each other in that. And in that I absolutely agree with you, because I've done it. I've went and I've approached women and asked them would they consider being elected, and most recently in council elections 2 women agreed to do it, and they were both elected, and they are outstanding women, both of them. So I am really, really proud, and I have to say the men around them supported them, and that's really important too, and I know that a number of those who spoke referred to that, so I think that is really important. Jerry Carroll mentioned the women of Palestine, and Cara also referred to her speech being dedicated to the women of Palestine, and I think that that is really poignant for us, particularly today, whenever we hear that there are meetings happening in Cairo to address what will happen in the future in Palestine. And let's hope whenever they're addressing that, that they are considering the women of Palestine. And I think it was Cara Sinead mentioned Lillian Sione Barr, and she gave us an education actually at the event that was held for the Women's Caucus upstairs, and I couldn't stay for the entire event, but at the table I was sitting at, Lillian was there, and she talked to me about the advancement of women in politics in Kenya and what they have done over a long, long number of years, long before anybody was doing it. And this is in what people would consider to be a developing country. Well, they are well developed, let me tell you, ahead of all the developed countries in terms of how to promote women in politics. So I want to thank her for that on that day, because it was an education in itself. Shara Brownlee mentioned inspirational women in sport and science, and I'm glad she mentioned that jockey, because I back her every opportunity I get because I want to see her winning. And I think it is really important to see those women in those leadership roles and showing people that they can do it. And we all know that they had greater challenges getting to those positions than any of their male counterparts. But again, in many circumstances with the support of their male colleagues and their friends. So I suppose in terms of this place, one of the things I want to mention, when I first was elected to here, I wanted to see gender quotas. I was told that couldn't be done. So I looked at what other ways could we consider and urge more women into politics in this place. And I thought, what about if we created something like proxy voting so that women could have maternity leave? And I was told, absolutely not, couldn't be done. It might look like, you know, self-preservation. Well, I was a woman in my 40s with one child. I was pretty sure I wasn't having any more. So I think it was not anything to do with self-preservation, but I did think it was important, and we needed, if we wanted to encourage young women into politics, to actually make it possible for young women to come into politics. But when COVID hit and proxy voting was for everybody, it could be done like that. Not a problem. And thankfully, because that is the thing that it took for us to be able to start the journey of getting proxy voting. And obviously we are now looking at hopefully our male colleagues potentially getting paternity leave and those who have long-term health problems. But I do think it was really important in terms of that proxy voting rather, for maternity leave to allow women, because we have a number of female colleagues. Kate Nicholl, obviously, at the moment, and I can't think of anybody else at the moment, but there may be some that we don't know about. But I do think it's really, really important. We can't say we want more young women in politics, but we'll do absolutely nothing to encourage more young women into politics. So we as a caucus know the power of listening, engaging and discussing. I've already outlined that in the most recent event, that hearing from Lillian was an education for me. And we aim to work collectively to create change, to use our voices to empower one another. We've been delighted to recently engage with so many other women in public life and the women's sector to discuss how we can stand strong in our power, to represent and lead without having to break down unnecessary barriers, and feedback from those events will help us to pave the way for change. We want to promote gender equality and political representation as essential and achievable with the correct targeted action. And I know that quotas is not for everybody, but it worked for our party. So I'm going to say consider it, because if you're looking around you and everyone around you is male, then something is wrong. And you have to ask, what can you do? That doesn't mean those males are bad. We have a lot of time for you, but it is it is important, yes. Well, actually, I really welcome the males that have come to this chamber today. I have to say thank you very much for coming here and supporting your female colleagues. It is very much welcomed. So I know I speak for all of my caucus colleagues when I say that I am leaving the chamber this evening feeling uplifted, with a renewed commitment to ensuring we as elected representatives keep extending the ladder of participation as we strive for a truly representative political landscape. This International Women's Day is a worldwide call to acknowledge strategies, resources and activity that will positively impact women's advancement, and that includes the contribution that was made by Kelly in terms of looking at CEDAW and ensuring that that is brought into many more of our what we do here in this place, much more of what we do here in this place. And to support and elevate their implementation, I call on this Assembly to accelerate action by reaffirming its commitment to and support for gender equality. And I like the word accelerate, because to me accelerate means go faster. So let's go faster. Let's make this happen faster. Let's us make the place that we leave a much better place for our daughters, for our nieces, for our grandchildren, granddaughters, hopefully. And I certainly don't want it to be the place that it was for our mothers and grandmothers, because it was a difficult place to be. But I still will say, and I think it was mentioned before, that I certainly am the woman I am today because of my mother, my grandmother and their mothers, and the women who fought in the most difficult times here. And I think of all of those that went through the mother and baby homes, all the mothers, women and girls that went through the mother and baby homes in particular, because those women went through the most difficult times, but some of them are the very strongest women in our community. So I want to mention them especially here today.
Thank you, and thanks all members who have spoken. So members, the question is, all those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moves us to item 6 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.